Several people were lying on the floor, completely immobilized. Looks like they were knocked out. Some kind of serious fight had taken place here. One guy was barely breathing, being held tightly by his throat. He was trying to explain something, but he was running out of air. He didn't have time to say anything because he was hit hard in the stomach. The guy bent in half. The guy fell to the floor and started coughing. A stranger in a shirt and black pants stood in front of him. He had a creepy mask on his face, with 2 red lights shining through the openings of his eyes. After a second, the man seemed to disappear into thin air. Footsteps were heard, and several more black-clad men arrived at the crime scene. There were 2 guys and 2 girls. They started looking around for the perpetrator. The girl with pink hair sighed. Once again, he was 1 step ahead. Her name was Yujiho, the 2nd year of Marima Police University. One of Park Jae-th's guys crouched down beside and started to examine the body of the victim. Jang Seonwoo, the team leader, looked at him with a stern look. This criminal knew that the police were coming and must have prepared an escape route. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Another girl peeked out from around the corner. Kim Bo, a 2nd year of university. She showed him a small box and said that the warehouse was full of them. Seonwoo took the box and began to look at it carefully. With a heavy sigh, he said that it looked like a strength improvement pill again. He took out a small plate of pills from the box. They were narcotic pills, an internal energy enhancer. Yujiho frowned and looked at the pills. They were bound to catch whoever was producing this stuff. Park turned to his comrades and said that the culprit had only destroyed their dantian without seriously injuring them. The leader fell silent. Maybe that was the case, but we need to figure it out better. He said he would return after he reported back to headquarters, and he ordered his underlings to collect all the pills on the spot. The boys got to work. They carried the boxes and examined their contents. Park asked, "Shouldn't Kimboa be at the freshman meeting?" The girl asked, surprised, "Is it today?" Yujiho quickly replied that she wasn't interested and continued looking at the pills. Kim put her hand up and said that today is the day the new leader of the Young Brothers will be elected. Rumor has it that Jang Hakwoo might take his place. Yujiho replied without even turning around that even if he is a genius, he is only in 2nd place. Kim asked in surprise, "Didn't the girl say she wasn't interested?" Yujiho grimaced and told her to shut up. However, the girl didn't stop. Smiling, she asked, "And what is the name of the student who is in 1st place?" Yujiho thought about it and was silent for a second. "I think that student's name is Kang Taeyeon." The boys stood near the memorial wall, where there were portraits of outstanding students as well as samples of weapons. A man with long hair smiled and asked his interlocutor if he was Kang Taeyeon, the best student of the year. Kang proudly poked his chest and said that yes, he was the best student of the 34th generation. After saying that, his eyes lit up. Apparently, he wasn't very happy. He wanted to hit the student, but the student stopped him with a sharp movement of his arm. They shook hands, though it looked very strange from afar. Taeyeon smiled and asked if it was okay if he responded to the handshake with his left hand. Lee Kijok smiled fearfully. This guy ignored his attack so easily. Kang laughed and said that this was his first encounter, so let the guy take care of him. Kijok just laughed nervously. After a second, he started inundating his new acquaintance with tons of information, and the guy stood there and didn't understand anything. Kang looked to the side where the posters of outstanding students were hanging. There was a portrait hanging on the wall. The man was strikingly similar to Taeyong. The boy smiled and mentally promised his father that he would follow in his footsteps. Soon he would find him. That's when the shouting began. "Is John Hakwoo present?" The boys stood like that for a while longer, and there were several people around them talking about something. John Hakwoo. This is kind of like the 2nd grandson of the Wudang section representative. Kang looked in the direction of the people and asked, "Yes, who is this John Hakwoo?" His interlocutor asked resentfully, "Is he not listening to him at all?" But then he looked fearfully at the boy. Now he realized something. Kijok, scared, bounced away from him. So this guy is stronger than number 2. Suddenly someone's voice was heard. The boys turned around in that direction. That day, Kang met Hakwoo for the first time. He couldn't even imagine the trouble he might get into because of this man. The car was speeding through the city at night. 2 men were sitting inside. One of them asked, "What about the pills?" The other replied that the previous version had a lot of side effects, but the drug was on a whole different level. They are still untested on safety, though. The man took 1 capsule in his hands and looked at it carefully. His eyes lit up red. "Okay, he'll talk to the department heads about it. In the meantime, the rest of us will pass this information to K manager." The masked man nodded his head, signaling that he understood. The masked man stood on the edge of the roof and looked carefully at the night city from above. His gaze locked on an unidentifiable man who stood on the sidewalk and bowed. The man was smiling and looking at someone in the distance. The masked man jumped off the roof and shot down through the air. Two men stood by a large door talking about something. One of the men said he heard that their manager had pulled off a big deal this time. The other man coughed and asked if he was talking about a new drug. Suddenly, there was a clink of glass and a masked stranger flew into the room. He swung around and threw two sharp bayonets at the men. One of them managed to dodge and the weapon slammed into the wall. The other was less fortunate. The man immediately rushed to the attack to deal with the intruder. He swung his leg, but the stranger immediately blocked the blow. He struck his opponent right in the face and threw him back. He grabbed him by the head and swung him around like a toy. A second later, he slammed the man to the floor with all his might. There was a loud bang. The doors swung open and several more men appeared on the doorstep. One of them asked unhappily, "What's going on here?" They saw instead of a fight and immediately rushed to the aid of their comrades. The stranger's eyes lit up red again and he prepared for another battle. As soon as one of the men approached him, he jumped up and prepared to kick. There was a crunch and his knee went straight into the man's face. He immediately passed out and the stranger jumped high and did a somersault in the air. The big bald man crunched his fingers and prepared to fight. His partners were just useless. He roared that he would break this workout's spine. The man quickly ran towards the stranger. However, his big fist missed and the masked man easily got out of the line of attack. He did a big somersault and jumped over the huge man. He poked him in the eye with his finger and the man roared in pain and backed up. The stranger swung the door open and there were several other people there. One of them lying on the floor unmoving. The manager distracted from his phone conversation and looked at the entrant. One of the guys spit on the floor. Only one person and so much noise. What kind of mask is that? The manager continued to talk on the phone. He said it was just nothing, just a jerk ran in. The manager's name was Kim Dong-hee. One of the guys jumped on the stranger and swung his huge arms. However, he didn't hit. The blow came straight to the floor. The stranger quickly bounced aside. He immediately swung around and prepared to strike. He struck with his elbow with such force that the huge man flew aside. After flying a few meters, he crashed into the wall with a loud sound. The others looked in his direction in surprise. Who the hell is that? Two guys immediately rushed at him, but the man stood motionless. One of the men swung his fist and wanted to hit him, but he missed too. The masked man deftly jumped over him, and the second man immediately rushed after him. The manager was already getting a little annoyed. He apologized to the department head and said he'd be back in a second. The second guy also flew into the desk and immediately broke it. The manager was able to bounce back at the last moment. He landed on the ground and angrily asked the masked man, who was he anyway, and why did he come here? The man gave the manager's age and said he was the general manager of the Black Deaths. He is also the perpetrator of the riots inside Murim. The manager's eyes lit up with a bright fire. What is this asshole up to? The man put one enhancement pill in his mouth and laughed. A second later, an energy field began to form around the man. His strength increased many times over. His eyes lit up red and his body overflowed with incredible strength. He tried his best to fight, but the masked man was still stronger. The manager screamed with rage. The man presented his hand to him and started annihilation. People in the street heard an incredible explosion. A nearby building immediately caught fire. The passers-by became alarmed. Could it be a bomb? It's the terrorists. The building began to engulf in flames. The upper floors were completely blown up. From afar, the silhouette of a man could be seen standing at the site of the explosion. A masked man looked at passers-by through the hole from the explosion. Such an explosion left only a bloody stain on the manager. The events were transferred to the countryside. Here was clean air, and everywhere you could hear birds singing. The girl stood in her yard and with one hand was chopping heavy logs. She swung and with one powerful blow she cut the log in half. Suddenly a child's voice called out to her. The girl looked away. A little boy, her son, came to her. Yawning, he asked if she had prepared a meal. The woman irritatedly asked, is that the first thing he wants to hear from her? The boy rubbed his eyes and said it was his natural whim. The woman folded her arms across her chest and asked Khan, where has he been walking around half the night? The boy scratched the back of his head and said he was recording a video. The woman couldn't take it anymore and shouted, was he recording his fighting techniques on that stupid YouTube again? The boy started making excuses. However, the woman wasn't even listening to him. She said she didn't care at all. She said not to upload these kinds of videos to YouTube. The boy waved his hands and said that it wasn't bragging, it was just advertising. He won't be able to do it after he's officially enrolled at the university anyway. The woman turned away and began chopping wood with redoubled vigor. She told her son to bring his grandfather to eat now. The boy ran fearfully away. Kang walked slowly down the street, looking at his feet. He was muttering to himself, why all these conditions to save the dojang if he's going to be scolded anyway? 124. Suddenly the guy heard someone calling him. Appa, someone was running to meet him. The boy said he asked to be called teacher. The girl looked at him with big green eyes and said loudly that they were in the shit. The boy picked his nose and said, she's only in elementary school and she's already expressing herself like that. What happened? Two people were standing near the entrance of a small building, and there was shouting coming from there. A woman was yelling that they were enrolling in their school because they promised that they would make her child a real master. And they were just beggars. The old man with bushy eyebrows smiled and began to chuckle. The woman got even more angry and shouted for him to stop laughing and finally talk to her. Kang rubbed his head. What a bastard. He thought it was something serious, but it was just a complaint. The girl looked at him and said that he would become a beggar if she left too. A boy approached a woman and addressed her. Asked her what else they wanted. The boy was literally glowing with benevolence. He asked if she would refuse to let him talk. The woman looked at him contemptuously and said, so is he the pervert Yi Chi was always talking about? The guy looked at the girl with a surprised look. Smiling, he said there was a small misunderstanding. He is a martial arts master, after all. The boy asked the woman if she knew the history of their life-shattered dojang. The boy began to tell. Their school is almost destroyed, but it's ruined and the old place is a symbol of their ancient spirit technique. A few round faces showed from behind the door. One boy started laughing at how cleverly he was stringing her along. The woman calmed down now and looked at the school with surprise. The boy, however, continued to explain. He unfolded a long scroll in front of her and proudly said that all the students in their school were enrolled in the elite Marima Police University. The woman covered her mouth in surprise. Are there really that many enrollees here? Kang smiled and said that every single one of them, all 34 generations, were top students, including himself. The guy closed the bundle and began to ponder what to show her. He folded his hands and began to accumulate magical energy. The secret technique of the Sad Spirit Clan. A powerful stream of energy erupted from his hands and rushed straight forward. It was so powerful that it simply tore the nearby tree to shreds. The woman covered her face with her hands and turned away in surprise and fear. The old man was silent and just looked at it all through his bushy eyebrows. After such a blow, all that was left of the tree was hot to the head. Woman just glowed with joy. The guy continued to explain. Spiritual wave is an exceptional technique of their clan. She moved closer to the boy and asked, would her daughter be able to use such a technique too? The boy hesitated and began to make up another lie. The woman wondered, do they only teach special class students? So please let them enroll her there. Of course, the boy managed to change her mind, and the little girl waved goodbye to him, and the woman was incredibly pleased. Taeyun. Together with his grandfather, they walked down the empty street. It was time to go home. The old man turned to the boy who was picking his nose again. The old man wanted to talk to the boy about the spiritual wave. As soon as the boy heard this, he shrank back in fear. The old man sternly said that he had told him many times that such techniques should not be displayed in public. Kang put his hand on his shoulder and said, let him look at this one. The old man looked at him in surprise. The guy held the phone up to his face, which had a picture of a beautiful girl on it. Isn't she beautiful? The old man clutched his eyes, and it seemed to the guy that he was about to be finished. Had his plan failed? However, it's all over. The old man stuck the phone to his face and began to scrutinize the beauty. She's too beautiful. They were interrupted by a mother screaming. Where the hell are they? The old man sighed heavily. What kind of temper does his mother have? The boy sighed heavily, and that's that. Soon they were already sitting at the table and eating a delicious lunch. The mother told the boy that she had already ordered him a special uniform for the university. The boy was surprised. So soon? That didn't sound like her. The woman smiled since her son had become a top student. For her, these concerns should come first. Kang smiled. She recognized him after all. The woman snorted, his brat. An anchor's voice came from the TV. Last night, terrorists planted a bomb in a building. A police brigade is already looking into what happened. The screen showed the aftermath of the explosion. The perpetrator was still at large and we had to be careful. Manager Kim was found dead in his seat. Kang together and his mother looked intently at the TV. The boy was even breathless at such news. He choked on his food and started coughing, and the woman looked at him in surprise. She looked at her son and sternly asked, this isn't his doing, is it? The boy got a chill inside. He shrank back and got ready to get his ass kicked. But they were interrupted by the front doorbell. It was a lifesaver. The boy immediately jumped up from his seat and ran to open the door. He said he would talk about it later. The woman only looked at him sternly. The boy went outside where two men in police uniforms were already waiting for him. One of the policemen said hello and asked the boy, "Is he Kang Tae-yeon?" The boy nodded his head. The policeman smiled and said he should follow him to the police station. The boy scratched the back of his head and asked, "What's all this for?" The second policeman adjusted his glasses and said that the boy was the prime suspect in the terrorist attack. Kang, perplexed, asked, "On what grounds?" The policeman replied that they would talk about it at the station. His partner, still smiling, apologized and said they found suspicious information on his YouTube channel. Before the policeman could finish his sentence, the boy's mother appeared behind his back and put her hand to his throat. The policeman had only time to cringe. The boy was terrified. What is she doing? Kang waved his hands and said they were police. They just wanted to ask him some questions. One of the police officers said that if the woman didn't stop, they would consider it assault. Still, she let the policeman go. And the boy waved her off and said they'd be back in a couple minutes. The woman boiled with anger as she watched her son get into the police car. Well, her no-good son is in trouble again. The woman remained standing at the entrance, watched by the old man. Kang sighed. It was close. The policeman sat in silence. Tae-yeon irritatedly said that they now have to pay him compensation. The policeman kept smiling. Suddenly, the kid felt a slight prick in his neck. He felt that his body was no longer obeying. The policeman was already preparing his syringe.
Continuing to smile, the fake policeman swung his syringe. Sweet dreams.
Kang Tae-yeon was in the video. He cheerfully greeted all his subscribers. He said that he is a martial arts master and all the students in his school are ranked the best in the university. He swung around and used his spiritual power. A jet of energy burst out of his hand again. After such a blow, there were only melted rocks around. The boy spoke passionately about his technique. He said that if he practiced hard, everyone could do it again. He tensed up again and let out a stream of energy from his hand. Smiling, he said that on top of that, this technique uses little energy, making it reusable. The video was paused. Some voice said it was some crazy guy. A man in a red suit sat on a couch and said in surprise that it was a demonic spirit technique. It was one of the 4 great guardians of the Black Unorthodox Alliance. Jin Yongbyom. Oh, Yonggu X, the man with black glasses, replied that he had sent 2 guys after him. After these words, there was silence between them for a few seconds. Jin told him to bend over and the man tilted his head. After that, he felt a strong blow with his palm. A clap sounded. Jin, furious, said that he had told him not to send those 2 away, for he needed this guy alive. Yonggu shakily tried to justify himself. Yongbyom covered his face with his hands. God, what an idiot. He ordered the man to call them quickly. He gritted his teeth and said he would come to them soon. The man was furious. Sitting in some basement, it looked like some kind of construction site. Kang flew straight into the wall from a powerful blow and hit his back painfully. A man stepped on his chest and started pushing. The guy only coughed. He looked at him with a contemptuous look and ordered him to wake up immediately. The boy started shaking his head. His whole body ached. It was the same policeman, now out of uniform. One of them kept smiling and asked, "Why so rude?" Strangely, the boy couldn't muster up all his energy. Probably because of that stuff they injected him with. He opened his eyes and looked around. One of the kidnappers leaned over to him and told him not to even try here. The drug would completely block his power. He took a seat next to the boy and offered to have a normal conversation, at least now. He opened a small suitcase that contained a number of poisonous scolopendras. They were simply repulsive. The kidnapper squinted. Let the boy just imagine what would happen if those things got inside him. His partner shivered and said the boss told them not to touch this guy. Viper waved him off. He patted the boy's ass and said that they'd be done for now. His eyes turned red again and he asked, "Where is the demon spirit treasure?" Kang lowered his head and said, "He has no idea." The Viper grasped his face and said, "I think the boy didn't get the hint." He threw one of those nasty things up in the air. He said he wanted to handle it culturally. The scolopendra quickly crawled right into his mouth, and the man held it up with tweezers. His smile had gotten so ugly he was going to have to take extreme measures. He held the boy and he tried to get out, but it was all in vain. He clenched his teeth to keep the Viper from getting inside him. The Viper, continuing to smile, asked a second question. The smile was gone from his face. He asked where the man had learned martial arts. Tae-yeon wrinkled his nose and replied that he didn't know. Just then, a kick flew into his face. The guy didn't even have time to realize it. The boy didn't mess with them. The boy was already unconscious. The man looked at him with a fierce look. He was talking about everything on his channel. The man continued to press the boy straight into the concrete. The wall cracked. Immortal Lord's martial arts, the man was furious. He remembered how he wanted to be the strongest as a child. The strongest martial arts master. Happy days fulfilling my dreams. And with them, the dreams of his battle comrades. He recalled moments from his childhood when everything was good. But in one moment, everything was destroyed by one man. The immortal overlord killed his friends without pity. The path he was walking towards was colored with the color of blood and the flesh of men. And his brothers, together with that grotesque of laughter, died a terrible death. There was still in his nose the odor of blood and flesh, and in his ears were cries of agony. The immortal lord isn't a human, it's a true demon. The man remembered the worst day of his life when he had lost everything. He couldn't help himself and swung his big fist to hit the guy. The fist hit the target and the boy became dizzy and almost passed out again. There was a taste of blood in his mouth. Impersonating the immortal lord? How dare he? However, the Viper stopped him. Dason was breathing heavily. The Viper walked up to him and, putting his hand on his shoulder, asked, did he forget what the boss had told them about? Dason apologized and said he was just remembering that day. Viper smilingly replied that he understood perfectly well. He rubbed his face and asked what to do. With a face like that, his mother wouldn't recognize him, let alone their boss. However, he did not have time to finish his thought because he noticed something. Taeyeon got to his feet. He was still alive and he wasn't going to. His eyes lit up blood red. Are they done? Or are they also going to kill him? The kidnappers stood in front of their victim, who had miraculously regained consciousness. The Viper smiled. How persistent he is, after all. Can he still stand on his feet even after this? Kang looked at his hands. Was it because of that injection? All his energy had practically dissipated. The guy became dizzy and his body started to weaken. He started to stagger and tried not to fall. Viper was still wondering, okay, energy. But how is he still alive after swallowing a poisonous insect? Taeyeon Yi himself could feel his body was on fire from the inside. There's nothing that can be done. There's nothing to be done about it. It's just a forced measure. He poked himself in the stomach with his fingers. There was nothing left for him to do but to gather all his remaining true strength. He would only need to fight with external chi. The boy got into a fighting stance. Dasun too prepared to attack. This boy has good stamina. What can a man who can use his energy just like him do? Kang approached his captor. The man had no time to do anything before a powerful punch flew into his face and shattered his glasses. Taeyeon once again aimed his energy beam directly at his attacker. Viper was even a little scared. A big hole was formed in the wall after such a blow. The man gritted his teeth. This guy knocked out his comrade with a single blow. How is that possible? How did he do it while being struck by a deadly poisonous insect? The others saw it too and started running over to help the man. The angry crowd rushed straight to the boy. How dare he do this to their teacher? Kang already prepared to repel the attack. His eyes lit up. He gathered all his remaining strength. 282. Swinging around, he punched the first attacker right in the jaw. The blow was so hard that the man flew off to the side. After that, the guy felt very sick. His body began to burn more and more. The next one was already running up to him. How can such a small degenerate do anything? Several other people were already running towards him, waving batons. One of the men swung a wooden stick and prepared to strike. It was a tickle of some kind. He attacked directly from the back so the boy could not see anything. Kang squinted his eyes and gritted his teeth. He didn't have time for that punch. The boy turned his head toward his attacker and his eyes glowed red with rage. The boy caught him by the head with his hand, and because of all his strength brought him against the wall. The man at once passed out and the wall was covered with cracks. Viper realized that they had underestimated this kid. To think that he could last so long using only external energy. A smile appeared on his face again. However, this is a deadly poisonous insect after all. Sooner or later it will die, and the Viper will wait exactly for that moment. Kang jumped high up to dodge the people pouncing on him. He turned around and elbowed one attacker. The boy began spinning in the air, knocking out one after another. He grabbed one boy by the head and prepared to strike. Swinging around, he slammed his head right into the floor. Kang felt his strength slowly leaving his body, but he couldn't retreat. He coughed and blood came out of his mouth. I've already started to act. It was necessary to gather all the strength of the external chi as quickly as possible. He was already almost weakened and his opponents sensed it all perfectly. One of them lunged at the boy with a knife. Taeyong dodged and intercepted his arm. Swinging around, the boy kicked him right in the stomach. The other was already coming up behind him, clenching his fist. Kang crouched down and prepared to fend off the attack. He swung around and in one leap came close to his opponent. The boy swung his fist and with great force struck him squarely in the jaw. At the last moment he saw an iron club flying towards him. In a second he dodged and the baton whizzed by his head. The boy jumped high up and swung his leg. A knee landed directly on the man's head, tears streaming from his eyes. The blow was so hard that the assailant flew straight into the ground. Soon none of the attackers were left and the boy rested against a pillar. He was breathing heavily, his body weakening with each passing second. At that moment he felt something sharp stabbed into his back. The Viper was waiting for the moment. He smiled and said, "The guy is a first military police officer, right?" It was the first time he'd ever seen someone be able to hold himself like that. He bounced off him and prepared for another throw. Long hidden blades emerged from his hands. His eyes burning red, he prepared to finish the boy on the spot. Kang coughing again, blood spurted from his mouth. A demonic aura that no one had ever seen before began to form around the boy. Viper felt that suddenly the room became incredibly cold. Taeyun was approaching him with a wobbly gait. With each passing second, the boy moved faster and faster. Viper saw a demonic aura coming towards him. And the last thing he could see was the demon's horrible face. A woman in traditional clothing was silently looking forward in front of her. In front of her was a statue of Buddha, gazing silently into the distance. A woman stood stretched out like a string, 2 weapons in her hands. She began to move in some incredible dance. Her movements were light and fluid as if she were floating in the air. On the night of salvation, when the vengeful spirit returns to the world of men, all will open their eyes again. 2 torches suddenly flashed in front of the statue. The huge concrete statue began to glow and crack. Eventually, the statue completely collapsed and a blindingly bright light began to burst out of it. Inside the statue was an old woman with gray hair covering her head. The girl nodded her head. Her grandmother was sitting in front of her. The old woman rose to her feet and said that now she could clearly see the face of that strange weirdo. The old woman's eyes also glowed blue. It was time to go. We had to get revenge. An automobile drove up to the house in which the windows were burning. Inside the house was lively. Someone's voices could be heard. Jin asked in surprise if the boss came. Why didn't anyone come out to meet him? Getting angry, he slapped his subordinate and asked, "What is he teaching them?" The man kicked open the door. A strange picture appeared before them. Everyone inside had been killed. There was a distinct smell of blood in the air. They began to shake their heads in different directions, trying to understand what had happened here. Jin turned to his subordinate and asked, "Why are they all beaten up here?" Suddenly, he saw something strange inside the room, which made his insides tighten up. Viper was lying curled up and trembling with fear. The man in one dexterous movement approached him. The Viper whispered something under his nose. His voice trembled with fear. He kept saying that he had poisoned this fellow with deadly venom. Definitely killed him. He had seen him dead. Jin started to get angry as this jerk crazy let him talk normally. The man started slapping the Viper's cheeks. However, it didn't help at all. The man seemed to have gone crazy. There was an unspeakable horror in his eyes. He whispered that this guy wasn't human to begin with. He was a demon. The man looked at him with a surprised look. A demon. He shifted his gaze back and took a better look around the room. There were human bodies lying everywhere, and the wall had been punched through. The man looked in the other direction, trying to find something to help him understand what had happened. The other wall was also sprawled out. Another unconscious man lay there. The bald man, said Moon Daesong, and other staff members were unconscious. Suddenly a thought visited Jin's head. His eyes lit up red again. He ordered Yongo to call the assassin clan. The man was surprised. However, it was clear it was the Immortal Lord. The news continued to talk about the terrorist attack that had happened. The faction manager of the Black Death Sect's faction had passed away. Some kitchen utensils immediately flew into the TV screen and immediately shattered. The man looked at the TV with a calm, emotionless gaze. In the room on the table lay a bound man. Next to him stood several other people in black uniforms. The man put his feet on the bound poor man and demanded a protocol. One of the men nodded his head. Managing manager in charge of the western and southern faction of the Black Deaths. Also in charge of the northern one. The man sighed. Do they think he wants to hear that all the distributors have been destroyed in the last few months? What have they been doing all this time? Sebastian, vice leader of the assassin clan. The men in black standing around them shook with fear. No one had any desire to upset such a powerful man. Sebastian pressed his foot on the poor man's head and he groaned in pain. He leaned over and asked the man, "He was at the scene of the incident, right? Well, who did it?" The man groaned and said, "This guy was alone. He was wearing a mask so nothing could be seen." The sole of the boot was pressing harder and harder on the unfortunate man's head. Sebastian's eyes lit up blue. He put some pills in his mouth. Just how far should he immerse himself in this to keep his plans from being ruined? The man's head was already starting to crack. One of the men in black uniform said that the last shipment of 50 boxes of the drug had been delivered here. Sebastian demanded that a sample be brought in. He put one pill in his mouth and swallowed it in a flash. A wave of energy spread through his body and the man shivered. Compared to the previous copy, the effect was increased by 30%. In addition, the frequency of side effects was reduced by almost 40%. Sebastian literally lit up from the overflowing energy. Finally, he swung around to finish off the unfortunate man lying on the table. His fist reached its target and the unfortunate man's head shattered into pieces. The others just watched the nightmare in silent horror. Sebastian looked at his hand, which was beginning to overflow with energy. As expected, he could use it right now. He ordered one of his subordinates to start business again and double the price in the east. The man nodded his head. A woman came through the door and addressed the leader, saying that an important commission from the Black Unorthodox Alliance had arrived. Sebastian threw on his jacket and said he would be back soon. As soon as the door closed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, no sooner had they relaxed than Sebastian peeked through the door again. He angrily said that he was giving them a week to find and bring this guy to him. The man shoved the long blades into the unfortunate victim's throat with a sharp motion. He moved with astonishing speed, his movements impossible to follow. He swung around and with one precise blow knocked out his opponent. The others prepared their swords and watched. The man had single-handedly dealt with nearly a dozen well-armed fighters. One of the swordsmen was frightened, but his comrade said not to worry. It's a law of nature. If you don't kill, they'll kill you. They rushed at their attacker. They had to defend the honor of their brothers. The killer fixed his glasses and smiled. He slid between the kneeling fighters and in one motion cut them in half. In one motion, he blocked a powerful sword strike. The swordsman groaned with exertion. The metal began to rattle. A common amusement for the assassin. The man went cold with fear. The stranger blocked his sword with single daggers. The stranger moved with astonishing speed. He was somersaulting like a monkey. No one could even touch him. He began to concentrate his energy, his eyes glowing red. However, the assassin dodged any blows. He was like a liquid. The man pushed himself away from the sword and jumped high up. Doing a somersault in the air, he flew downward. In a few seconds, it was all over. All of his opponents were dead, and the man hid the dagger. Taking his cell phone out of his pocket, he said hello. There was silence on the other side of the phone. The man smiled. The chief of the military police. That should be fun. The man's name was Sung Hak, and he was an elite assassin of a special class. There was silence all around. A small rock showed a hole with a passage down. The woman walked down the stone staircase in quick, unsteady steps to the depths. She squeezed her eyes shut, but still she kept walking. The old man was covered in divine energy all over, and Kang was hovering in the air above him. Ran up to her son and fearfully asked what happened in the world. The boy said in a weak voice that he was too late. The woman lifted his head and begged him to open his eyes. The old man began to speak. By the time he came, the seal was already slightly broken. The boy was still unconscious. It wouldn't be so strange if the demonic spirit seal was broken because of poison. The old man frowned. The ancient spirit princess woke up. The woman looked at him in surprise. An ancient spirit princess. This was the first time she had heard such a thing. She must have sensed the energy when Tai Yong's seal weakened. Tears came to the woman's eyes. No need to worry about him. The old man said it was only his sin, and he must answer for his actions. The woman was silent for a moment and nodded her head without arguing. She opened the door and entered the dark room. Inside were many different types of weapons. She walked over to the wall of armor and looked at them. The armor of fun chained together. The woman never thought she would have to wear this again. With quick movements, she began to change her clothes. Soon the armor was on her. The woman tied her hair into a ponytail. The woman put a large, wide-brimmed hat on her head. Soon a sword was in her hands, the blade gleaming, illuminating the space. Her eyes glittered with confidence. She said there was nothing to worry about. She would protect her son. The boy opened his eyes. Someone seemed to be calling him. He was in some strange place. It was empty and cold everywhere. The boy recognized his father's voice and began to turn his head to look for the source of the sound. The father kept calling for his son, but the boy could not find him. Soon he saw a man standing with his back to him. What is he doing here? Soon, however, the man vanished into thin air in a second. The boy rushed towards him, trying to catch him, and shouted. He kept calling for his father, but it was all to no avail. Suddenly, the boy felt a strange, heavy energy. Out of the darkness, two burning eyes looked at him, and soon he saw a bloody hand reaching toward him. The boy backed away, his insides growing cold. There was a rough voice. He said that the boy must have seen something he should never have seen. The boy opened his eyes in horror and saw the demon's terrifying face in front of him.
Soon he woke up. The boy was lying on the wooden floor, with his grandfather tending to him.
He turned his gaze to the old man and he smiled affectionately. He told the boy not to worry. His wound had not yet healed. Kang looked in front of him and began to remember what he had just seen. The boy looked fearfully at his grandfather. In a weakened voice, he said that he thought he had seen his father in a dream. The old man tensed up. The man replied that even he had heard it. His name was called, but there was no way the grandfather could find him. In his weak voice, he tried to say something. The boy asked if he could find his father. The old man was silent for a moment. He looked at his grandson and told him to listen carefully to what he was about to say. His mother, dressed in battle clothes, stood on the edge of the roof and looked forward. The woman's gaze was confident and stern, watching something. From behind the distant mountains, energy was spreading like sunlight. She could feel it even from far away. Without hesitation, it was definitely the energy of an ancient spirit princess. Her son is still recuperating, and the woman needs to hold out for at least an hour. Suddenly she felt someone else's energy, and an unbearable urge to kill. She twitched, pulling her sword from its sheath. Sun Hak lunged at her and thrust his blades forward. However, the woman reacted quickly. The assassin bounced to the side and started jumping on the roof. The woman approached him in a few leaps and swung her sword. This was the first time the assassin had seen such speed. This woman is definitely not an easy person. The woman hummed. Did she only hit his shirt? Is she really that old? The man didn't stay on his feet and fell on his back during his somersault. They stood opposite each other with their weapons pointed forward. The assassin grinned. He was surprised that the woman sensed him. He had completely hidden his energy. She stood there, not saying anything. Her whole body was tense to the utmost. A terrifying speed. The energy is getting ever closer. She must stop them before it's too late. Sung Hak has prepared his blades. What the hell is that thing? She just takes her eyes off her opponent so easily. The woman had hurt his pride, and now he would surely take revenge. The man jumped high up. He struck with incredible speed, but the woman easily deflected them. Swinging his blade, the man still missed. The woman was much faster. He didn't expect to find a worthy opponent for once. They were as strong as each other, their blades slicing through the air with a deafening whistle. The man seized the moment and aimed his blade straight at the woman. His blade plunged straight into her hat, and the assassin was already celebrating victory. However, something was wrong. The blade was stuck in the wall. The woman jumped up high at that moment and swung her sword stealthily. Her strike was so fast that it was impossible to see. The man clutched his eyes and blood spurted from his body. A deep cut formed on his arm. Blood came out of it in jolts. The woman looked at him with a cold stare. The murderer grasped his hand, which was already completely covered with blood. He clenched his teeth. If she had hit him a little deeper, he would have lost his arm. However, the woman didn't seem to be paying attention to him. All she cared about was the powerful energy in the distance. Sung Hak said that he seemed to have underestimated her skill. The woman finally looked at him. The man swallowed the amplification pill and shouted that now he would fight for all his strength. Beams of energy began to spread out from his body. The woman looked at him with a cold gaze, but she was a little scared inside. The assassin swung his blade. Especially, he didn't want to fall in her eyes as a rival. The man had gained a newfound strength and was now ready to fight to the fullest. The woman did not understand what he had done with his energy. It had instantly increased. She gripped her sword tighter. The man noticed it. He remembered seeing it somewhere before. It was Unan Shan's sword, the Shadow Stream sword. The woman stood straightened and with slow steps approached her opponent. The assassin began to remember. He had heard about this ball from his clan leader. Beware of the lady who carries the sword of the Shadow Stream. Sung Hak smirked. He had heard that she had once dissolved into thin air. Come to think of it, she hid in some village after all. Before the man could finish, a woman appeared behind him and said that he was talking too much. She swung her sword, but the assassin was much faster and reacted in time. Because of the pill, his strength increased manifold, and he kicked the woman right in the face. She bounced back. Huck was jumping on the roof and seemed to not even pay attention to his wound. He was approaching the woman with incredible speed, and Voth, his blade, was already too close. She thrust out her sword, and once again it screeched. The assassin was much stronger. Now it was already much harder for her. This man was using her own trick against herself. The mercenary smiled. Indeed, the effects of the drug had gotten much better. His body was moving faster. The fight continued. There could only be one winner here. They were both moving at a phenomenal speed. Sung Hak put his leg out and blocked the woman's kick. He pushed off her arm and did a somersault in the air. Swinging his second leg, he kicked her right in the face. She didn't have time to react, and the force sent her flying straight down. At this time, the old man was sitting in the cellar and heard the sounds of a monstrous battle. Mentally, he asked Emmy's pardon. He could not come to her aid now. Let her hold out a little longer. Emmy was shocked. How was this man able to counterattack so quickly? He's clearly reading her actions. Sung-hak smiled. Heavenly Lady turns out to be not so simple. The girl was silent and looked at him. The mercenary was pleased with himself. To think she fell for such a trick. Was she really that weak? However, she wasn't about to give up. Did the generation in their days decide a duel by making only one strike? Now she was even fired up about it. The girl gripped the sword tighter. The man smiled and fixed his glasses. Well, now he's going to have fun. He jumped high up and swung his blades. The relics of the past should just die. Amy braced herself. She realized that this man would not be easy to deal with. She had enough speed to dodge his blows. The ground beneath her feet began to tremble. The man stayed in the air without even touching the ground. He was so fast it was hard to follow his movements. He stuck his dagger into the ground and, holding onto it, swung his foot. As he swung, he made a circular kick, and the blade glassed the air a few centimeters from the girl's face. To think she had been hurt by such a weak attack. The girl couldn't believe it. The assassin smiled. His cut was shallow. Looks like the girl was lucky this time. It's okay, though. Her actions are very easy to read. She rushes to chop and stab when there's a small distance between them. Normally, he would barely be able to dodge it, however, not now. The next time she's at a small distance again, it will be her last. The man lunged at Amy and threw his dagger right in front of the girl. The girl successfully repulsed the attack with a slight movement of her hand. The blade flew off and hit the ground, but the assassin had already put his foot down to strike. The woman dodged at the last moment, and the blow went straight into the ground. She swung her sword again, but the assassin was ready for it. He jumped high up and threw his blade again. It whistled just a few centimeters from her neck. Already she felt that coldness. The man took advantage of the moment and instantly shortened the distance. He had already prepared his second blade to make the final killing blows. Inside himself, he exulted. Victory was in his pocket. She had bought it. She pulled her shoulders back and prepared to strike. However, it was all to no avail. The girl rushed towards him in a direct attack and put out her sword arm. The assassin was ready for this and grabbed the girl's arm, as he knows exactly where the girl will attack. He grasped it and in one fell swoop threw his leg overhead. Literally seconds passed and Amy was already on the ground. The man brought his foot in for the final kick. The girl felt an unbearable pain in her chest. A lump of blood spurted out. The assassin pinned her to the ground and clutched his wrist tightly around her throat. He swung his blade to finally finish off his helpless victim. The girl watched as the sharp blade of the blade swiftly approached her throat. Her whole life flashed before her eyes. She had already mentally resigned herself to the fact that she was about to die. However, an energy clot appeared from somewhere and in one fell swoop threw the assassin aside. For a couple more seconds, the girl didn't realize anything and held onto her throat. The assassin flew a great distance away. He clung to his chest. What kind of force shot was that? What the hell did that? Someone's soft voice was heard and a hand went up. How does a kid like him call her a devil? He seemed to have forgotten his place. The hand clenched into a fist and a wave of energy flowed from it. The assassin suddenly felt his whole body was shackled. He could hardly even breathe. 563. He finally realized what kind of technique this telekinesis key was. A woman dressed in an ancient uniform stood in front of Amy. He shook his head and said that she was in a pathetic state. The woman's eyes were also glowing with blue fire. Her smile stretched even wider. Pausing briefly, she called Amy her sister-in-law. His eyes lit up even more and a mischievous fire gleamed in them. The woman stood with her arms folded across her chest, and behind him stood a woman whose face was almost completely hidden by a large hat. There was an incredible energy emanating from these two. Amy realized that the ancient princess of spirits was standing in front of her. She raised her head. Her eyes were incredibly tired. This battle had worn the woman down a lot, and now she was barely conscious. The princess poked a finger at the blob of light. What was that dazzling energy? It smiled wider and wider. The woman twisted and groaned at the pain that pierced her entire body like a knife. The man came closer to her and took the woman by the face. Shouldn't she have a proper greeting with her mother-in-law after they hadn't seen each other for a long time? Amy gritted her teeth and muttered that she didn't even deserve to be her own blood. Guess she hadn't gotten out of the habit of making up all sorts of nonsense to herself yet. The woman smiled, and her habits and attitude are still the same as before. That's why she doesn't like her. The day will come when she will willingly call her mother-in-law. The murderer at this time was completely paralyzed, his body bent backwards. The man could not even move a finger, but only moaned in inhuman pain. He kneeled down. The restraining force was removed. What the hell is this monstrous energy? She is a master that defies all logic. The kind of person he wouldn't even be able to match with all the desire. A chill ran through the man's body. He realized that now he needed to get the hell out of here as soon as possible while he was still alive. Suddenly he remembered about the pills. He took a few out of his pocket and squeezed them in his hand. With this, he would be able to win after all. He looked at the pills with burning eyes. The others noticed too late that the man had broken free after all. There was demonic energy emanating from his body. He had managed to take a dose of pills after all, and now his body was skewered in half. The man screamed, the power literally his body from the inside out. The spirit princess looked at him with disdain. What kind of asshole is this? His body was completely consumed by the energy. A girl stood nearby and looked at her grandmother in surprise. The mercenary began to change before his eyes. His glasses cracked from overexertion. With this, he could easily win. The princess let go of the woman and Amy fell to the floor. What was he even talking about? The man stood in a small compartment and continued to accumulate magical energy in him. When he was sufficiently energized, it screamed that he was a loyal demon of Sung Hak, and now he would destroy them all. The man went completely insane from the overabundance of energy. However, he didn't have time to finish his sentence. The princess's powerful hand struck him right in the jaw. His glasses shattered instantly. He almost fainted from such force. The blow was so powerful that he flew with incredible speed in the opposite direction, and with his body broke the nearest house. At such speed, he simply broke out the wall, and a hole in the shape of a man's palm was formed at the impact together. Sung Hak was lying on the floor, unconscious. The man was knocked out instantly. His whole body was shackled again. He couldn't move even a finger. The princess grinned. No matter how he crawled, he still wasn't as strong as this old woman's arm alone. The princess smiled and said that when he wakes up, he will feel better, because this woman's hand has a soothing touch. Emmy looked at the princess in horror. How did she become so much stronger? What kind of strength is this? The woman hadn't fully recovered yet, but she already realized that the princess had become incredibly powerful. She walked closer to the woman and grinned as she said that she was every bit as aggressive as before. Still, some people never change. The old woman rubbed her arm and continued to watch the mercenary squirm in pain. An old man came out of the resulting hole with a quiet step. He said quietly that he thought it would become at least a little gentler with time. However, everything remained the same. As soon as the woman saw him, her cheeks were suddenly covered with a blush. She couldn't believe that she was seeing this man in front of her. Her face reflected incredible surprise. The old man came closer to her and suddenly thanked her. The woman continued to look at him perplexed. The old man continued to talk. The fact that she came here on purpose, amplifying her energy. Does that mean she gave him a chance to escape? The woman laughed. Even after that, he's here, which means he's going to die right now. Their unbearably long, ill-fated relationship is going to end right today. The old man was completely calm. He looked at the woman with some warmth, after all. Their relationship was making its presence known. Even though her character had changed, the old man frowned and asked, "Why has she gotten even uglier?" His eyebrows thickened even more, and he continued to stroke his small beard. Upon hearing these words, the woman literally twisted with anger. She grinned. Her eyes lit up red. She was ready to tear this old man on the spot. Gathering all her energy, she began to concentrate it for a powerful strike. A magic sphere was formed in her hand, completely filled with energy. Why won't he shut up? The woman jumped up and aimed her full power at him. Who does he think is responsible for this? The woman screamed with rage, heading straight for the harmless old man. However, the man wasn't going to back down. A blue sphere emitting powerful energy was also formed in his hand. He moved forward towards her, and with a sharp movement, he pointed his hand towards her. Their palms touched, and at that moment, the earth itself seemed to shake. The power of this energy was incredible. There was a sharp pop, followed by silence for a second. After a few seconds of silence, there was an incredible explosion. Even the space around them began to split in half. The small houses rose up as if they were toys. They were completely covered in fiery energy. Standing opposite each other, they spewed all their power outwards. Their powers seemed to be equal. Holding hands, they looked into each other's eyes. The old man said, "Turns out she has studied the wisdom book Spirit Flower." He had heard that her face was changing in exchange for improving the concentration of her inner power. That must be why she got so much uglier. The woman shouted for him to finally shut up. All this time, Emmy stood nearby and watched the startling fight. She had to cover her face with her hands because an incredible wind had picked up around her. The woman was horrified to see her father being pushed back. She had to help him at all costs. However, there was someone's soft hand on her shoulder. The woman turned her furious gaze to the side. The girl in the hat looked at her, and in a quiet, calm voice asked her to follow her. The man seemed to emit no emotion. Taeyeon lay unmoving. He still hadn't regained consciousness. His body was weakened after the poison, and now he needed to recover. It turned out that the guy didn't even notice the nightmare that was going on just a few meters away from him. She saw her son and screamed in fright. The boy was still lying motionless and was now completely defenseless. The girl's eyes glowed red. She began to concentrate her energy, looking menacing at this point. She looked at the exhausted boy as if he were prey. After a second, she rushed towards him, and his mother said she had to take him to the safe place. In one great leap, the woman reached the boy and swung at him with her weapon, a large fork-like weapon. Her movements were precise and quick, and she pounced on the boy like a bird of prey. The mother watched in horror as her child was on the verge of death, but she could not help, for she herself was very exhausted. The ancient princess of spirits fought with the old man in full force. They moved at the speed of light. The human eye could not keep track of them. Every now and then, bright flashes of light erupted around them. They were equal in strength, but the old man had lost some of his reaction due to his age. The princess swung her energy sphere. He didn't think about living a peaceful life after he destroyed their family, did he? The woman was furious. The old man bounced out of the line of attack just in time, and the woman's punch came straight into the ground. Cracks started to spread out from the impact. The whole ground shook again. Didn't he know that? She's not herself when possessed by a demonic spirit. With a bang, rocks rose into the air and immediately hovered in place. The old man stood in front of the woman and prepared to take the blow. This is earth magic, after all. The old man was trapped, surrounded by rocks that were ready to collapse on him and crush him at any moment. And the woman continued to scream with rage. In any case, their family had been destroyed by this very old man. The woman was ready to destroy anyone who got in her way. The old man was her father. She clasped her hands together, concentrating the maximum amount of energy. Her eyes burning, she was ready to crush him at this very second. Anger completely consumed her body. The old man didn't have time to react, and the stones began to shackle his whole body like shackles. He felt he couldn't move. The stones were squeezing his body harder and harder. Soon the old man found himself completely enclosed in a stone coffin. There was an energy shield around him that prevented his power from breaking through. He looked at the woman with a surprised look through his bushy eyebrows. Men couldn't believe it. She had already reached the highest realm of transformation. After all, this is the highest degree of enlightenment. The woman served her hands in a magical gesture. She said that she didn't regret the days she had spent together with him, concentrating even more magical power within herself. However, she is the guardian of the demonic spirit. A few more arms appeared behind her, and now she looked like an ancient demon. Now she will fulfill her duty. Energy began to emanate from her, filling the space around her. The old man imprisoned in the stone fortress could only watch it all. From behind the woman appeared the silhouette of an ancient deity, from which came an incredible light. The demon began to clench his hands to finally crush the stone block in which the old man was imprisoned. He watched then, as the demonic hands clenched over his head. In his final moments, he began to indulge in memories. The old man closed his eyes and completely calmed his soul. He remembered the face of the princess when she was still very young. She had beautiful deep blue eyes and long dark blue hair. Then at that time, she was incredibly beautiful. Then he himself was still young and full of vigor. Things would turn out that way. They were young and happy. Their lives were peaceful and harmonious. But nothing was meant to last forever. The woman remembered all this too. Their memories seemed to have crossed. She said goodbye to him in her mind. The woman closed her eyes and prepared to say goodbye to her past. She folded her palms, ready to crush the old man like a bug. Her soul was filled with sadness, but she had no other choice. She had to do her duty. However, something was wrong. She felt an incredible force of energy reach her. The woman opened her eyes and looked forward in front of her. The stone sphere in which the old man was imprisoned began to emit a violet glow. The woman had to close her eyes to avoid going blind. It was impossible. How could he survive that? Soon the sphere cracked with a crack, and a bright column of energy flew out of it. At the center of this pillar was a man, and he was overflowing with incredible magic power. Stones flew in different directions. The woman covered her face with her hands and stood on her feet with great difficulty from the fact that a real hurricane had risen around her. There was no trace of the decrepit old man. His body had changed into a completely different shape. His voice became rougher and as if younger. He said that he couldn't fully transfer the demonic spirit to her. He would no longer turn this world into chaos. The man stood in front of her in a completely new appearance. His hair became longer. Incredible power emanated from his body. The woman stood before him and couldn't believe her eyes. She clenched her teeth. A chill ran through her body. She couldn't believe what was happening. It was unbelievable. This appearance, the old man was 40 years younger. He held out his hand to the princess and invited her to come with him to the afterlife of spirits. His eyes became clear and pure as in his youth, and his thick eyebrows turned back to black. At this time, the granddaughter of the ancient spirit princess intended to kill Kana. Her weapon was already moving towards the immobile boy. The mother watched as her child was on the verge of death, but she could do nothing. Horror glittered in her eyes. She was about to lose her most precious possession. Still, the weapon reached its target and pierced the boy's chest. He let out only a stifled groan. Droplets of blood splattered in different directions. A few seconds later, the woman flew backwards from the incredible blow. After that, her entire body, however, the weapon continued to stick out of the boy's chest. The mother tried with all her might to protect her child. She pressed the stranger against the wall so hard that cracks went down the wall. The woman was like a demon risen from hell. She was ready to tear apart anyone who touched her child. Her eyes glowing with demonic energy, she screamed, "How dare she touch her son? What did she do to her child?" After hesitating, the woman replied that she had merely removed the poison from his body. She looked at Emmy with calm, deep eyes. For a second, the mother seemed to come to her senses. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. She thought her child was dead. This was the woman who wanted to kill him. However, her thoughts were interrupted by the boy's coughing. Taeyong began to cough, and out of his mouth fell the evil, same poisonous scolopendra. The boy finally came to his senses. He was alive and well. The mother immediately rushed to her son and took him under her arms. The boy looked at her with an uncomprehending look. He didn't seem to realize what was going on around him. His body was still very weak from the poison. He started to look around and asked where his grandfather was. The woman looked away. She didn't know how to explain to her son what had happened. She just silently looked away. The boy continued talking. He said that his grandfather had told him everything. The woman looked at him with a surprised look, but still didn't know what to say. The boy continued. He said that his grandfather had told him everything about the immortal lord. He smiled. He seemed to be all right after all. Amy looked at him in surprise. Her eyes widened with wonder. What did it all mean? She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Had her son guessed everything? She rushed to him and hugged him tightly. The boy was still looking around, perplexed. She said there was nothing to worry about. She would always be there for her son, no matter who he became. The granddaughter of the Spirit Queen said that there was a way to get rid of the demonic spirit. Everyone looked in her direction in surprise. There was a pause between them for a few seconds. Emmy couldn't believe her ears. Was it true? Kang nodded his head and said that it was true, it was there, and his grandfather had told him about it. The boy remembered his grandfather's words. He told the boy to listen carefully to what he was about to tell him. He heard it when his grandfather was healing his wounds. The old man said that the infamous assassin, the immortal lord that everyone was talking about, it is none other than himself. At these words, the boy was horrified. He looked at his grandfather with an uncomprehending gaze. Was it really so? He really did not want to believe it. The old man said that the disappearance of the boy's father, probably his Kara, completed his sins. He said this with incredible pity in his voice. It was obvious that he regretted what he had done. He sank into his childhood memories. remembered when he was just a silly little kid, no different from the rest of the town. An arrogant child who liked to use all his power. He saw no one but himself. His ego was unbelievable in size. He thought he was all-powerful and was able to go head-to-head no matter what. By that time, he had destroyed several schools. He had his own family to protect. But he still couldn't get rid of the thought and the desire for destruction. His head was filled with pride, and he had a beloved wife, who was now Kana's grandmother. He loved this woman immensely, more than life itself. And also he had a favorite son, the boy's father, Kang Jihan, a child who became the center of his attention. He loved his family immensely and wanted to keep them safe from his mistakes of the past. However, things didn't quite happen as he expected. The price for his past mistakes proved to be too great. The people he defeated held a grudge against him and set fire to his house. His wife died in that fire. The pain remained forever in his life. The man wept bitterly, but there was nothing he could do. Then he vowed to take revenge on everyone who had anything to do with the arson. He refused to admit that it was all because of his actions. He saw nothing but his grief and resentment for everyone around him. That's when these men came to him. They were dressed in white hoods that completely hid their faces. Then the man was overwhelmed with grief and was ready to agree to any condition. They were members of an ancient sect of spirits, those who worshipped the demonic spirit. The people of Murim had always despised and slighted any demon worshippers, and they in turn wanted revenge. That's where their paths converged. The man had no choice but to accept their terms, and so their goals aligned. He foolishly agreed, hoping he could use the demonic spirit to his advantage. However, it didn't seem so bad at first. He didn't feel much change. Even the boy's father seemed to have forgotten about his sadness lingering over the loss of his mother. However, things were not so simple. As soon as the demonic spirit was able to awaken, the man fell into an endless abyss of despair. His soul forgotten by the darkness. He didn't know what to do next. All he wanted was revenge. It was as if he'd lost all his humanity. All he remembers from that period is the endless screams of agony, the stench of blood. He doesn't know how many years had passed by the time he was finally able to regain his consciousness and finally awaken from the endless bloody sleep. The first thing he saw was the face of his son, looking at his father in horror. He tried to shout to him, and he finally succeeded. The boy's father stood before him and watched in horror as the man literally turned gray before his eyes. He didn't look like himself. His whole body was emaciated, and his mind was just beginning to return to normal. He looked at his son with swollen eyes and could not believe what he was seeing. His body was completely weakened. There was a distinct smell of blood in his nose, and the man began to realize what he had done. During the time he had been possessed by that spirit and a member of that cursed sect, he had ruined countless lives. He literally stood on the bones of those he killed. People will long remember him as a bloody butcher. His son helped him up and they walked home together. The boy's father studied the fundamental breathing techniques and the gathered treasures of the demonic spirit. He absorbed his demonic spirit and put an end to the horrible slaughter. And all the old man had to do was hide, lost among the multitudes, unable to come to terms with what he had done in his past life. He tried to start a new life, tried to forget the nightmare that had haunted him all these years. Many years have passed since then. Generations had already changed, and people were beginning to forget about the immortal Lord. Kana's father had brought him here. The curse of the demonic spirit could be reborn through inheritance. The old man could sense the demonic spirit inside the boy. That's when he realized that all this was just retribution for his past deeds. Now, he couldn't just get rid of it. The old man realized that it was bound to happen sooner or later, but he still wasn't ready for it. That was the day he last saw Kana's father. He had gone somewhere very far away, and since then, there hadn't been a single word about him. As the boy listened to all this, tears came to his eyes. He was trying to digest what he had just heard. There was too much information that was very hard to comprehend. The boy thought of his father, and he felt unbearably sad. The old man furrowed his eyebrows and missed his drooping gaze. It was very hard for him to talk about it, but sooner or later he had to tell his grandson. Now the man only waited for one thing, what the boy would say in response. The old man looked at him and continued to heal his wounds. He said that to completely suppress the demonic spirit, the boy must fulfill 3 conditions. Kang tensed up and began to listen intently. The conditions were the following points of finding the ancient jade, releasing the fundamental breathing technique, and finding the awakened magical spirit treasure. Only by fulfilling these three conditions could at least somehow secure oneself from this monstrous curse. The boy thought about it. He was still too young, and he was already carrying such a heavy burden. The old man had said he would not allow the boy to be entwined in the cycle of this curse. By all means, he must free himself and break this vicious circle. The girl removed a small gold earring from her ear. Her eyes were the same amber color, and she squinted at the boy with a good-natured look. The woman seemed very eager to help. She gave the boy an earring and told him to take it for himself. The boy looked at all this with astonishment and tried to think of something. His mother was sitting next to him, also watching from the sidelines. He got a small piece of jewelry in the palm of his hand, a gold earring with a small green stone inside. Taeyeon looked at the gift with surprise. It was the same demonic jade that Grandpa had talked about, and his eyes widened with surprise. This was already the first condition for release. The guy continued to stare at the earring with his eyes wide open. There was a very strong demonic aura emanating from this piece of jewelry. This earring was much heavier than a normal piece of jewelry. The boy could literally feel its weight. The girl looked at him with a serious look and began to speak. It is a jade that contains a spell that suppresses the will of the demonic spirit. His grandfather was furious that he didn't have this jade. Amy picked up her son and helped him stand up. She looked at the girl gratefully and apologized in a quiet voice for wanting to strangle her. The woman helped her son up. However, she could barely stay on her feet herself. The fight strong and winded her. Her body completely weakened. The woman groaned, however struggled to stay on her feet. A cold rain was starting to fall all around. The boy looked in the direction where the battle continued and worriedly asked, "Is his grandfather going to be all right?" They had become even closer lately. He wanted to learn as much as he could about his curse, and most importantly, how he could avoid becoming as possessed. The woman looked at the old man fighting the Spirit Queen and said that they should hurry up and get out of here. It looked like they were really going to finish each other off. Emmy asked the girl, "What about her? What about her?" Now she was worried about her savior. The woman looked at her with a good-natured look and smiled slightly. It appeared that she wasn't worried about anything at all, her deep yellow eyes seeming to absorb everything around her. She leaned over to the woman and whispered something in her ear. It was impossible to hear it, for the noise of the rain and the rumble of the battle breaking out drowned out everything around them. From what she heard, Amy's eyes widened to their fullest extent. The woman's breath caught. She was definitely not prepared for this turn of events. Meanwhile, the battle was heating up more and more. The Queen of Spirits was striking with incredible speed. She fought with all her might and tried to finish off her old man because of whom she had ruined her whole life. The old man fought hard. He couldn't be allowed to let such horrifying events happen again. He had accumulated enough energy and was now fighting at full strength. His eyes were burning red fire. He wasn't going to back down even for a second. They fought at the limit of their abilities. Their movements were like flashes of light. The man reflected all the attacks. But the Queen of Spirits was not going to retreat. The woman swung around and aimed her sphere of energy straight at the old man. Her eyes filled with a white veil. She saw nothing but the desire to kill the damn freak who had ruined her life. All she saw in him now was a threat. Swinging around, the woman launched a wave of demonic energy at him, sizzling everything in its path. However, the old man was still faster. He was behind her back in 1 second and was already preparing his attack. The woman didn't have time to react, but still felt danger creeping up behind her. The old man still struck. The woman flew back a few dozen meters. There was a deafening clap. The blow hit the target. Although the man was an old man, he had an incredible amount of knowledge and spiritual techniques. The woman couldn't believe her eyes. It was simply impossible. How could he return to his immortal lord form? He had lost his demonic spirit after all. After his blow, the old man took 1 step to approach directly to the woman from the back, his eyes lighting up even more. He said that he was very sorry. An incredible sadness could be heard in his voice. The woman's back felt death approaching her. The man concentrated all his demonic energy into one fist and prepared to deliver one last crushing blow to finally break this endless chain of violence. He began to move with some kind of astonishing speed, faster than anyone alive today. He was beating the woman as hard as he could. She was flying from side to side, but the man immediately caught her and continued beating her. She could no longer follow his movements. The old man's foot came close to her face, and there was a crushing blow. She felt herself losing consciousness. Finally, losing all her strength, she fell to the floor, and the ground opened up beneath her. Her body was completely weakened. She could no longer fight. The old man was much stronger. The old man swooped down on her from above like a kite and pinned her to the ground even harder so that she certainly couldn't break free. The woman tried, but it was useless. The old man was much faster and stronger than her. The woman coughed up blood and felt that this would be the end of her. Her eyes glowed red, demonic energy overflowing her soul. The woman still couldn't accept her defeat. She screamed, her scream changing into some sort of inhuman growl. The old man looked at her with clear blue eyes and asked in an affectionate voice, "Does she need a demonic spirit to unleash its fury on the world? But it is better to let her let go of her anger, to finally free her soul." The woman couldn't stop lashing out. She shouted that every inhabitant of this world dreamed of getting a demon spirit at their disposal, and he was among them. The old man shook his head. It wasn't like that. He pinned the woman to the ground even harder, trying to contain her incredible strength. He said he did it because he loved her. For a second, the girl seemed to come to her senses. Her eyes cleared again, taking on a bright blue color. For a second, hope flashed through her soul. She remembered those distant times when they were happy. The man looked at her with pity. He was very wistful at this thought, that never again would he be able to return everything as it was. He repeated, he loved her, and was willing to do anything to gain the respect of her family, including becoming a murderer. The woman gritted her teeth. What was he saying? Her anger began to overwhelm her again. She could no longer deal with the resentment that had plagued her soul for years. The woman gathered her strength and pushed the old man away. He flew far back. Don't let him make her laugh. It's all an insolent lie. Fury gave her strength. She was ready to fight again. She jumped to her feet, and a fiery energy began to emanate from her body. She was like a demon who came from the deepest depths of hell to take bloody revenge. The man stopped nearby and realized that he had no other choice. Talking would not solve all this, so he had to kill her. The woman screamed again. If he loved her, why did he run away? She couldn't bear to be abandoned to her fate. She couldn't forgive it, but her body was on fire, and rage filled her soul. The silhouette of a demon formed behind her back, and it stretched its huge arm forward, aiming to crush all living things in its path. The demon had broken free, and was now destined to create chaos and destruction all around it. The man got into a stance and began to fight back, building up all his energy and power. He screamed this was the only way to save his son. He unleashed his demon. Only he would be able to resist such power. Soon a figure formed behind him. A horrible creature stood behind his back. A demonic aura emanated from it, exterminating all living things in its path. The demon's eyes burned with fire. Its mouth was full of sharp fangs. The man stood on the arm of this demon and continued to accumulate power. The princess looked at her lover. Her eyes blazing with rage. She would stop at nothing now. She would destroy everything in her path. The man himself realized that this seemed to be the end for both of them. He regretted his actions, but nothing could be changed. All that was left was to end the battle here and now. They rushed towards each other. The demonic creatures roared behind their backs. Something was about to happen that would change this world once and for all. They were moving at each other with incredible speed. Just seconds more and everything would be decided in an instant. An incredible explosion shook the surroundings. It appeared that the universe itself was about to split in two. An incredible amount of energy was released outward, and the air started to become viscous and heavy. The woman looked back and stared fearfully at the horror going on behind her. On her shoulders lay her exhausted son, whom she was obliged to protect at all costs. The man's eyes glowed red as he watched with interest as the explosion unfolded outside the window. He couldn't take his eyes off such a beautiful sight. It was the first time he had ever seen such a large amount of energy. He sat in his office and lightning flashed behind him. The energy was spreading throughout the city. Even the walls of a large building began to shake. The man squinted his eyes. At this moment he realized that it seems this city has turned into a bloodbath again. History repeats itself. It seems humanity never learns from it. In a large capsule that was filled with some kind of liquid connected to many wires was a girl. She was asleep, or in some kind of sleep. The device was truly horrible. It was a secret drug lab. The girl's eyes were closed. She didn't seem to realize where she was. She seemed to be having some kind of beautiful dream. There were 3 people in the room, 2 of them dressed in suits standing on either side of the table. Sebastian was sitting at the table, watching today's newscast. The newscaster's voice was animatedly saying that their reporter on the scene reported that about 600 people had been evacuated. No exact information on the number of casualties had been given yet. Sebastian turned to one of his charges and said he could hear. The man looked at him in surprise and asked what he was hearing. Sebastian sighed and said he could hear the smell of money pouring in. There is good money to be made on all this. The man closed his eyes and listened to the newscast with pleasure. His ward understood nothing and asked again, "What does he mean?" Sebastian looked at him irritated and asked, "Is he an idiot? Why does he have to explain everything twice?" He sighed and said that in the entire world, only an immortal lord could do such a thing. But that wasn't important right now. What was more important was that with that explosion, all the energy of some extremely powerful entity disappeared. Sebastian squinted his eyes. He needed to find out as much as he could about this. Something seemed to be starting to get through to his ward as well. He shook with fear and began to stutter. Sebastian smiled and asked, "Did he finally get it?" He picked up 1 packet of pills and started twirling it around in his hands. A whole niche has been vacated, and there are naturally countless people who will want to fill it, and to be faster than their competitors, and they will definitely need this drug, which they assassins distribute with great success. The 2 men looked at each other with goosebumps running down their backs. They had a lot of work to do. This case promised to be extremely successful, but also extremely dangerous. Sebastian leaned back in his chair and asked, "What distribution channels are still functioning?" The man retorted that after the previous attack, only the eastern one remained. The vice president thought for a moment. Only 1 channel. Yes, not only would it take time to restore all the distribution channels, but they were also at risk of being discovered by the police. It just kept getting worse and worse. But on top of all that, that masked degenerate is trying to ruin everything. In any case, he couldn't let this opportunity go. He had to act now or he would sink a lot of money. The man folded his hands into a lock and began to think. It was still necessary to somehow expand the distribution network of the products at minimal expense. What if they completely accidentally spread it to a vast audience? The thought seemed brilliant to him. Exactly, that's how it would work. We could use the ancient moon. At last there would be a use for these bums. His eyes lit up with a new idea. The man snapped his fingers. He ordered to tell the Black Unorthodox Alliance that they were doubling the distribution of the drug, and that they required a steady supply of products on an appropriate scale. His underlings nodded and shouted that it would be done. Several people stood on a small island in the middle of the inner labor, with some sort of throne in front of them. The people seemed to be waiting for something. Among these people were the highest of the clan. They were dressed appropriately. They seemed to be having some sort of secret gathering. One of the men sighed heavily and said that he couldn't believe that it had already been 7 years since their last gathering in this place. It was one of the 4 great guardians of the Black Alliance, Grand Guardian Yu Jaiho.
The other man laughed to think that he would be able to see this beautiful power again. It was one of the 4 great guardians, the martial baboon Siok Bojong.
The girl standing next to them looked at them with a disdainful look. If it wasn't for the Alliance Master, she would have preferred not to see their faces on principle. It was heavenly dancer Li Yeren. The already familiar man in the red tuxedo looked at her and said with a smile, could she at least now pretend to be happy to see her family? Young Biome seemed to be the only one happy to see these people. The girl looked at him irritably. Family? Everyone I shouldn't interfere with her work, right? The man spread his hands. He's only getting his share. Her words might upset him. Young Biome smiled widely and asked, or was he wrong? After a short pause, he called the girl hostess. His face read a great deal of sarcasm and mockery. The man's eyes lit up. They stood opposite each other. There was a pause between them. and it was felt that the atmosphere between these two was gradually heating up. It seemed that something was about to happen, and so it happened. The girl did not tolerate the insult to her address and furiously rushed into the attack. A blade formed in her hand, her eyes lit up with anger, and she called the man a bastard. The man didn't hesitate either. He concentrated a lot of energy in himself and prepared to attack. There was never any coherence between them, even though they were something like a family. The man looked at the girl as a victim and was going to finish her off immediately. He swung his fist, which already had a weapon in it. However, the baboon quickly blocked it, getting on the defense. A fight could not be allowed to break out again here in front of their gathering. Jae-ho blocked the girl, and before she could react, she was caught in his grasp. He intercepted her arm, which already had a curved dagger in it, with a powerful movement. The others began to separate them to prevent a more serious fight. Jae-ho looked at the girl with a cold, serious look. He said they didn't come here to fight. Let the girl calm her fervor. She stopped and sighed heavily. Well, to hell with it. It was time to stop. She realized that she had gotten angry herself. 209 Seok Bojong teeth began to speak. He certainly understood the position he was in, but didn't the man think he was crossing the line? He looked at his younger brother with judgment. He was sick of the two of them fighting all the time. Steel Fist smiled. In order to survive, sometimes you have to get your hands dirty. He didn't mind killing whoever stood in his way. The man squinted at him. After a second, his eyes glowed red. His soul was filled with anger. He wanted to finally put this upstart in his place. Maybe he should raise his rate of profit a little. The man was apparently unhappy with his current state of affairs. The baboon looked at him like a predator at its prey, even though Jin had matured in appearance. But he can be arrogant. The man looked at his little brother with disdain, sharp teeth gleaming in his mouth. Now there was going to be a no-nonsense fight again. However, a few seconds before they started, they were stopped. Someone's voice shouted for them to finally shut up already. This senseless slaughter had to stop already, enough already. Besides, the Alliance Master had already arrived. The throne that stood in the middle of this islet began to glow. A pillar of light descended on it from the sky, completely engulfing it. The chair began to rise. A capsule of doors formed underneath it, which slowly began to open. Soon a human figure emerged from it. She walked slowly as if floating in the air. The girl was dressed in a maid's uniform, but no one would even think of making a joke about it. She walked a few meters and stopped not far from the others, resting her hands on her sides. The others froze in place and looked at the girl with frightened eyes. In an instant they were silent and forgot their enmity. Now they stood at attention and did not even think of moving from their seats. In a second, they all fell to their knees, the girl with the pink hair and not a word yet. She looked at them as if they were underlings. 4 great guardians of the Black Unorthodox Alliance, meet your master. The girl sighed and sat down on her throne. There were circles under her eyes from being underground for so long. She sighed heavily and said that she had forgotten how beautiful the air on the surface was. She opened her eyes and looked at her subject's dazzling pink color. She ordered everyone to raise their heads. The girl was a black demon lord. Her name was Ju Neeson. Jae-ho bowed his head and congratulated her on reaching the rejuvenation stage. They were genuinely happy to have her back. Alliance Masters. The man said this with an ineffable trepidation in his voice. He didn't even dare to raise his head and look at Master. The woman smiled and looked at him. It had been several years now. Apparently the man had been suffering from stress all this time, right? He had aged so much, hadn't he? Then she looked at Aaron and said with a smile that she had become much more beautiful. And the baboon hasn't changed at all, Injdet. They raised their heads and looked at their master in awe. They listened to her unquestioningly. She was an iron authority for them. The girl looked away embarrassed. She said in a quiet, timid voice that compared to her master, her beauty was simply insignificant. Her voice was barely audible. The master shifted her gaze to young Biome. The man looked at her without raising his gaze. She said in a quiet voice that his energy level had increased noticeably. The man bowed even lower and said he was honored that she was paying attention. The woman looked at him smiling and asked if he would show them his progress. She put her hand forward and an energy sphere formed on her fingers. The man suddenly felt that his whole body was chained with energy. He couldn't move a finger and just stared at his mistress like a statue. The woman applied a spell that immobilized the man completely. A second later, he soared into the air and his body began to constrict with energy shackles. He screamed, but only a strangled croak escaped his throat. He couldn't move or break free. The man just hung in the air like a marionette. The master just looked at him and smiled. She asked, "Is he embarrassed?" "Come on already, let him show something already." The man was writhing in pain. He couldn't even move. He had mastered the 10-star Black Demon technique, but even that technique was no match for his master's strength. The man realized this, but he couldn't say anything. His vocal cords simply couldn't make a sound. The tension became so great that the earrings in his ears began to burst like balloons. There was a crunch, and one of the earrings fell out of his ear. The man continued to squirm but could do nothing. Jae-ho. Watching all of this, a chill ran through his body. To think she had spent so many years completely alone after all. And still she continued to build up her power. Without a doubt, the Alliance Master had reached the highest realm of telekinesis. It was an incredible technique. The woman, meanwhile, brought the man closer to her and held his face. Were the earrings too long for his age? After all, he knows perfectly well how much she cares for him. The man stammered and tried to say something, but he was unable to do so. Soon the master released him and the man collapsed to the floor. He thanked the master and fate for keeping him alive. The baboon was furious, his eyes burning with fire. Why does the Alliance Master only care about this talentless freak? If it were him, he would be in his place. However, the guy didn't have time to finish his anger as the master turned to him. His face lit up with happiness, finally being noticed. The man smiled widely and turned to look at the master with eyes shining with happiness. The woman looked at her hand, and in an indifferent tone asked if he could find any information for her begging sign information about the immortal master. She was very curious to know what they had been doing all these years. The man started gibbering. Of course he was able to get some information. Just yesterday, the immortal sovereigns had finally revealed himself on Kanwando Hill at 10 p.m. They were able to find out that he had a serious battle in which aura was even used. They saw an incredible amount of energy released outwards. This battle could be seen from afar. It felt like two demons were fighting. He got down on one knee and continued his report. They had already started searching for the location, and the man was confident that they would be able to find the Overlord very soon. The man told this with great enthusiasm, and the hope that the master would still be satisfied. However, the woman asked, "So is that it?" The man was stunned for a moment. Yes. He didn't realize what he had done wrong. The woman looked at him with a non-sensual gaze. What's he talking about? She's wondering where the immortal overlords are now. Why would she want this empty information? She looked at him with a look like she was ready to kill him right now. She rested her head on his shoulder and asked, "Where is the immortal lord now?" The baboon began to stutter in a shaky voice and said that they hadn't found him yet. The woman fell silent and continued to stare at her subordinate. The man realized at that moment that he had made a monstrous mistake. The ground beneath his feet began to shake and pebbles began to rise into the air. So what the hell had he been doing all this time while she was undergoing rejuvenation? The woman was furious. Her eyes lit up with anger. What a useless brat. She was furious that these people had failed to learn anything in such a long time. Her eyes were burning. She was ready to sizzle them here and now. From afar, it could be seen that the woman was literally covered in fire, and had turned into a pillar of fire. She was simply furious, and her servants were on their knees, unable to even move. Jae-ho started to shake with fear. The thing is crappy. An unbelievable terror flashed in his eyes. If nothing could be done, the Alliance Master would wipe them out with rage. He had to do something now, or else they would all be finished. In a trembling voice, young Byom said that despite all this, he had managed to find the immortal lord's grandson. The woman, as soon as she heard these words, immediately tempered her fervor. She stopped being angry, and her eyes stopped burning. The man said that, to be more precise, he found a YouTube video in which this boy is showing off his demonic spirit martial arts. Through investigation, he found out that this kid is the first member of the 34th generation of the University of Police. The woman stood up from her seat. The grandson of the Overlord. This was already interesting. The man continued to kneel down and replied in a trembling voice that it was all so-and-so. The woman thought for a moment and looked up at the sky. She had calmed down and now she was thinking about something. Her eyes were fixed on the heavenly vista. After a second, she put her hand to her head and diligently began to think about her next plan of action. She even closed her eyes. After that, smiling, she turned to the baboon in a cocky voice. It looked at her with trembling eyes and waited for instructions. After that, the woman told the man to enroll her in the police university where the guy was enrolled. The man didn't understand anything yet and kept looking at his master with a dazed look. He still hadn't gotten over the fact that it was the woman who wanted to kill them all. Putting her foot on her leg, she smilingly looked at her subordinates. She had another ingenious plan. With this, she is going to capture the immortal lord. The university was bustling with life. Its grounds were huge. There was a tennis court, a soccer field, and even small swimming pools. All the facilities to make the students feel as comfortable as possible. Kang stood in front of the university entrance, hesitating to enter. He had a lot of thoughts in his head, and he was anxious because it was his first day of school. Besides, he had experienced many traumatic events before. In front of him, people were rushing around. Apparently they were students. The boy looked at it all with confident eyes. He put all doubts aside and was ready for new accomplishments. He spat on the ground and prepared himself for what lay ahead. In the main police office stood 3 men, the same men who are investigating the energy-enhancing drug. The military police is a force created to prevent, suppress, and investigate crimes in the city in order to protect the lives and property of citizens. The university that the boy is to attend was created so that people could develop talent suitable for military police work by learning proper behavior and the martial arts they need. A man stood behind the podium and explained to the newly arrived students the first rule of behavior in this place. Also, on top of all this, the 34th group of newcomers to the university will also be enrolled for 4 years of study. Kang stood in the crowd of people and listened carefully to the man's story. He had a lot to learn. Next to him was a recent acquaintance he had already become friends with. He looked at all of this and almost yawned. How boring it was. He was sick of listening to this lecture. Did he really think they didn't know such basic things before they came here? He asked Taeyeon, was the guy even listening to him? The boy looked at him with eyes shining with happiness. He didn't know where to put his joy. He was very happy that he had made the right choice to join the military police. The boy looked at him with a surprised look. Is this boy crazy? The boy had been writing down every word he heard in his diary all this time. He's going to learn martial arts from different sects, right? Like the air blast sword of the Manhwa sect. And his comrade looked at him in surprise. What sect is that? He didn't know what to answer. His comrade's temper was too turbulent. He seemed to have taken to studying here with a lot of enthusiasm, even more than expected. A man with long gray hair stood looking at the man who lay on the floor in front of him, almost unconscious. What a disappointment. He had expected so much more. But the man was lying face down on the floor, unable to move. The man looked at his disciple with a different look and asked, does he think it's worthy to call himself the son of a mountain sect leader in this state? How naive. His gaze was cold and stern. The man lying on the floor began to drum his fists in anger. He didn't know where to put himself and almost cried out in annoyance. Military Police University. He had entered a place where only the best of the best could get in. Isn't that right? What else does that old man expect him to do? The man was silent for a while and continued to look at the boy with a stern look. He said he guesses he doesn't know yet. What it's like to be a sect leader, right? He clutched his wooden sword tightly in his hand. What a pathetic little brat, worthless, and only knows how to be arrogant. The man was very annoyed. It was the first time he had ever had such a useless disciple. The boy looked at his teacher with helpless eyes. Even if he fought with all his might, it still wouldn't be enough to defeat this man. The boy was in a hopeless situation. He had already lost faith in himself. These were just his memories from the past. These thoughts kept him from living peacefully, however. He tried his best to surpass himself. The boy stared in front of him with an unblinking gaze. Taeyeon looked at him with a surprised look. What's wrong with him? The guy seemed to come to his senses and said that everything was fine. It wasn't a big deal. However, his appearance left a lot to be desired. They stood in a large crowd of rookies who were listening intently to the man from the podium. The man continued to speak in a sonorous voice. The military police university will provide them. All those who are trying to become a member of the military police, a place to learn. Mentors and teachers will become their mentors. This is so that they can improve their skills without any restrictions. So they will go through all the tests together with the students. The boys stood and were silent to every word of this man. They, the new generation, are in the future members of the military police. Among everyone, number 2 was also standing. He looked at the teacher with a cold gaze. This guy was moving swiftly towards his goal, and for him there seemed to be no obstacles. He could even kill a man to achieve his ideal. The man kept talking, smiling at the new student. He said he wanted to congratulate them on their enrollment. However, the man didn't notice the ninja flying at him from behind, already swinging his huge sword. It only took a few seconds before the man was cut in half. He didn't even realize what had happened at first, as a line spread along his entire body, gradually splitting him in half. He didn't even have time to finish his sentence as his body began to disintegrate into pieces. The man lost consciousness and died instantly, but his tongue was still moving. His eyes went in different directions and his body began to split in 2 parts. The mysterious assassin stopped, his sword slicing the man in half in a split second. His eyes burning, the unfortunate teacher's body disintegrated. The students watched in horror as their teacher was murdered right in front of their eyes on the first day of their training. A wave of horror ran through everyone. No one knew what to do. Number 2 didn't seem to react at all to what had happened. He continued to watch the student council president being killed. A commotion started around him, but the guy stood unmoved. A few seconds passed and the whole group of new students started yelling, "The student council president is dead. We have to run." Ninja still stood on the podium and looked at the students. However, he didn't move forward. The guys didn't realize what was happening. They had to run. To save their lives instead of moving towards the exit, the other students who also wanted to save their lives were rushing by them. However, they were not destined to get out of here. The entrance was blocked by several more assassins. All the students stopped just a few meters away. The men in black robes blocked the entrance and started waving their swords. Another entrance was also blocked. The students were trapped. Within seconds, a bloody massacre would begin. People were terrified. None of them would even think of approaching these murderers. However, no one could help them either. The killer looked at his victims with glowing eyes. Well, it's time to begin. He swung his sword with anticipation, realizing that he would now begin the sacrifice of human souls. The events moved to the university police dormitory. This is where the students studying here usually lived. Jiho was standing near the window and was talking passionately on the phone with someone. She was definitely annoyed about something. Her voice was shouting and the whole dormitory seemed to hear her. She wrinkled her face in disgust and asked how could he say such a thing to her. There was still silence on the other side of the tube. The girl screamed that she didn't want to see him even once more. Suddenly, her conversation was interrupted by an open door. Her roommate also appeared on the doorstep. The girl greeted her friend cheekily and entered the room uninvited. Jaeho stopped talking on the phone, and goosebumps ran down her back. Kim Boa ran up to her friend and started asking who she was talking to. Was it a guy? Yes, it was a guy. Yujiho started to make excuses. It wasn't a guy. However, her friend didn't want to hear anything. She approached the girl and told her that she should be sure to tell her about when she would have a boyfriend. The girl poked her finger in the chest too and called her a sly bitch. Jiho began in a trembling voice to say that it was the headman. She asked to hurry for the ceremony had already begun. The friend laughed. What a good time. However, there was a look of irritation on her face. She turned around and walked back towards the exit. Well then, we'd better hurry. The girl agreed with her friend. We had to get ready. The ceremony was already in full swing. She looked at her phone screen and put her finger to the contact lock icon. She didn't want to talk to that person ever again in her life. However, she didn't do anything but just turned her phone off. Later, and now she had to go. At this time, the ceremony was in complete chaos. No one knew who this question mark was. Everyone was terrified. People were ruled by panic. Where did this guy come from? People stood in their seats for a while, not knowing what to do. Kang turned his head in different directions and didn't understand anything. Why did this happen? There's no way out anywhere. They were just blocked here. And now they're being slaughtered like cattle. Suddenly, he felt someone's foot on his shoulder. The unknown guy pushed away from him like an obstacle and flew upwards. The boy didn't even have time to react and realize what was happening. The man jumped so high that he even flew. He flew straight towards the ninja who was standing and kept glaring at the innocent students. No one realized what was going on. The killer was in shock. He looked at the boy who flew at him like a kite. He had no time to do anything but just drilled the boy with his red eyes. The boy flew up to the assassin and put his foot forward. The ninja only had time to cover himself with his hands. The blow came right on his hands, and the man had to work hard to stay on his feet. The blow was so strong that the mercenary flew a few meters away and slowed down with great difficulty. The force of the blow, even the walls shook. This student was clearly not an ordinary student. Number 2 stood there, looking at the mercenary with red eyes. He made a gesture with his hand, urging him to attack. The boy looked at him with a concentrated gaze. He realized that not only his life, but the lives of the other students depended on it now. The murderer came to a rage. What a degenerate. Who was this student anyway? He's just a little boy. How dare he hit him? Kang Kang was furious. How dare that kid step on his shoulder? What kind of disrespect? It's only number 2. The boy's honor was hurt. He was furious and wanted revenge for being treated so rudely. However, at the last moment, he felt a fist moving towards his head at an unthinkable speed. The boy felt it with his energy field. He had to act instantly or he would be knocked out immediately. The boy jumped aside, and a few centimeters away from his face slid the killer fist that was already trying to finish off one of the students. The guy looked on in horror as events unfolded with astonishing speed. The assassin acted swiftly, his every move honed to perfection. The guy looked at it with horror and realized that his opponent was quite serious. However, he was not going to give up. He could not retreat. The boy hesitated, and the killer took advantage of the moment to grab his shoulder and began to knock him down. The boy did not expect such a turn, and did not have time to react. The murderer tripped him, and the boy fell to the ground without keeping his balance. He realized at that moment that he was in mortal danger. A fight ensued. The murderer swung around to finish off his victim, who fell off his feet with one precise blow. The man looked at the boy with a fierce gaze. Just seconds more, and it would be over. However, the boy was not so simple. He gathered the will in his fist and dodged at the last moment. The assassin's blow came right into the floor. The boards cracked. However, the boy was unharmed. A few seconds later, the boy saw that the assassin was in front of his face. He intended to strike a direct blow to the face. The lad saw all this, but the movements were so fast that he had to react instantly. He covered himself with his arm in time and bounced back. The boy was unharmed, but the blow was incredibly strong. This man is powerful, even too powerful. Not like a normal man. Better to think about such things later. Now concentrate on the fight. Number 2 at this moment was fighting several ninjas at once. He moved like a professional assassin. It seemed to be a whole game to him. Even though he was alone against several people, he easily withstood their onslaught. Kijok fighting one of the assassins, his hands were like knives. He moved with such speed that his hands cut through the air like a knife. Even though he was unarmed, his hands were his main weapon. Taeyong fought the assassin. He easily dodged his attacks, even though the man was only a few centimeters away from the boy. His knife sliced through the air, and the whoosh could be heard everywhere. The boy dodged, but with every second the man was getting closer. The boy, however, managed to wait it out in an instant and intercept the assassin's arm. He made a grab, immobilized the hand that held the sword. Now the initiative was on his side. The lad grasped the assassin's arm and wrenched it with such force that the man could not keep his feet, and fell to the floor. Now the lad was ready. Now he fought at full strength. He realized that now his life depended only on his actions. Making a grab, the guy hit the man with his elbow with such force that the energy threw him far back. The assassin didn't have time to react, and now flew straight into the wall. After flying a few meters, the man in the black suit hit the wall with a loud sound. These people are all strong opponents. How did they just get here? How did they get into the military police university? It was simply impossible. The boy's musings were interrupted by someone who pushed off his head and almost snapped the boy's neck. He only managed to quack. Who the hell was that? Number 2 easily jumped over him and found himself in front. The killer was already running after him. The guy didn't even have time to react. The boy's movements were phenomenal. In a second, the second number was already on his feet and swung his legs straight into his stomach. The kid flew off, knocking down the ninja who was standing behind him. Kang was furious. How dare that bastard hit him? This was the second time. The assassin was standing behind him and seemed to be preparing to strike, but number 2 didn't even seem to be listening to him. He swung his leg to strike again. His eyes glowing red, the boy was on full alert and paying attention to nothing but his opponent. He swung his foot and hit where Taeyong's head was. There was a scathing thud. The boy could barely stay on his feet. His whole body went cold. However, the blow wasn't addressed to him. The ninja who was standing behind received a powerful kick right in the face. There was a crunch, and trickles of blood ran down his black clothes. A second later, the man lost consciousness and began to fall backwards. The blow was incredibly powerful. Kang looked back frightened as the assassin standing behind him passed out. Number 2 looked at him with a disdainful look and told him to get out of here. He was in his way. The boy looked at him with a cold and emotionless look. That's the kind of impertinence the boy just dumbfounded. Who was this kid to talk to him like that? He was furious and was ready to tear this brat right here and now. At this time, all the students continued to fight with the assassins who had come here to kill everyone. The students were well versed in martial arts, however. The assassins were worthy opponents. Taeyeon and number 2 stood opposite each other like some kind of duelists. They seemed to forget for a second that their hall was crowded with assassins. They just stared at each other with unblinking gazes. Number 2 hummed and looked away. He was starting to get annoyed with this kid who kept getting in the way. He needed to deal with these ninjas as soon as possible. He was about to leave when the boy called out to him. Where was he going? There was a noticeable anger in his voice. The boy stopped for a second and listened. Khan took him by the shoulder and pulled him toward him. They hadn't agreed yet, had they? The boy turned back to him and gave him an annoyed look. What a nuisance. How did he get him so annoyed? His eyes were already glowing red, and he was about to punch the kid to get him off his back. But what he saw made him stop. Taeyong quickly jumped over him and ran on. As another assassin was already running towards them waving his katana, the boy jumped, kicked him with both feet and made a grab, preventing the assassin from breaking free. He wrapped his legs around his head and threw him to the ground. Spinning around in the air, he did a somersault and slammed the man's head right into the floor. It was an amazing tackle, incredible agility. He got to his feet and looked proudly at number 2. The boy said he should start having his back already, or he'd be dead so soon. Number 2 looked at him in amazement. What is this kid doing? He didn't expect this from this upstart who didn't know where he came from. Even though he was number 1, he was a regular braggart. A man sat in his office looking out the window. Outside the window stretched the vistas of the city at night. The man was bent over and was engrossed in something. He was on the phone, apparently trying to reach someone. However, the voice in the receiver said that the subscriber is temporarily unavailable. Let them call back later. The man doomedly took the phone away from his ear and waved it away. He looked away, trying to gather his thoughts. Someone carefully placed a small glass with some kind of drink on a neighboring table. The man heard the sound of the glass and looked away. The woman smiled and asked, was he having a rough day? It was one of the guardians by Aina. The woman had a pleasant face and a cute smile. She had deep green eyes and brown hair. The man took the glass with the drink and began to speak doomfully. He said that it looked like their alliance leader wasn't interested in anything other than the immortal lord. The woman sighed and said, didn't she say that earlier? The one who is now the leader of the Black Unorthodox Alliance. Besides, times are changing. If they don't resolve, it will forever be in the shadow of the Orthodox sects. The woman looked at the man with an understanding look and smiled. He still lacks a lot of experience compared to the leader. He is weak. If it was a baboon or Yorin, it would be a different matter. Aina looked at him and smiled. It turned out that the smile never left her face. She said that the assassin clan had put their brains to work. They asked them to make twice as much of the drug to distribute to the commoners. That's bullshit. The man took a small drink of his cocktail and almost choked on such conclusions. Just people. Surely the solution. The woman replied that quite a significant number of them had already received their drugs. They just make it easier to acquire them. The man turned serious. A lot of people are watching them now. It's just a matter of time before the military police find out. That's when the trouble starts. In times like these, they need to be as careful as possible. The woman sighed heavily as if she didn't care about those words. She looked out the window and continued to smile. She turned to the man and asked if he had heard of the ancient lunar troop. The man hesitated. No, he never seemed to have heard of it. However, it was interesting. The woman continued to speak. In their time, it's a new growing faction. Like she said, they are commoners who have gotten their hands on drugs. They are mostly juvenile delinquents. They commit petty crimes, destroy objects, and cause various inconveniences to society. To show their strength, they are the main headache of the military police. The woman looked at her interlocutor, resting her head on her hand. If they supplied them with the drug, it is natural they could further distract the attention of the military police. Once the public order starts to crack, even Jiang Qining, who are the police chief and the core of the powerful orthodox sects, will not be able to avoid being reprimanded. Public opinion will destroy the orthodox sects. The man brought the glass to the cat, but he didn't dare to drink it. The woman continued talking. If that happens, their faction and the Black Alliance will be able to break through those cracks. The man thought for a moment. An ancient lunar group. Is she proposing to use them as a spark? He drank the contents of the shot glass and smiled. That sounded like a very interesting idea. We'll have to take that into consideration. At this time, the university where the first meeting was taking place was a veritable carnage. Mountains of people were lying on top of each other, some of them dead, some of them just unconscious. Something monstrously horrible had happened here. Jiho was just in shock. She looked at what was happening with her eyes open with horror. The girl couldn't move from her seat. What the hell had happened here? There was a real massacre here. The remaining guys stood surrounded by ninjas who were ready to rush at them at any moment. They were obviously outnumbered, but they had no plans to give up. Kang saw two girls approaching them. He yelled that it was dangerous here and they needed to leave immediately. Kim said in an annoyed voice that the high school students should stop. Don't they think this has gone too far already? At this point, the guys just went into a stupor. Seniors? So this was a prank, what the fuck? They'd been played like a baby. They stood there for a while, unable to even say a word. There was a resounding thud from behind. The head of the student council landed there. He was alive and well. The guy said, "No, it's all right." Such a sound made the boys shiver with fear. The man smiled and in a cocky voice said that people who want to join the military police should be prepared to endure something like this. The man was alive and well, a smile shining on his face. Tai Yeon was shocked. He looked at the head of the student council with shocked eyes. Is he alive? He was cut in half. The man smiled and said it was just a puppet. Considering how he can deceive people, every year is probably pretty well made. Jiho folded her arms across her chest and looked at them irritably. It's a selection event that the seniors hold for each group of new students. Kim waved her hands. She was very surprised to be a student and thought there really were uninvited guests. Yeah, a really warm welcome. Everyone else was just shocked. The head of the student council stood there and explained what had happened. Anyway, everyone did a good job. He declares the three of them standing here now as the three students of the 34th Military Police Group. The boys stood there uncomprehending, staring at the man. He clapped his hands and smilingly said that now they have the right to wear the uniform of the military police. Congratulations. It was over as quickly as it had begun. As the fake assassins stood motionless and watched, there were sounds of applause. Kang was still in a stupor for a few minutes. Drops of cold sweat were building down his face. He still couldn't get away from what was happening. How is this even possible? Who does that? Kijok scratched the back of his head and exhaled heavily. He thought he was already at the end of his rope. However, it had turned out to be fine. His head was still unable to comprehend everything that was happening. Number 2 just sighed and averted his eyes. It was obvious that the guy was either ready for this or he was just annoyed by it. He turned around and walked back towards the exit without saying a word. He wasn't much of a talker. Taeyeon yelled at him to finally stop, but the kid didn't seem to listen to him and kept walking back towards the exit. Kang smiled and said that he wanted to ask some questions. He was curious what martial arts he used in his fight. It looked pretty good, didn't it? Number 2 just looked at him with an indifferent look and didn't say anything. He hated talking to this upstart. This kid annoyed him a lot. He was always messing around during the fight, and now he's starting to pester him. The boy turned around without saying anything and walked back towards the exit. Kang was boiling with rage. This guy was really pissing him off, always ignoring him, that rude bastard. However, the boy quickly cooled down as he thought about the martial arts this kid was using. They were very similar to his own. Isn't that right? At this time, the second number stood somewhere in the back of the university and just stared dumbly at the floor in front of him. The boy stood motionless and held onto his shoulder. He pondered and thought back to the moment when Taeyeon had so deftly jumped over his shoulder. His shoulder ached after that. This guy, what weighs a kissing ton? He was starting to get pissed off. His technique was being used on him. The boy's eyes lit up with rage. He had no intention of forgiving such insolence. A desire for revenge rose in his chest. Inside the office, which appeared to be the main office, there were a lot of people. The man standing in front of everyone said that he would now begin the briefing he would be giving about the ancient moon unit, which had become a bone in their throats lately. A man with long gray hair folded his arms and said that in that case it was time to begin. It was the alliance leader and the head of the military police of Jianqinin City. The man had a stern but serious face. His eyes were constantly burning red, and he was wearing a special military uniform. The man continued his report. This very moon squad, it's just a group of juvenile delinquents, troublemakers. It's a suspicious group of people consisting mostly of juvenile delinquents who ran away from their homes. They've done a lot of damage to several regions with the power they've gotten from using the drug. They break into homes, destroy people's property, and cause them pain and inconvenience. Violent offenders, in a word. They steal, destroy things, and so on. They commit all sorts of major and minor crimes. We had to stop their activities before they escalated into something more horrible. The public's concern for public order in the city is growing every day, and the police are less and less able to deal with these offenders. Their gang is growing. It is extending its boundaries, and the police are finding it harder and harder to cope with them. The leader asked, were they able to find out anything about the leader of this group? Did they need to know who was behind all this? At least they would be able to get a name. Then that would be great progress. The man replied that they were still investigating this one, but had already found out that it was all connected to the people of the city. According to the informant, although it's only teenagers, it has been confirmed that they use martial arts. They are sure that someone in the city is teaching them martial arts. There is no doubt about that. The man with glasses looked to the side, Chief. Although they are proficient in martial arts, but they are only at the level of inexperienced commoners. The police are more than capable of taking care of them. The man had full confidence in the strength of his valiant police force. The man in the black suit looked at him with a disapproving look and said, "The pants outside situation has surpassed what the city's police can handle. So what have the police taken care of so far?" The man fell silent and folded his arms across his chest. Is he looking down on them just because the police chief belongs to the Murim? The police have their own pride as well. The man didn't have time to finish as he was interrupted. Please let everyone watch their language. Finally, and the chief lost his temper. He served his hands and ordered everyone to stop. Whether it was the common commoners or the people from Murim, either way they needed to restore order if it was being disturbed. After all, that is their main task. The warden frowned and looked at the man with glasses who was dissatisfied with something and said, just as he was now out of place, the man with glasses turned cold with fear. That look made his insides tighten and his voice began to shake. The man did not dare to say a word. He just stared in front of him and tried to overcome his fear. Their leader continued to speak. He said that the military police would take responsibility for releasing the ancient moon unit after Friday came. That was it for today. The man ordered everyone to disperse. People began to rise from their seats. The head of the police was walking briskly down the corridor, followed by the man in glasses and silently listening to everything that was going on. The head of the police was extremely concerned about this state of affairs. He wanted to get rid of this group that was getting on their nerves as soon as possible. The man was clearly worried about something. He asked if they had gotten rid of all traces. His voice was extremely worried. The man with the glasses corrected his glasses and said that they had. That day they met the branch manager. This was so that the boss could rest in peace at home. It was the boss's personal secretary, Lee Donga. They stopped in front of the elevator doors. The superior nodded his head. Okay, how is the analysis of the drug they received coming along? The secretary replied that they were still analyzing the part that greatly increased the internal power of energy. But they found a large amount of drugs in it. The man thought for a moment. He knew it perfectly well, but he didn't want to accept it to the end. It would be a big problem if the commoners got their hands on it, not to mention the ancient moon unit. The man thought for a moment and said that he was thinking of acquiring those magical herbs contained in the drug. But it seemed to him that something or someone was preventing him from doing so. There seemed to be a traitor among them. He didn't like getting rid of informants they had spent so much effort and money on. The man continued to stroke his beard. However, it was too early for them to come to that conclusion. If they don't make the drug well, it could lead to internal conflicts, and the situation could get noticeably worse. The secretary nodded his head understandingly. Suddenly, the man had some strange thought. He saw something that surprised him. He turned to his chief and looked in his direction in surprise. The man just nodded his head and said that everything was fine. He said he would ride the elevator alone. He wanted some privacy and to sort out his thoughts. The man got on the elevator and the doors started to close in his face. His eyes continued to glow red from the use of the drug. The man looked in front of him with a calm, poised gaze and found himself locked in the elevator car. His face was pensive. Many thoughts were swarming in his head about the current situation with this squad. It was necessary to solve this problem as soon as possible. In addition, we need to establish our own production of the drug. Amy stood behind him and gave him a serious look. Without turning around, the old man said that it was a long time ago. The woman did not answer anything but just continued to stand and stare at his back. She looked at him even more closely and asked him how he was feeling. The man had come to be her father. The woman paused for a short pause in her words. The man sighed heavily, and without turning to face her, said that she still did as she pleased. As usual, she never listened to him after all. The woman leaned against the wall of the elevator and continued to stare in front of her. First, she left after messing with demonic spirits. Now, what was she doing here? The woman didn't even dare to look at him. She just stood there and stared silently in front of her. After pausing for a moment, she only said a single sentence: "Demon spirit treasure." Her voice became one tone lower and almost shifted to a whisper. The man stood for a moment and said that it was something that no longer existed in the world. The woman averted her gaze and said he was still a bad liar, as usual. Didn't he get demonic spirit blood from that man? The man remained silent, then said not to make him repeat himself. He looked at her over his shoulder, his eyes reflecting with unbelievable anger. He doesn't have one. The man looked at her as fiercely as if he wanted to finish her off right now. The elevator continued to move downward at a rapid speed, and its slings made a noise while the cabin inexorably descended lower and lower, gaining speed. The woman drew her shining sword, the blade of which immediately gleamed in the sun. She said that once she got out of here, she would kill every non-orthodox sect she encountered. She swung her sword, and added that she would do so just as she had killed the assassin he had turned her into much earlier. The man looked at her calmly as if this had no effect on him. However, he was still wary. His eyes burned with an overwhelming. She began to swing her sword lightly. The blade easily cleaved the air with a whistling sound. She said that she intended to leave behind her marks from all her actions from this point on. All of these things are made by Yang Jia, the daughter of the Alliance and the current head of the military police. She pointed her sword at her father and asked if he, after all this, would he be able to remain in his place. The blade stopped a few centimeters from the man's ear, and he even felt its deadly coldness. However, in a calm voice, he asked why she was so suddenly interested in the demonic spirit treasure. Could it possibly be related to that, the big explosion that happened recently? The woman fell silent. The elevator stopped, and the man sighed heavily. He really didn't want to continue this conversation. Why wouldn't his deadbeat daughter leave him alone? After thinking for a bit, the man still agreed, all right, he would give it to her. The woman continued to point the sword at him, however, now she began to hesitate. However, in return, he would require something from her. The man looked at her over his shoulder with speaking eyes. She must bring him the Black Demon King's secret manual. The woman squinted her eyes. What the hell was that? This was the first time she had heard of it. Is he talking about the Black Demon King's folio? The man nodded his head. Yes, that's right. The treasure must be on par with the value of the Black Demon folio to match their exchange. The woman twirled her sword above her head. This folio is the most valuable demon spirit treasure. Her father was indeed greedy to the extreme. The woman quickly hid her sword back. Her father frowned and said that this was all just to keep the order that had been established here. He turned to look at the girl, but she was gone. She had literally vanished as soon as the elevator arrived at the destination. The events were again transferred to the police dormitory. The lights were on. The students were resting after a hard day. Too many events had happened today. Kang and Kijok lying in their beds and breathing heavily. They needed a good rest before tomorrow. Besides, today's fight had worn them out. Kijok could hardly breathe. He was going to die. "Why is the freshman welcome ceremony so stiff?" he asked his friend. Did he think so too? The guy was completely exhausted. He really wanted to sleep. It appeared that he was going to pass out on the spot. Taeyeon was lying on his bed and he didn't say anything. He just stared blankly ahead of him. The boy seemed annoyed about something, and he didn't want to talk to his intrusive neighbor. He was remembering the events of the ceremony, and he was very annoyed at the way number 2 had treated him. He was incredibly rude, constantly messing around, and couldn't even have a proper conversation with him. The boy was boiling with anger. He said his name was John Hakwoo. That name made his insides all twisted. It's infuriating that he uses martial arts similar to the ones he uses himself. The boy gritted his teeth, ready to tear him apart on the spot. Kijok apparently noticed he was being ignored and jumped up from the bed. Was this guy even listening to him? The boy seemed to come to his senses, apologized. What did he say? He didn't seem to care at all. He was overjoyed. They were now students of the military police. He was already anticipating their bright student life. His face was full of hope. Kang grinned. But what's so special about being a student of the military police? And his friend wondered, is he a fool? They're talking about the military police. They are already guaranteed in life. Kijok couldn't stop marveling. Girls would stand in huge lines to go out with them. Kang didn't understand anything and didn't seem to share his joy. A date? Why would he need them? Lee blushed and averted his eyes. Apparently he was embarrassed. He paused. Doesn't he understand? Holding the girl's hands after this sentence, he blushed even more because of the shyness. Kang turned away. It didn't seem to have any impression on him. Really? He's never been on a date before. The guy laughed. His friend got angry, he asked, sighed heavily. He doesn't do that sort of thing. His mom told him to be careful with pretty girls. The guy didn't seem to care about that at all. Kijok. As soon as he heard that, he almost choked on his own laughter. What? His mom? Is he a mama's boy? The boy struggled to cover his mouth with his hand so he wouldn't start laughing. The boy jumped up from the bed and rushed over to him. What? What's he trying to do? Anyway, he said he was looking forward to it. Their student life was about to begin. Taeyeon sat on his bed again, not thinking about anything at all. He didn't seem to care. The next day, a very big disappointment awaited them. The boys stood there shaking with fear. There was an inexpressible horror on their faces, as if they saw death before them. Jiho looked in front of her and told them to jump off immediately, holding a clipboard in front of her in which she was writing something down. There was no emotion on her face. She was like a robot.
The boys looked in front of them. They were on the roof of a high-rise building. What? Should we jump off? Are they crazy? This is crazy. The sun was just coming up from behind the tall buildings of the city, and already they were about to face a deadly ordeal.
The girl looked at them in wonder. What frightened them so much? Don't they know about the Qinggong? Kang looked down. The height was scaring him. The thing is, it's too high up here. Isn't that a cloud? Indeed, a white cloud slowly floated past them. The boy scratched the back of his head. This kind of training really can't be done from the morning. However, number 2 rushed straight down. Pushing off the edge of the roof, he flew straight down like a bird. It seemed that the boy was not afraid at all. He did it on automatism with such ease, as if he did it every day. Hakwoo flew upside down like a bird on its prey. He grouped himself together and was like an arrow, the boy gradually gaining speed, the others looking up at him in amazement. The girls were just thrilled. As expected, he is special. He's really different. Kijok noticed it. Their eyes were replaced with hearts. What the hell is this? Kang rushed right after him as if he can't do that. There's nothing complicated about it. The guy scrambled over his fear in an instant and threw himself straight down. Kijok was shocked, and he went that way too. Still, he had no choice. And the kid didn't take long to think about jumping down as well. Even though his legs were shaking, he couldn't retreat or he would be embarrassed. Jiho wrote something down in her notebook, and these guys are not bad at it. The girls continued to watch with admiration. The next day they had PE, physical training. Kang was doing push-ups as hard as he could, and his buddy was holding his legs and asking him to take it easy. But the guy wasn't even going to stop. Then they went to the canteen, where again they sat at the same table. The boy pushed his comrade with his elbow and diligently consumed the food. It was as if he took no notice of anything around him. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, they had a lecture on the basics of investigation. Kijok tried his best to shake him up as the fellow fell asleep again, due to having overworked himself too much. Then they went to the gym to practice their fighting moves. The boy hit as hard as he could. His sparring partner begged him to go easy, but no one listened. They had a terror all evening, followed by the boy again pushing his elbows in all directions. However, his companions were already used to having a very boisterous neighbor. At the meditation, they both fell asleep and did not even think of training their inner energy. The trainer shouted for them to wake up immediately. Number 2 looked at them like they were idiots. The day ended too quickly, and here the guys were in their rooms again. They were breathing heavily, trying to recover after such intense training. Kang Riley said, "Oh, come on. Such a colorful life, just capettes." Kijok muttered to himself under his breath to finally shut up. He really did realize he had screwed up. His expectations were a bit high, and that was putting it mildly. The kid put his foot on his leg and said he thought the fate at the university was military militia. They would catch criminals, investigate, and what the fuck is this? Kijok said to finally stop grumbling and get them something to eat. The boy was about to tell him to go and buy whatever he wanted. He thought he was some kind of errand boy. But suddenly a credit card flew into his face. The guy looked at the credit card with a dazed look. His friend said it was an unlimited card, let him use it as much as he wanted. The boy was just shocked. He immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Yes, sir." Now he's going to go and get them something to eat. His friend was smiling and already seemed to be getting ready for bed. The boy walked out of the dormitory and headed to the nearest store. It was already night outside, with only one lonely lantern illuminating the immediate surroundings. Under the lantern, somewhere in an alleyway, sat 3 boys who were talking about something. They were squatting like some kind of gopniks. One of them was chewing a cigarette in his teeth and counting pills. Was he unhappy about something his friend had only gotten 3 small doses, and replied that he had done a lot of hard work to get them. However, the bully yelled that the numbers didn't match. What a freak. The rest of the guys started grumbling too. The guy in the cap said it looks like they're trying to cheat. They're all underhanded there, and they're rigging the prices. The customer gritted his teeth and threw a pill in his mouth. So they got greedy? They think of them as lowly wimps, right? The guy was just furious and started literally chewing the pill by force. Soon he did swallow it, and his body began to glow with an incomprehensible glow. Incredible power began to spread throughout his body. His eyes lit up, and his muscles began to tighten. He bent over in half, and as if to pass out for a second. The guy still remained squatting, but something happened to his body. Suddenly he straightened up. His body transformed and gained incredible strength. The guy slammed his fist into the wall with such force that cracks started to appear from where he hit. The power that overwhelmed him, the guy went crazy for a second. His eyes made with frenzied ones. They may think they are obedient dogs, but then everyone is deeply mistaken. If they are and you are, this guy will show what they can do. The guys started whispering amongst themselves. Exactly, in their place must be afraid of the exclamation mark. The boy in the cap began to laugh. The other guy who brought them the pills asked, "Don't these drugs have side effects? Like there's some kind of addiction?" However, their friend told everyone to shut up. The kid in the cap said that you can't eat more than 1 pill at a time or it will be bad. As soon as he said that, it immediately took a drag on his cigarette, and he heard about a guy who ate 4 or 5 pills at a time and died on the spot. However, their friend didn't seem worried about anything at all. He was going to be the boss in the neighborhood now, so there was nothing to worry about. He held the pill packet in his hands and continued to stare frantically in front of him. As long as he had these pills, no one would be able to stand in his way. However, his joy did not last long. Someone snatched them from his hands in one sharp movement. The guy didn't even have time to realize it. The man in the mask was standing in front of them. He didn't say anything. He just took the pack of pills from them, standing right in front of him. Taeyeon was just coming back from the store at this time with full bags of food. He had gotten way more than they needed, but he had an unlimited card. So what was there to worry about? Shouting came to his ears. "Who the hell is he?" The guy glanced in the direction of the sounds. He looked somewhere in the depths, trying to see what was going on. His eyes widened in surprise at what he saw, and a chill ran down his spine. The guy clearly hadn't expected to see such a turn of events. The guy who had just taken the pills was just furious. What kind of freak looks like a pole? He's gonna smash him into the wall. He was just furious, and was determined to destroy this man who was interfering with his plan. He jumped at him with great speed, but the masked man easily blocked his blow with one hand, and the guy hung in the air. A few seconds later, he twisted his arm at such an angle that the lad folded in half and cried out in pain. He turned several times in the air, and was ready to fall to the ground. Still, he crumbled, and his friends watched in horror as his comrade was beaten with one hand, without even making much effort. Goosebumps ran down the boys' backs. However, they were not going to retreat. Preparing their fists, they rushed at the stranger who dared to invade their possession. What a freak. Is he on drugs? One of the guys was about to strike and even put out his hand, but the stranger put forward 2 fingers, which immediately stabbed him in the eyes. The lad cried out in pain and covered his face with his hands, while the stranger took up his third companion, his swift fist already approaching him with incredible force. The blow was so violent that the kid slammed into the wall, leaving several deep cracks in it. It seems that this masked man was not so simple. After a few seconds, there was nothing left of the company of guys at all. They were all lying on the ground and trying to cope with the unbearable pain. Some were holding onto their faces and trying to bring themselves to their senses. A man bent down and took the pills from the hands of one of the guys. However, he was stopped by Kana's voice. He ordered him to stop. The man froze for a second and turned his eyes in his direction. A boy was sitting nearby and holding bags of groceries in his hands. He couldn't believe adults like him were robbing thugs. He jumped to the ground in one swift movement, still holding the huge bags of groceries. Finally, he straightened up and looked full length at the stranger who had impressed him so much. The boy stood before him and gazed with inexpressible interest. At last he came to his senses and began to smile. The boy said with surprise and delight that having seen him before, he thought he was versed in martial arts, but that this stranger was clearly different from ordinary thugs. He quickly, and with steps, he began to approach the man, still struggling with fits of excitement. However, somehow it turns out to be awkward. Is that why he wears a mask? The boy beckoned him with his hand. Let him approach. He would need to punish him a bit. The man waved his hand and made some incomprehensible gesture. The hand moved incredibly fast that it was almost impossible to keep track of it. He looked at the boy with burning eyes and stretched his hand forward. At that moment, it was as if something had changed in the air. The boy felt some strange sensation. It was as if his body was pierced by something very small and invisible. A sharp breeze that plunged his body into silence, and it seemed to him that the wind had pierced through him. The boy felt it with his whole body, but it was the first time he had ever encountered such a feeling. The first time in a long time he felt a little scared for his life. The man looked at him with a sizzling gaze. An energy flowed around his body that the boy was seeing for the first time. The masked man reached out to him, and the energy became even stronger. It was getting dangerous. The kid realized he had to get out of here as soon as possible, or he would be in big trouble. However, something was wrong. It was as if his energy wasn't obeying him. It was flowing of its own accord. He didn't understand why he was so eager to fight this stranger. His eyes lit up with rage. Now he would definitely not leave here empty-handed. The boy looked at the stranger with burning eyes and immediately rushed towards him. He jumped at the masked man and prepared his foot for the blow. He swung with such speed that his foot cut the air like a knife. However, the stranger was much faster and reacted quickly to block the blow. He put his foot out, and there was the sound of a scathing kick. The boy could hardly stay on his feet. He got back into a fighting stance and began to dodge the quick attacks. Their eyes crossed, and the guy literally physically felt the tension that came from this stranger. He jumped aside and prepared to attack again. However, the stranger seized the initiative and ran straight at the boy. He swung his leg again to deliver another swift high kick, but the boy dodged in time and prepared to strike back. It was as if they were having some kind of crazy dance, not swinging their arms and legs with incredible speed, but each of them dodged his opponent's blows in time. The movements were smooth and easy, honed to perfection. The stranger jumped away from the boy, doing a somersault in the air. He got back into a fighting stance and prepared to strike. Kang prepared and jumped at the man, swinging his huge fist while trying to grab his head with his other hand. The movements were incredibly fast. The precision was almost surgical. The boy was already flying at him, putting his huge fist forward. However, he was able to stop himself in time. The boy remembered how the stranger had deftly knocked out one of the boys with a punch to the eye, and to prevent such an outcome, he had to reorganize his technique. He felt the energy flow with his whole body. If it was the same as what he had seen before, he had to be extremely careful. It happened after all. His fingers were almost a few centimeters away from the boy's face, and he literally felt this pressure with his own eyes. A few seconds more, and he would have lost his eyes. The fingers passed just a few centimeters from his face and grazed his skin, leaving 2 small cuts. The boy flipped over himself and did a backflip trying to kick the stranger's leg, but the stranger bounced back just in time. Now they stood opposite each other and looked at each other with appraising glances. A second more and they'd be fighting again. Kang was even a little scared for his life. That asshole had gotten him, and now the boy was already really scared. If this attack went through, he would have already lost his eyes once and for all. The boy looked at the whole thing with a trembling gaze. He looked at his opponent and saw no gaps in his technique. His speed, far beyond his expectations. Wouldn't he be able to handle it? The boy rubbed his forehead and wondered, does this mean that there are so many strong players in Seoul? Geez, was he scared? The boy felt ashamed of himself. Okay. He took a fighting stance and put his arms out to the sides. He had to come to his senses and finally pull himself together to stand up to this killing machine. The boy lowered his head and prepared for another attack. He looked at the man with blue eyes. Let's see how good of a fighter he is. The boy now put all doubts aside and continued his attack. A white Mercedes was driving down an empty country road. It turned a corner and hid behind the nearest rock. The car was traveling at an incredible speed on the road, and that was a good thing. Otherwise, the driver would definitely not have had time to brake. And inside was Sebastian. He had his feet up on the seat and seemed relaxed, which was not the case with the driver. He twisted the steering wheel with trembling hands and asked, "Is he sure this is the right way?" Sebastian sighed. And why is he always nervous when they get here? Soon the car stopped in front of a grated gate. A man in a racing helmet stood beside it. A single lantern shone above the gate. There was not another soul around. The man in the racing helmet waved to his companion, who nodded his head understandingly. They moved to open the gate and let the cars pass on. After the gate had been opened, the car roared, and letting out puffs of smoke from under its wheels, moved forward. The boys remained standing in their place and bowed in the wake of the car. The car quickly drove into the parking lot, where several dozen of the same cars were already parked. Sebastian looked around. There must be many like this car in this place. He scrutinized the surroundings with an inquisitive gaze. Something appeared strange to them about it all. The car stopped a few meters away from a small old man with glasses who stood with his arms crossed over his chest and seemed to be already awaiting their arrival. Sebastian got out of the car and walked towards the old man, smiling welcomingly. He asked his teacher, "Is he all right?" As his body asked for a sign, the old man laughed and cheerfully replied that he was always all right. He waved his hand in a friendly manner and invited the others to come inside, pointing to the iron door. He said he would lead them inside. Soon they went inside and began to move down a long, narrow corridor. Small lights were burning here, illuminating the dark space. The place smelled of moisture and concrete. Sebastian walked forward at a brisk gait, and his assistant followed him. Sebastian asked his teacher, "What are all these machines doing in such a remote place? Do they all belong to him?" The old man answered nothing, and Sebastian stared at him questioningly. The man walked over to another door and started looking for something there. There was a jingle of keys, and the man unlocked a large padlock. The key clicked and came off. The doors began to creak open and a blinding light burst out. What the boys saw made their eyes water. The teacher smiled and replied that Sebastian would soon find out for himself. He had his glasses on his face, sunglasses. Who knows what he wears them for at night? The doors slowly began to open, and a marvelous picture appeared before them. There was a real fight club. There were a lot of people crowded around the ring, literally climbing inside to get a better look at the fight. In the center of the ring were two fighters who were fighting each other hard. Sebastian walked over to the grate and looked inside closer. He began to watch the action with amazement. There was an unimaginable noise around. The fans were shouting with such force that it was deafening. Two fighters came together in a deadly dance. It was a fight without rules, although there were no laws and restrictions. One fighter swung his weighty fist and hit the other with such force that he flew off to another part of the ring, spitting out blood. Then he struck him in the face so that his helmet began to crack and split into many small, sharp pieces. The fighter wheezed. His face was covered with abrasions and scratches and blood. He spat out a few teeth from such a hard blow and could barely stay on his feet. However, it did not last long. Under the onslaught of his opponent, he fell to the ground, and the fighter pounced on him and began to beat him to a pulp. The whole ring was covered with blood. The blows came one after another. The helmet on the man's head had already completely collapsed, and now the opponent was hitting him directly in the face. The crowd roared in anticipation of the end of the fight. People loved to watch fights like this, where they could let all their negativity out. The shouting was building up all around. People were literally climbing on the bars to get a better look at everything that was going on. Sebastian was a little shocked at what he saw. The old man looked at him with a smile, but the man had no answer. After a short pause, some kind of crazy smile appeared on his face. He asked in a laughing voice, was he doing something so fun without him? A slight resentment could be heard in that voice. People were climbing into the ring with their feet up to get a better view of the fight. The fighters were beating each other to a pulp without sparing each other. The whole ring was covered with blood. There was an unimaginable noise that could make you deaf. Sebastian's eyes widened more and more as he watched the fighters fight to the death to win. It gave him an almost physical pleasure. The guy is used to see the brutality, and now, with rapt attention to what is happening. People have withdrawn their money and made bets. Everywhere shouted that they bet on red. People pushed and seemed ready to trample each other. Sebastian looked at the huge amounts of money going into the coffers. He realized at that moment that he had found a real gold mine. On these underground fights could make a fortune. The fighter in the red helmet, swinging his huge office fist, hit his opponent with such force that he flew to the other side of the ring, and his helmet broke in half. There were beautiful girls around, enticing the other spectators to place bets. It was working in the money or river. People were in a frenzy, some rejoicing at Red's victory, others furious that their favorite had lost. The unrestrained noise never died down for a second. Sebastian looked at all this as if enchanted. He could only hear the rustling of the bills, which were raining down continuously from the sky. He wanted to get every single coin. It was as if he had once again become that little boy who had seen such a cruel spectacle for the first time in his life. He heard and felt someone's weighty hand on his head. The boy looked up to see who was approaching him. A dark figure appeared beside him, towering over him like a mountain. The man whose silhouette was only barely visible told the boy to capture this scene he had seen. The money poured down like a river and was like rain in a clear sky. The man looked forward. For a second he turned to the boy and looked at him with his pale eyes. The glare of the sun dazzled the boy as he stared at the silhouette as if mesmerized. This is already the power that fuels the assassin clan. The little boy, who was only 12 years old, looked at his father with round eyes of surprise and delight. He held his breath and didn't know what to say. So impressed was he by the scene he had seen. But now he was already an adult, and what he saw in that basement for a moment brought him back to childhood. And now he was as if mesmerized, watching everything that was happening. His face became as if mad. His underlings tried to shake his boss, but the man was out of his mind. However, he soon came to his senses and shook his head. The old man asked, did he remember this one too? After all, this was the reconstruction of the battle arena that the former assassin clan leader had built. If he had been here, he would have liked it very much. Both of them plunged into the memories of days long gone by, yet which remained deep in their souls. With a trembling hand, he touched the skull-shaped amulet he kept carefully on his chest. This symbol symbolized their clan, their power hidden and inviolate. No, a pleasant chill touched his fingers and a small shiver ran down his arm. The master looked down somewhere, continuing to watch the battle unfold. The man stroked his neat beard and watched with rapt attention as the fighters beat each other to death. Suddenly, Sebastian, obeying not reason but instinct, jumped over the fence in one fell swoop, and like a kite swooped down on the arena from above. The teacher did not even have time to do anything. He only had to watch in amazement. The fighters, who were absorbed in their battle, did not even notice that the stranger was approaching them. The fighter in the red helmet had already swung his sledgehammer to hit his opponent once again, but only at the last moment they saw that another man was approaching them. At the last moment they parted and Sebastian landed in the center of the ring with incredible ease. Now he was standing between the two monsters. He was so elegant that everyone's breath was taken away from such a sight. The people standing on the upper balconies, including Sebastian's assistant and his teacher, held their breath and stared in surprise at everything that had happened. For a second, silence hung among them. Sebastian gave them all a contemptuous look and said a rude hello. He said that he was the leader of the assassin clan. His name is Sebastian. The man's gaze was so arrogant it was disgusting. People immediately started yelling for him to get away from the stage and stay out of the way. People were very much annoyed that some stranger had impudently interrupted their celebration, that the fighter in the white helmet had already swung at him to put an end to such insolence once and for all. It was as if Sebastian paid no attention to him. What an asshole. Why the fuck did he even come here? However, the man failed to react out of surprise, and was hit in the face with a powerful blow that immediately shattered his helmet to shreds. A gash formed on his face, his nose crunched, and his teeth flew out of his mouth. So Sebastian had just one blow to finish this man off once and for all. His head snapped back, his helmet shattering into many small pieces. The man collapsed to the ground and immediately lost consciousness. Blood trickled from his nose, his eyes rolled back, and realization slowly began to leave his bruised head. Sebastian wasn't going to stop. He swung around and stepped on the man's face with his foot. The man groaned. His face began to crack at the seams. His nose pressed somewhere deep into his skull. The man pressed harder and harder. He stepped on his rival as if he were prey. Once more he said with a contemptuous look that if there is a self who is against it, it is. Let him come up here. The man stood like a statue. No one even dared to cross him. From what they saw, people immediately fell silent. A wave of horror ran across their faces. They were unprepared for the fact that a stranger could so easily take out one of the experienced fighters. At this time, he stood triumphantly looking at everyone else. He was literally feeding off their fear. His eyes turned white and his pupils began to glow with fire. What? No one's here? The man sniggered. Would no one be able to compete with him? Is there really no one? He pressed harder and harder on the unfortunate fighter's face. It was already a bloody mess, but the man wouldn't stop. His fury filled almost all of his mind. He mercilessly stomped on the face of the unfortunate fighter, who had long been unconscious and looked more like a living corpse. The foot pressed harder and harder on his face. The man tried to scream something, but the heels immediately pressed his words back into his throat. Blood was rushing in streams. The man was enjoying his brutality. He lifted his foot and there was a huge amount of blood on his sole. The man swung again and this time concentrated all his internal energy into his foot. It looked like he intended to finish off this poor fighter. Swinging his leg, he kicked him in the face with such force that his head was about to burst like a watermelon. Energy waves flew in different directions from such a kick. The man looked like some kind of demon. Everything human was missing in him. The onlookers were shocked. They fell silent and a mute scream was stuck in their throats. They looked at what was happening as some kind of evil joke, yet everything was really happening. There were simply legions of goosebumps running down their backs. Sebastian turned into some kind of evil demon. He once again looked at everyone present with his monstrous gaze. There was no one, was there? Did he get it right? His person reeked of such a horrible coldness as if a crypt had been opened and now all the deadly coldness had burst out. People started whispering amongst themselves. The fact that he's from the assassin clan hints at one thing. People began to guess something. They began to look amongst themselves and whisper fearfully, "Is he trying to get them to distribute this drug?" The teacher was still standing in his seat, smiling and watching his student. He laughed and noticed that the kid was still as hot-headed as ever. The assistant leader was trembling with fear. He couldn't believe that his boss was capable of such cruelty. Sebastian spread his arms and theatrically began to speak. His voice was soft and ingratiating, and he looked straight into the crowd of people with his piercing gaze. The man told them to listen carefully. The main reason he is giving them, the ancient moon squad, this drug is that. The man paused rhetorically. That pause seemed to last forever. Finally, he smiled even wider and continued. The point is that all their actions are just. The man continued to smile, and his smile was like the grin of a madman. People stared in surprise at the stranger who was so brazenly tearing into their place and offering them a drug. People's eyes bulged with surprise and froze in place. For a second, there was a silence so dead in the hall that one could hear the breathing of every person. Sebastian continued. He stood like a professor in front of the students and gave his lecture. But the fact is that what they are doing is not right. They are acting according to their instinct, beating people up, robbing and killing. They only have what they want to do in the moment. They attack defenseless people like kites. This is proof that the drug allows them to grow in their eyes, physically, materially, and morally. Sebastian spread his arms and continued speaking. He said that everyone here should spread the drug throughout civilization and stimulate the suppressed instincts in humanity. He clenched his fist like some Roman gladiator. Let them help awaken the instincts in ordinary people that everyone is feeling right now. The fans looked at him with surprise and lack of understanding. They didn't fully realize what they would have to do. The moment they would awaken the power that was slumbering within them, the justice of the world would change. The people drew their eyes out and listened breathlessly to their prophet. In the age of power and desire the King of Spirits brought upon them, Sebastian ran his finger over them and said they would come back again. At that moment his eyes glittered with such fire that a legion of goosebumps ran down the backs of the people present. His eyes burned. He squinted and looked at these people like a U.S. cat. It was obvious that he saw them as little more than tools to accomplish his goal. For a second, this little basement got quiet. It was as if people were thinking about what this man had said. No one dared to say a word. There was silence on their faces, and Sebastian still stood in the center of the ring, looking at those present, waiting for their response. He hit the very target. A second later, the small basement was filled with an inhuman roar. The people were thrilled to hear such a heartfelt speech. Sebastian had done the right thing. His words had hit the target, and now he had even more people on his side who formed an army. The one in the red helmet stood behind him and lowered his head. He said nothing and seemed to be thinking. Sebastian noticed everything and read all of the man's actions. He smiled and was incredibly pleased with his antics. The fighter's eyes glowed red, as if he had awakened the very animal instincts that had been slumbering in him until that moment. This man had changed his worldview, and now the fighter would join their legion and bring justice with renewed vigor. This time, he has already decided everything for himself. Taeyong lunged at the masked man again and again, and kept beating him with his foot like a machine gun. The man dodged and blocked all of the boy's blows as easily as if it was just a simple amusement for him. However, the boy was not going to back down. He saw how his opponent easily parries all his blows, and for a second uncertainty settled in his soul. How could he easily deflect the blows of such a technique? It's impossible. The boy has been practicing this all his life, and this stranger is playing with him. And shouted that the man was just a punk. He aimed straight at the man's head and prepared to hit him with a wide, sweeping kick, but the man easily dodged. He tripped the boy and he fell to the ground, unable to keep his balance. He still didn't understand what had happened. He only managed to let out a groan. The boy didn't feel solid ground under him. The footstep was really powerful. And now the boy was flying straight to the ground. The man waited for a moment, approached him at an extremely close distance, and swung his leg to crush his head with one powerful blow. The boy was lying on the ground and had only a second to react and escape the fatal blow. As he did so, the boy gathered all his strength into a fist and bounced to the side. The man hit the ground with such force that rocks began to fly out. The ground shook under his onslaught, and the boy was on 2 toes trying to balance himself so he wouldn't fall again. Kang breathing heavily, he realized that this man wasn't even giving him a chance and a break. Need to get up quickly and counterattack. If he hesitated for even a second, his life would be in danger. Who the hell is this man? But before he could finish his thought, as the masked man's face approached him at the extreme distance, the boy realized that the man was much stronger and faster than he seemed at first glance. He literally did not have time to follow the movements of this fighter. At the last moment, he managed to block, and the stranger's blow hit him right in the arm. The kickback was so strong that the boy could hardly stand on his feet. What a bloody lunatic. He must want to beat him with a quick attack. You've got to be careful or you could lose your life that way. He swung again and tried to knee the man, but he blocked the blow in time. The boy jokingly asked, "He's in a hurry. Isn't that a begging sign? Why then is he trying so hard to beat him? Where is he in a hurry?" However, the man didn't even seem to be listening to him. He tried it on and once again hit the boy with his knee with a straight punch right to the jaw. But he managed to block his leg and clutch it tightly. He's got him. Now the initiative is on his side. Now the man was on the ground. The initiative was intercepted and the boy held his leg with a firm grip. A couple more seconds and he would break it in half. The man had hesitated and failed to react in time. Now he was trapped. How can he fight now? The boy had already swung his arm and was about to deliver a direct blow to his face. Now he would look at his beautiful face. He intended to tear off the mask and finally find out who was in there. However, things went a little wrong. The stranger broke free and in a swift move made a grabbing motion, slamming the boy's head against the wall. What a devil. He failed again. The boy's mouth bled. His head went black from the blow, and he almost fainted. The boy slid down the wall and the stranger tried to get to his feet, which he did with great difficulty. It had been a long time since he had fought like this. For the first time in his life, he felt like a worthy opponent. Now, the man was going to finish it. He rose to his feet and coughed, fixing the mask on his face. He was starting to get annoyed with this. This little boy had messed up all his plans, and now he needed to get it all sorted out, or else the whole plan could go down the drain. He shifted his red-hot eyes directly to the kid, and now he intended to finish him off for sure. The man's gaze could not be seen because of the mask that hid his face, but the small red lights did not inspire anything good. He began to pull something out of your pocket with a quick movement. The bright metal gleamed in the light of the street lamp. The boy had a terrible guess. It was a knife. And so it was. He took a small folding knife out of his pocket and began to twirl it around like some kind of toy. The knife was a curved claw called a karambit. The man grasped the handle of the knife harder, and a wave of energy began to emanate from his body that took the kid's breath away. Now this man was definitely not going to let him go. He grasped his knife and prepared a small but fast blade. Taeyong tried to stand up. His whole body felt like it was chained together after that blow. He had no strength left. The man had put him down hard, and now he had to try very hard to regain consciousness. There was a distinct tang of blood in his mouth, and the man was already trying to finish the boy off with one precise blow. He looked up and looked at his opponent. His eyes blurred from the blow. What a freak. All the boy could manage at that moment was a suppressed groan. He had not expected such a powerful resistance, but now he realized that he could not get out of here alive. The masked man looked at his folding knife and hesitated. He did not dare to finish the boy. He was waiting for something, but why did not he attack? This waiting lasted for a few more seconds, which seemed like an eternity to the boy. The masked stranger turned his burning gaze on him but said nothing. There was silence between them, broken only by the occasional passing cars in the distance. And then something happened that no one expected. The man twirled his knife in his hands and with a quick movement hid it in his pocket. The boy couldn't believe his luck. He was ready to die at that moment. But what happened? The man, without saying a word, quickly pushed himself off the ground and jumped a few meters up. He didn't touch the boy. He had to get on with his master plan. He had already taught him a lesson, and now he had to get away. All the boy had to do was watch his movements lying on the cold concrete floor. He tried to get up and still continue to pursue this strange man. He couldn't let him get away. The boy gathered all his remaining strength and moved after him in pursuit. Where the hell is he going? He wants to get away. The boy couldn't let him get away. However, he had no sooner taken a few steps than his legs began to shake, as if he had run several dozen kilometers. The boy could not stay on his feet and pitched forward. He collapsed to the floor, his head spinning, perplexed. What had just happened? His legs were jacking up. Had the use of the qigong exhausted him too much? He started helplessly already happened. However, the boy was called out by someone. His weakened hearing caught someone's words coming from far away. He turned around to look at the source of the sound. There lay the same kid who had originally been attacked by the masked stranger. His eyes were crazed. He was barely breathing, and it was obvious that he had been hit hard as well. His whole body was not listening either. The boy yelled in a hoarse voice to hurry up and call fucking 911. Seeing that Kang wasn't doing anything, he yelled, "What the hell is he doing staring so idiotically?" Calling 911 should come first when he saw someone faint. The boy was clearly out of it. His eyes were covered in some kind of white veil. His pupils were almost invisible. He had a truly horrifying look. Taeyeon looked at the boy with a frightened look. Something about this man wasn't right. He was a damned bandit after all. The boy was in no hurry to call the police. There was still a lot to figure out. Night was already raining outside. The big round moon had emerged from the shadows of the clouds and was illuminating the surroundings of a small construction site. There was a large, tall screen there, which stood still, never putting up another floor. Inside the construction site was a complete mess. There were a lot of people there. There was a massive fight going on. Among all the people, you could notice police officers dressed in their trademark uniforms. They were fighting some unimaginable number of people armed with a wide variety of objects. Some had a hammer. Some had a chainsaw. Some had a large hacksaw. Looks like they were construction workers. Sun Wu shouted for everyone else to stay focused. We must not let a single person escape. The police officers were able to easily deal with the inexperienced fighters, but there were an order of magnitude more of them, and it was a bit difficult to deal with them. The other policemen were also doing their best. These people were armed with a variety of construction items, but the policemen had long swords that easily chopped up everything around them. Jite at this time was fighting another fighter who held 2 construction tools in his hands. This man was not inferior to the policemen in martial arts. It was obvious that he had been practicing for more than a year. He managed to trip him just in time to send the cop to the ground. His reaction was not enough, and the policeman stretched in the air and flew backwards. The man with glasses got up from his seat and immediately ran towards the exit, shouting something in farewell. He had a cigarette in his mouth and ran away from the scene as fast as he could. Jite looked frantically in the direction of the fleeing man. He has a knack for anticipating his opponent's movements and taking further action in advance. Definitely the leader of the gang. He couldn't be missed, he was too valuable a suspect. The man stood up and, grabbing his sword, immediately rushed to catch up with the criminal who was already approaching the exit. They ran after each other, their loud footsteps echoing through the empty space. Yujiho stood turned away facing the cityscape. Her long pink hair developed in the slight breeze. The girl was approaching the edge of the roof with slow, confident steps, holding a stylish pink sword. A couple more steps and she would fly down. The city met her with silent stillness. Taking another small step, the girl flew off the roof with her feet forward. She was completely calm from the group, flew as if cutting space. At this time, the leader of the group of bandits was hurriedly fleeing from the scene of the crime. He shouted that he was the best in his organization. The man was smiling. It was pointless to pursue him. He obviously felt something stronger than a policeman. No one would be able to catch him. He only had a few steps to go. But suddenly Yujiho swooped down on him, wrapping her legs around him. The man couldn't hold on and flew backwards. He didn't expect to be caught so easily. The policewoman did a little backflip, still holding the man with her legs. He had no hope of breaking free, it was too fast. And now all he had to do was wait for his fate. He flew over himself conventionally like some kind of rag doll. He flipped over himself and fell to the floor with a loud crash. His eyes darkened from being hit so hard and unexpected. The man opened his mouth to scream, however, he only got out a suppressed scream. He was in so much pain that his eyes rolled back and the cigarette flew out of his mouth. At that moment, his mind went blank, and the man could no longer control his body completely. Immediately, a sword that was fortunately clad in a scabbard descended into his mouth. Otherwise, it would definitely be the end of the man. He almost threw up, but by an effort of will, he forced himself to restrain himself. The girl was standing next to him, holding her sword, which the man unsuccessfully tried to pull out of his mouth. Where was he going to run off to? She stood and pressed harder and harder. Jaith walked up to her and, wiping his face with his hand, thanked the girl for her help. He was very tired and needed a break, but there were still a lot of criminals left. Looking at him with good-natured eyes, the girl smiled and said that there was nothing to thank her for, and her deep pink eyes were completely calm. She was used to this kind of work, and now this work turned out to be no more than an ordinary outing for her. Soon the regular police arrived at the crime scene, sirens blaring, and now the crime scene was surrounded by law enforcement officers. The military police were talking to someone. Jiho was standing there talking to someone, but a familiar voice called out to her. The girl turned towards the sound and looked there in surprise. Puck walked up to her and handed her something. He said the supervisor told him to give her the phone, so let him hold it for her. The girl took the phone in surprise and thanked her colleague. The girl put the phone to her ear and began to talk cheerfully. On the other side of the phone, someone shouted in an irritated voice that she should go back to the police university immediately. The girl didn't realize it yet and stood motionless in her seat for a minute. The guy on the other end of the wire was incredibly serious. The girl stammered and asked, "What, right now?" She still had some errands to run, right? However, he was adamant. Let the girl leave this job for another team and come back soon. This was an incredibly serious matter. He was sitting in a room that also contained the city's military police chief. The man sat with his head bowed and seemed to be dozing off a bit. Taeyeon soon returned to the dormitory. There had been too much going on for him, and now he needed some rest. The boy was smiling and chewing on some kind of candy stick. There was a triumphant smile on his face. He looked at his prey, which turned out to be the very gangsters dealing drugs. The boy was crunching on the goodies and looking at them in bewilderment. The boys were on their knees and they didn't say anything. The boy raised his eyebrows. So the drug that the masked creep stole is called 2S? He was determined to find out all about it. The boys started talking in shaky voices. God damn it, how many times do they have to say it before he gets it? Kang went up to the boldest one and hit him right on the head with his fist. I guess he still has the strength to swear, huh? The boy was starting to get annoyed. The bandit apologized and gave a silent yelp of pain. There were several bumps on his head. The boy's punch was delivered. Khan asked one of the bandits he had caught why he didn't raise his hands. The boy almost cried, "Hell yeah, he's hurt." Indeed, the boy could only raise one arm. Taeyeon pondered and began to recall. That's right. That kid seems to have twisted his arm in the fight with that masked freak. Really, something should be done about it. He swiftly approached the trapped man and grabbed his arm with such speed that the boy didn't even have time to realize it. All he could do was grunt as Khan began to twist his arm backwards. The boy screamed in pain. Is he crazy? What is he doing? His arm started to hurt more and more. The boy was furious. His eyes lit up again. However, everything was fine. After a few seconds, his arm stopped hurting. The boy was shocked. He waved his hand and realized that his arm was no longer twisted. Kang asked irritably, "And why is he so loud? How is he acting, well, crybaby?" He looked at the captured guys and realized that this stranger had wounded them all to the point where they could easily be healed. From a masked freak like that, it's even unexpected and pleasant. Although pleasantness wasn't something that could be said at this point, the boy realized that he didn't want to waste his time with these guys anymore, and grabbed the grocery bags and ran. Then we should get out of here. They can go home. Let them stay out of trouble, and don't cause trouble for other people, so they don't upset their parents. The boy ran to his home and one of the bullies asked him to stop. The masked kid looked closely and saw that the boy was wearing a police uniform. He fixed his cap and smiled. He's such a great fighter. There are some pretty strong students there. The kid begged him to teach him how to fight like that. Kang was in no mood for civility. He threw the grocery bag at the boy right in his face and told him to get lost immediately. The kid just grunted. His cap even flew off his head. Suddenly, Taeyong's cell phone rang and he picked it up and looked at the screen. It was his buddy who had sent him for groceries. As soon as the guy put his hand with the phone to his ear, it was as if he was stunned. His buddy was furious. Where the hell is he? His head felt like it had been pierced through by a sound wave, although in fact he was. He cooled down and tried to explain to his friend that something unimaginable had happened to him. It was hard to explain. However, the friend didn't want to hear anything at all. It's not important. Let him pack up and come back. His voice was anxious. Something serious had happened. Indeed, the boy said in a worried tone that an emergency call had come in. As soon as Kang heard that, his face changed instantly. He became serious. An emergency call? What could have happened there? He had to hurry. Was this really his first work call? He was happy on the one hand, but a little scared on the other. And in the arena at the underground fight club, the beating continued. The ring was already completely drenched in blood, but the fighters weren't going to back away from each other. They were sliding around the blood-soaked ring, but they still kept fighting. One of the fighters swung his fist but missed. His opponent was much faster and was out of the line of attack faster than the fighter could realize. He swung and kicked his opponent with such force that he folded in half. A second more and his spine would break. The blow was unbelievably strong. The fighter did not have time to stay on his feet. A scream came out of his mouth. His eyes almost rolled backwards. However, the fighter was not going to stop. He grabbed his opponent's arm and began to squeeze his neck, trying to break it in half. He readied himself and began to prepare to throw. He jumped high up and grabbed his opponent and went straight to the floor. Now he's going to headbutt him right into the ring, and the kid's not going to make it out alive. The second fighter couldn't do anything. He was grabbed so hard that he could not break free, and with eyes full of horror looked at the approaching danger. The man in the red helmet still made his throw, and there was a strong blow. His opponent was immediately deflected backwards by the force. The man immediately lost consciousness and began to stagger backwards. His legs gave out, and his head went black. The winner got to his feet and looked at the raging crowd. His opponent lay unconscious and tried to breathe heavily. The outcome of the fight was instantly certain. No one had ever managed to defeat this man. The crowd roared with joy. Their favorite was victorious once again. People began throwing their hands forward and shouting congratulatory speeches. They were incredibly happy with the outcome of today's battle. The man was wearing a helmet on his face, and he could not see what emotions were prevalent on his face. The man seemed to be standing still, not saying a word. The old man, who apparently was the founder of this establishment, entered the ring, and in a smiling voice said, after such a long time, he decided to have fun. The fighter grinned, and a familiar voice was heard. Yes, it was wonderful. It had been a long time since he'd had this much fun. The old man laughed and covered his face with his hands. He was pleased with himself. The negotiations with the assassin clan had been completed. From the expression on the old man's face, he could tell that everything had been a success. The fighter didn't quite believe what he heard yet, really. He began to slowly pull off his helmet so as not to hurt his face. Unexpectedly, underneath the red motorcycle helmet was none other than young Biom. He smiled and his eyes sparkled with pleasure. And what did this thug say? The man looked at the old man with interest, waiting for an answer. They stood opposite each other, and two bald men instantly pulled chairs up to them. One threw his red jacket over the fighter. The man looked at the old man with an attentive gaze, still waiting for an answer. His hands were completely covered in blood. The fight had been incredibly brutal. The man should have taken a shower. The bald man handed him a water bottle and the fighter accepted it with one hand. Young Biom asked, "Do they need to raise the price of the drug, really?" The old man nodded affirmatively. "Yes, indeed they want to do that." The old man laughed. This man was very similar to the previous clan leader. A satisfied smile stretched across his face. The old man was happy with what was happening. Jin started drinking the water and rolled his eyes. For God's sake, there's a problem with money eaters. Let the old man do it his way. The man gave his last order. He finished his drink and wiped his face with his hand. That way he can use them to restore it. The man's eyes glistened with anticipation. Everything was working out just fine. All that was left was to put the plan into action. Several people dressed in stylish clothes were armed to the teeth. 3 people were standing on a dais. One of them had a long sword, another had a hoop-like weapon, and the third had an ordinary yo-yo. Kang stood there, his whole demeanor making it clear that he was incredibly bored. His mouth was drooling and he was ready to fall asleep. Indeed, he had laid down on his desk and was already snoring. Kijok looked at him and asked in a surprised voice, "Did he get into a fight in the bathroom?" The guy waved him away. "Who cares? He's going to die anyway." Suddenly, Yujiho appeared behind them. Her look was menacing. Shouldn't these guys who were late be seen acting quiet and not talking? She was so menacing that she sent shivers down the guys' spines. All they did was yelp and blink. The girl moved even closer to them and put her arms around their necks. The guys were barely trying to breathe. They muttered some sort of words of apology. Number 2 sat next to him and again looked at them like they were idiots. In front of them stood their current supervisor. The man in black clothes sighed. "Well, since everyone is here, we should probably get started." The girl sat next to him just behind everyone else and watched intently. Sunwoo began to speak in a serious tone. It could be seen that he was very concerned about something. If they were to carry out a special mission starting tomorrow, it would only be starting with their team. The man looked at them with a serious look. From those words, the people present ran with goosebumps. A special mission. It sounded very promising, and the boys lit up with enthusiasm. Sunwoo continued his story. He snapped his fingers. To fully introduce them to the meaning of the special missions, he would give brief information about the drug and tell them about the ancient moon unit. Have them listen carefully. The man snapped his fingers once more, and the monitor next to it lit up. Taeyeon sighed. He was already familiar with these pills. It's the stuff that guys in the back alley use on you, right? He was incredibly bored of hearing about it. Why repeat what he already knew? The leader of the group appeared on the screen and began to explain. He held a single packet of these pills in his hands. This drug for increasing internal energy is called TUS. Recently, there have been people in the city using it to commit crimes and threaten the Morima order. The man's voice was more serious than ever. Ancient Moon Squad. Troublemakers who have been overly active lately. They are doing naturally serious damage in various areas, using the power they get from a recent drug that has gone into mass production. They rob, steal, and cause all sorts of harm to ordinary society. It's a dubious group, most of whose members are juvenile delinquents who have escaped from home. Theft, violence, property damage, and so on. All sorts of major petty crimes are committed in an endless stream. The trio sat and listened intently to what was pouring at them from the TV screen. They looked at each other worriedly. Kang seemed to be the most interested in this case. It was their first secret mission after all. The boy thought for a moment and stretched out in surprise. If something like this happens in their town, it sucks. The leader walked over and nodded satisfied. Yes, if they aren't stopped, modern society will descend into impenetrable chaos. His eyes turned bright red and his voice even rougher. To eliminate the roots of this drug and the ancient moon unit, the current cancerous tumors of society, that is the main objective of their special mission. Kijok raised his hand. The guy wanted to ask something. This ancient moon squad sounds like a gang consisting of some screaming juvenile delinquents. Shouldn't the police have enough of this to take care of everything? The question was a reasonable one. Sunwoo looked at the boy and replied that those brats were using the drug. Since they've also trained in martial arts skill, they can easily put down a couple of police squads. It's not a big deal for them. They're just underestimated, and that's the main fault of the police. Yujiho. She moved closer to the boy and wrapped her arms around his neck again. The boy almost choked. The girl began to ask in a hissing voice, "Do they think they would have gotten such an assignment if the police could handle them ask for a sign? Let them think for a while before speaking." Kijok struggled hard not to choke. Kang was very glad he didn't ask that first. Sunwoo continued to talk. He said that the problem of this drug was prevalent even before it became active among ordinary people, and before the ancient moon unit appeared. They must find the supplier of this drug hidden in the shadows. Kang raised his hand and shouted that he knew the people who bought the drug. In his mind, he immediately recalled the events of the recent night when he saw those guys. The events moved to the interrogation room of the police station. There was a policeman sitting behind a desk, and across from him, chained to the wall, was the man at the construction site. The atmosphere was depressing, to say the least. Heavy walls pressed down on people. Everything was set up to crack the criminal as soon as possible. The policeman stood across from the suspect and spoke in a cold, emotionless voice. His gaze was cold and calculating. He asked once more, "Where are the drugs manufactured?" The suspect spit on the ground and wheezed. Apparently having been badly beaten up before, the man looked at him and smiled. Did he think that asking him like that would get anyone to talk? His life is on the line. The man was smiling, and clearly wasn't going to reveal any secrets. Despite all the oppression, he felt at home here. He wasn't going to tell anything. He had to guarantee him at least protection if he wanted him to tell anything, or he didn't know how the world worked. Didn't he? The man looked at the detective with a contemptuous look. Two men, apparently detectives, sat behind the glass. The man said that, as a matter of fact, he wasn't telling them anything. So far, they were treading in the same place. The girl looked at him and said they had to make a proposal to the higher-ups. His lips would not part for anything less than to be granted asylum abroad. He would be persecuted constantly in that country. The man clamped his eyes shut. This seemed crazy. If they did this, the commander would definitely find out about it. The police have reputations to uphold too. They don't want him to hear about this? That's crazy. Then heads would immediately fly. Suddenly something happened that made their hearts skip a beat. They heard some sound and they couldn't react in time. At this time, the detective continued to question the man. And by the edge of his ear, he heard something strange going on behind the glass. There were sounds of blows, as if there was a fight. He immediately jumped up from his seat and looked. What is going on there? The suspect lowered his head and said they were already here. Who they were, he did not dignify to say. The man laughed, his eyes lit up, and he started talking. How wonderful that he hadn't said anything. The man rejoiced, and a smile grew wider and wider on his face. His eyes lit up yellow. The detective turned a furious look on him. Did he kill them? The detective was horrified. Something was going on, but what was unclear. The man was ready to kill this creep now, but there were bigger tasks at hand. He decided to leave the suspect for later and jumped out of the office. It was chaos. His colleagues were flying down the corridor as if someone had thrown them. The man got into a fighting stance, and in his hands he held a stun gun. He pointed the weapon at the stranger, whoever he was. The man clenched his teeth and shouted, ordering them to stop. Let them come out, whoever they are. The man realized he was outnumbered, but he could not back down. If they didn't, the man would have to use his weapon. He already pulled the trigger and the stun gun went off. However, he didn't have time to do anything. Some man jumped over him with a quick movement, doing a somersault in the air. The men didn't even have time to realize anything. He just stood where he was and heard some strange sounds. The movements were so fast that the man did not realize how the strange woman yanked her invisible threads and cut him into hundreds of small pieces. Blood spurted everywhere. The man was dead instantly. A strange woman invaded the police station and looked at the suspect, who was still chained up and unmoving. The entire floor was stained with the policeman's blood. The man smiled, a pleased grimace flashing across his face. Who would have thought that the director himself would come to save him? What an honor as the man looked in front of him with eyes full of gratitude. After all, he had been waiting for rescue, and here it came. He asked the woman to untie him to free himself somehow. The man felt a powerful energy wave pass behind his back. He was even a little afraid of such power. However, there was nothing to worry about. The energy wave flew past him and hit the chains that were behind his back. There was a ringing sound. The impact was so strong that the chains immediately shattered like rags. The handcuffs fell to the floor, freeing the man's hands now. He was free and ready for action. A girl stood before him, dressed in a tight black uniform. She looked at him with a questioning look and asked him how much he had already had time to say. The man shook his head and, laughing hysterically, began to speak. He said he hadn't said a letter. His mouth shut. He didn't say anything about the drug or Yuji-Ho. After these words, a thread appeared near his throat. The man felt his body disintegrating into pieces. He just told Yuji-Ho. Did she get it right? The woman killed him without hesitation, without stopping to look at her phone. She called someone and said in a calm, indifferent tone that she was done. The girl didn't even blink an eye as she killed her charge. The man on the other end of the line said it was a great job. His eyes became calm for a moment.
A car was speeding down the road, snatching the road out of the night darkness with its headlights.
Someone was sitting in the back seat with his legs over the front seat. Sebastian's disgruntled voice was heard. Have someone at least checked the data on the ancient moon unit. Now. The man was clearly preoccupied with something. He sat in the back seat looking out the window. His assistant, part-time driver, asked, hadn't they already dug up everything there was to know about them? Sebastian nodded his head, but he thought he was just going to use the high school kids to earn some pocket change or something. However, now the plans change. This squad is definitely backed by someone. The man looked out the window and smiled. He clearly suspected something and needed to figure it all out as soon as possible. He looked at the views of the city rushing by outside the car window, and a plan was immediately born in his mind. What's more, it had to be some big shot. Need to know more about him. He looked thoughtfully out the window. In addition, the assassin clan is also starting to produce this drug. The driver turned around on him in surprise. What? But if they do that, their attitude will deteriorate afterward. Sebastian leaned over, of course. He understood all of this perfectly well. He should maintain a relationship with him. He could just give what the chairman does to the Ancient Moon unit like they had done before. The man had already mapped out his perfect plan that would keep him clean. If they disguise the assassin clan drug with the chairman's product, they can make twice as much money as they do now. And that's great. The capital they'll earn from this will be a stepping stone to their improvement of the assassin clan. When that happens, the alliance will be at the forefront of the Orthodox sect and the assassin clan. Saying that, he smiled smugly and looked at the driver. His plan was perfect. Suddenly, his phone rang. The man slipped his hand into his pocket to pull out his cell phone. He brought the phone to his ear and said hello. On the other side of the handset, a concerned voice began to speak. He was informed that something terrible had happened to them. The man raised an eyebrow in surprise. What had even happened there? He was so engrossed in what he was saying that he had completely forgotten about everything in the world. The man on the other end of the phone was terrified. He was holding a syringe. His clothes were torn. He was covered in blood. He was screaming in a stuttering voice that Subject 13 had failed the test. Berserk had sprung from him. The man's eyes reflected horror. The last thing he saw was a powerful fist flying at him. The man had already resigned himself to his fate and prepared to take the tornado. He was terrified. In a few seconds, his fate would be sealed. Blood splattered on the wall and the phone flew out of his hands. Death was instantaneous. Berserk dispensed with his maker in a flash. It was a nightmare in the laboratory. Bloody bodies were lying everywhere. And the subject, who had just recently been created, was standing there with a monstrous energy emanating from him. The man looked completely abnormal. He was bound in chains, but it was of little help. His body was awakened with such incredible power that he was ready to tear anyone. He thrust his fist forward, his eyes burning with overflowing energy. A monstrous aura was emanating from him. The man was still chained up, but that only gave him strength. He killed everyone in the lab with a slight movement. And now, the monster was free. Its eyes were burning. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth. It was obviously no longer human. Its mind had completely left its head, and now it was driven only by animal instincts. 212 someone's hand picked up the phone, the screen of which was already completely shattered. Sebastian was still talking on the other side of the phone. The person brought the phone to his ear and a gentle female voice was heard. She said hello. It was a woman about 25 years old. She had long white hair and a nice gentle face. She had a flower-shaped hairpin behind her ear. The woman said in a calm voice that the experiment had been a success. On her chest was the same assassin clan badge. Sunwoo stood leaning on the podium and continued speaking. So, based on the information Taeyong gave them, they will begin their investigation tomorrow. The man was completely serious, his gaze firm and determined. In front of him stood a group of people, the future members of the investigation. Now they will divide them into pairs. It is strictly forbidden to separate on a mission. Everyone nodded understandingly and shouted that they would do just that. Kim came up to Hakwoo and started to shake his hand. She found herself paired with him and shouted that he was even more beautiful up close. Well, let him take care of her. The boy didn't want to hold her hand. He was very much annoyed by it. Jeeth walked up to Kijoku and shook his hand. His handshake was firm and the boy felt its strength. He was a little embarrassed to be paired with an experienced one. However, he was counting on him. Yujiho found himself paired with Taeyong. For a while, they stood opposite each other and glared at each other. Tension was building between them. The girl was completely calm, while this guy was blushing. Kang started gibbering that he was very pleased to meet her and asked her to take care of him. The boy was shaking from being very anxious. A blush appeared on his cheeks. The girl looked at him silently, with an attentive and piercing gaze. Such a look made the boy's soul grow cold. The girl didn't say anything until the last moment, but just kept drilling him with her gaze. She was squirming her eyes over his body as if to study him. The boy understood nothing, and frantically waited for an answer. He was afraid of this girl, especially now that she wasn't saying a word. He stood erect and understood nothing. Why she was looking at him so intently, begging sign. Had he done something wrong? The girl hesitated, and a lingering pause continued between them. At that minute, another wonderful thought popped into the guy's head. Or maybe she liked him. The thought almost made him jump out of his pants. His cheeks turned red. Suddenly, unexpectedly for the boy, the girl suggested that he go for a drink. At such a suggestion, the boy was taken aback and bounced back. Wow, she's inviting him to a bar? How is that possible? In his head immediately arose a picture where he, a brave policeman, protects the girl, and she just looks at him from behind with loving eyes. The guy got lost in his reverie and forgot about his assignment. Now his fantasy has flown even further. He's already imagined how he stands under the wedding crown together with this girl, and they look at each other in love. He imagined her becoming his wife. What's wrong with him? What are you doing, man? Suddenly he was snapped out of his violent fantasy by the girl's voice. She called out to him and asked him, "Why is he hanging around? What's wrong with him?" The boy seemed to come to his senses and replied. Yujiho looked at him in surprise and asked what was wrong with him. "Does he have a cold? He's as red as a tomato." The girl looked at him in surprise. The guy started stuttering and said he was fine. He's just a little nervous for tomorrow's mission. He looked at his buddy, who was already standing with his partner. The guy laughed. Well, good luck to him with his new partner. In the meantime, he would enjoy student life. Kijok prayed to all the gods that he would finally get some help. He wanted to be paired with this girl after all. Yujiho irritatedly looked at her partner and grimaced. What's the point of following this fool? He's an idiot. What's he doing? An hour ago, she stood in the office of the general manager and wondered why she should follow this guy. A pause hung between them. There was no one in the office but the two of them. A conference call between them. The old man scratched his beard. Indeed, it certainly sounds strange. Tomorrow, the police department will organize an investigation team to investigate. He would like the girl much had information about the student Kang Taeyeon ranked first in the 34th generation. Yujiho looked at her superior in surprise and folded her hands in front of her, asked in surprise, "Does he suspect him of something?" The girl stared ahead, uncomprehending, still trying to realize what was required of her. The man sighed and lowered his eyes. There was nothing strange or objectionable about it. He was a prime contender for the role of police leader, and he'd like to know more about him. That was it. After that, the man paused for a moment and looked at the girl as if he wanted to eat her. His eyes glittered red with malice, and he added, lest the girl should forget that she owed him her life. She spit on the ground and irritatedly asked herself, and why the hell did the boss give up this asshole? Curses. It's infuriating. He's an asshole who might as well be a pervert. That's what he wants to know about this asshole? Why does he want to know about this asshole? At this time, the boy looked at his comrade, who was already excited about his new partner. She came closer to him and asked, "He's free now, isn't he?" The girl looked at him with a look that made the boy shake. As soon as the girl asked her question, he straightened up and said that of course he was free. With another scornful look at him, she said she wanted to talk to him alone on the roof and let him follow her. The girl waved her head, inviting him to follow her. After saying that, the guy finally blushed like a tomato alone. What does that even mean? Now, the guy didn't even have enough imagination. Kijok was just furious. He was incredibly jealous of his friend because of the fact that he got to socialize with a beautiful girl. And Kijok was forced to be in the company of this man. Yujiho waved his hand, inviting him to follow her. The boy put his fist forward and followed the girl. His friend was burning with envy, the devil. Why was he so lucky? The boy's gazes crossed. Kang was over the moon, but his friend was ready to tear him up. What the hell? He said. Taeyeon looked at his neighbor and almost burst out laughing. What a sucker. The guy tried his best not to laugh and looked at his friend like he had shit in his pants. Kijok shouted, "Why him and not me? Why did he have to be partnered with a man? He wanted to have a colorful college life." Now he was just jealous. Puck heard this and immediately brought his heavy fist down on the boy's head. The poor boy cringed at the force of it. He wasn't deaf. The man smiled and stood next to him. Now he's in big trouble. The girl was already standing in place, looking out into the distance, into the boundless space of the city. She was waiting for the boy who would be here any minute, but the boy was always late. Finally, he appeared. The girl sighed and looked at him. Finally, he had come. The boy grinned. He prepared to listen intently. He was overwhelmed with emotion. He didn't understand why the girl had called him for a one-on-one conversation. She looked at him and said in a serious tone that she had called him here to talk without any ears to hear. It would be unpleasant if anyone heard about it. Her eyes were piercing. Hear about it? The boy blushed even more. He was completely shocked. What the hell is going on? He pinched himself. Is he really awake? The girl had called him upstairs for a one-on-one talk. Is she really going to confess her feelings to him? Did he hear what the boy asked? However, the girl reached up to his very face. The boy looked at her with excitement and even some fear. His heart began to pound harder and harder. The girl reached out her hand to him and held it like that for a few seconds. What was she doing? He couldn't figure it out. Do people hold their hand like that before confessing? The girl looked at him with a stern look and said nothing. Kang took her hand and bowed his head to her. It certainly looked comical. She didn't understand anything and looked at him for a few more seconds in bewilderment. What the hell is he doing? Finally, she yanked her hand back. You idiot. She actually asked for his phone. The guy came to his senses. The phone. He started going through his pockets looking for his cell phone. With trembling hands, he handed her the phone and turned away. His heart was pounding at just a measured rate. Was she going to write down his cell phone? Finally, he would have a girlfriend. He was just beyond happy. Was he really that lucky? In the end, she threw the phone back and the guy deftly caught it. Now what? Would she really take down his phone? His cheeks burned with anticipation. He saw that the girl had written her phone number in his phone book. However, she had signed it in the usual way. The boy didn't understand a thing. She said that tomorrow he would have to detail all his money. What he did, where he went, that sort of thing. What? What the fuck? He was hoping for a declaration of love. The guy scratched the back of his head. Schedules? What the hell was that all about? This wasn't going according to his plan at all. He turned around and asked, why should he be happy to sign away his money? The girl turned around and waved her hand and told him not to ask. She wouldn't tell him anything anyway. The boy began to resent it. This is an invasion of his privacy after all. At the very least, he should know the reason. However, suddenly something flew into his face. The boy didn't have time to dodge and received a powerful blow right in the nose. It was a small folding knife. He picked it up and looked at it in surprise. What the hell did he need it for? The girl had said that it was impossible to predict what might happen during a mission, so let him always carry this item with him. The guy still didn't understand anything. What a greeting. She turned to him and smiled her evil smile. So, does he understand what awaits him if he disobeys? Understand? Her eyes flashed and coldness was reflected in them. She's definitely not kidding. He had no choice but to nod accordingly. Yes, he understood everything, but also the wench. What was wrong with her in the first place? Was it so hard to just declare his love? Or else he's wrong. And where was his natural charm? Kijok in a rage. He was throwing pebbles around, really. What the hell is that? Why does he have such bad luck on the first day of student life? He was just furious. Why was he the only one to be paired with a man? Maybe he should write a complaint to the management committee or something. The boy was ready to tear his hair out. Number 2 was walking beside him and just looked at his feet. He was beginning to get annoyed. Suddenly, the boys heard some strange laughter coming from far away. They looked up and looked in front of them. What the hell was that? They even stopped for a second. In the distance, they saw a strange figure, apparently a woman who was hopping towards them. She was dressed very strangely, and she was carrying a huge suitcase of luggage. The guy stopped for a second and took a closer look. What was she doing here? The girl was walking along as if she didn't notice anything around her. She was laughing and humming some strange song to herself. The suitcase rolled beside her. From afar, she looked like some kind of mad woman. On her head, she wore a sort of bonnet, like the women of olden times. Kijok mowed his head. What the hell is wrong with her? Kids these days don't follow curfew at all. The boy began to cluck his lips. Number 2, however, was wary of something. What was this woman doing here? For a second, she stopped and looked at the guys with her piercing gaze. A smile spread across her face. I think she suspected something. We had to be careful. Suddenly, she rushed to number 2 and wrapped her arms around him. Oh my God, what a meeting. The boys didn't understand a thing. What's wrong with this crazy woman? Why the fuck did she rush up to them? The boy stood there, not understanding anything. The woman began to look at him closely. This body is something to behold, and his inner energy sparkles like a diamond. She definitely likes him. The boy tried to move away from her, but the woman continued to pursue him. Suddenly, she looked him straight in the eyes. In that look, he saw something monstrous. She asked in a quiet voice, "Isn't he Kang Taeyeon?" Her eyes flashed as if she was about to kill him now. The boy's insides turned cold at this time. The boy fell into a stupor for a few seconds. Who the hell is this crazy woman? This was bullshit. He stood there looking at her nervously. He was starting to get really pissed off. Kijok rushed up to him and blocked his way. "Hey, let her back off, it's Chae Hakwoo." The guy blocked him, preventing the woman from going any further. Why are all the girls looking for Taeyeon today? He was just furious. Yeah, what's wrong with this guy? The girl pulled away and looked at them in surprise. After a few seconds of silence, she turned around and walked quickly and with a gait in the opposite direction, saying goodbye to the guys to forget everything. They turned away from her and couldn't understand what the hell had just happened. Kijok was trembling with fear. What the hell is she? Could she be a ghost? The guys looked at her. No one had any idea what kind of lady she was. At this time, the woman just went about her business as if not paying any attention to them. It's infuriating. At this time, she continued to still keep a close eye on the boys over her shoulder. She sensed the Immortal Lord's energy. There was simply an incredible amount of power coming from this guy. But still, she mistook him for her target. Hakwoo looked after her without averting his gaze. He was very much startled by this encounter and became concerned. Who was this woman? And why had she mistaken him for Taeyong? What did she want with him? The lad agonized over these questions but could give no answer. From the next day, the investigation began. The military police completely absorbed in their case. Kang and Yuji-ho were walking down the street towards the precinct. The guy was annoyed but asked, "Does he have to report all his actions?" He was digging into his phone and the girl didn't seem to be paying any attention to him. However, the guy didn't relent. He shouted that let her give at least one reason. She is his boss after all. Why is she acting so strangely? The boy couldn't get away from her. However, she got tired of it at some point, and the girl looked at him with a look that took the boy's breath away. Her pupils dilated so much that they almost covered all of her eyes. It looked truly terrifying. The girl looked at him without taking her eyes off of him, and it took the guy's breath away. He hurriedly pulled away from her as he felt that one more second, and he'd get a kick out of it. Exactly. They need to hurry before those ancient moon freaks do something else. He'll catch them all. The girl stared at him with surprised eyes, but the guy didn't pay attention to anything out of fear. The girl heard something or felt something. She shifted her gaze back and became wary. Something was definitely wrong. The boy saw nothing around him and kept muttering something to himself. Where would they begin their investigation? The girl stopped him, however, and the boy turned around in a flash. Behind their backs, something incomprehensible was going on. There were already a lot of people crowded there, horror and confusion on their faces. People were filming everything that was happening. There were also several reporters there. There were screams everywhere, people begging for them to stop. After a second, they rushed in different directions. From there, from around the corner, an unidentifiable man jumped out and did an incredible backflip. People ran in terror and tried to save their lives. The partners looked in that direction. A chill ran down the boy's back. Here was the first offense. Now it was necessary to act decisively. In a second, they were already on the spot. There lay a man who by all appearances was either dead or very near it. He was coughing and trying to get up, but he couldn't. His whole body was broken. Kang looked surprised and frightened at what was happening. It was already the guy he had seen so recently. The boy recognized him, and goosebumps ran down his back. Indeed, it was the same kid he had recently seen in the back alley near the dormitory. What on earth was he doing here? And besides, he looks really lousy. The boy raised his head. His face made you faint. Instead of a face, it was a bloody mess. His mouth was missing a lot of teeth. His eye was completely swollen shut. Who had hit him like that? He reached out his hand to the boy and began to beg for help. Taeyeon immediately jumped up to him and began to help. He shouted, "You see what happens to anyone who skips school? Who beat him up like that?" The girl ran up to him and looked at the picture with an uncomprehending look. The boy continued coughing, trying to get to his feet. Yujiho, surprised, asked, "Does he know him?" The boy replied that he was the dopey guy he saw yesterday and told me about. Suddenly, someone ran between the two of them with unimaginable speed. They felt it, but the one who moved was so fast that it was impossible to catch his movement. People in strange clothes appeared from somewhere. Each of them had a motorcycle helmet on their head. They were really the people of the Moon Squad. They were traveling on some strange devices, more like monocycles. They were moving at an astonishing speed. It was almost impossible to keep up with them. One man drove around the building and did a little somersault. He began to try on the wheel of his apparatus to hit the police points. The man was moving incredibly fast. You had to keep track of his every move. Kang reacted in time and put his foot out, knocking the asshole off his bike. The man was knocked off the saddle by such a strong blow and flew backwards. Naturally, he couldn't hold on, and fell to the ground after sliding a dozen meters. The girl who was with him also wore a helmet, and looked in surprise at the man who had dared to stop them. Kang was beyond happy. This was his first experience in apprehending criminals. Now he would definitely show himself in all his glory. There's no arguing that he should be punished properly. Only the police will do that. The boy prepared for the next sample. The girl did not wait, pressed something on her bike and began to move away at high speed. A column of dust escaped from under the wheels, and the girl turned around and went the other way. She was moving so fast that it was hard to follow her, but the guy was not going to let her go. He immediately prepared to run and catch up with this scoundrel. Already getting off the ground, he shouted that the girl would not leave. He ran after her, but his partner stopped the boy. Taeyeon didn't even listen to her. He ran in the opposite direction. The girl looked at him in surprise. "They can't leave these poor people here." "Really? He left people here like that? Looks like there was a fight." The girl stayed where she was and started to look around the crime scene. The people were frightened. They didn't expect such a sudden attack. The good police officers were nearby. Jiho was furious. Her partner was a real idiot. Where did he go? She pulled out her phone and started texting him angrily. The girl was ready to tear him to shreds from such AWOL behavior. At this time, the perpetrator was running away from the police with great speed. She moved with incredible agility, dodging buildings. She drove into a small new building. Kang pursued her as hard as he could. He ordered the girl to stop, jumping out from around the corner. However, she had no intention of stopping. The guy pursued her to the end. Although he ran very fast, the girl was always one step ahead. What a bastard. You can't catch up. It's hard to be a cop these days. The guy ran and didn't even notice anything around him. But something caught his eye and he stopped immediately. What the guy saw made goosebumps run down his back. He released his eyes and stared ahead. Two people were tied up and seemingly unconscious. They were only a few meters away from the boy, and he immediately rushed to them. They were two guys dressed in regular civilian uniforms. It looked like they too had suffered from the rampage of these freaks. The men were unconscious, all their bodies covered with abrasions and stained with blood. A boy ran up to them and started turning his head in different directions. What the hell had happened here? He didn't understand anything. Did the gang from the ancient moon do this to them? The boys regained consciousness, and in weak voices began to speak. One of the boys shouted for him to run away. There was a look of inhuman terror in his eyes. Apparently, he realized that everyone was in great danger now. The boy screamed in terror, tears in his eyes. Taeyong Yi was not going to back down. He stood up stiffly and prepared himself for the fact that he would have to fight. The boy realized that it didn't seem to be that simple here. He found himself in some deserted place. Gang members started coming out from everywhere. Obviously, this was some kind of ploy to just lure him here. There were at least a few dozen people. The same girl who was at the crime scene was also there. People started jumping out of their seats and approaching the guy who found himself surrounded. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to handle that many on his own. However, his partner was somewhere in the distance. The people began to surround him, squeezing the ring progressively tighter and tighter. He stood alone, surrounded by an entire gang of heavily armed men. The boy sighed and realized at that moment that there was going to be a fight. He wondered why they were all here. First, they're all against the regular police, and now they're going up against the military police. That's funny. He raised his eyes and looked at them the way a predator usually looks at its prey. Well, they left him no choice, and I'll have to teach them a painful lesson about how I should deal with police officers. Things were going on in the dorm. Students were sitting in their rooms, and some were on a mission. Hakwoo walked into his room, and the guy was annoyed about something. He opened the door with a quick movement and stepped inside. Here was the familiar surroundings. However, he saw some unfamiliar figure in the room. The boy became wary and prepared himself. He looked forward with a concentrated gaze. Inside stood a man with long hair and an equally long gray beard. Without turning around, he addressed the boy. It was the chief of the military police. Turning to him over his shoulder, the man said that today was the first start of the mission. Didn't he go? The man didn't seem surprised. Hakwoo didn't answer anything and just started to take off his school uniform. The man turned to him and looked at him even more closely. The boy just went about his daily business, as if not paying attention to the man who stood in his room. The police chief continued to speak. This weekend is the anniversary of the boy's father's death. He hasn't forgotten, has he? He looked at the boy with a look that was like a father looking at his son. The boy paid no attention to him at all and continued to change into his uniform. The man said that he also reminded his brother of that. Well, he would have to visit his father together. The guy remained silent, though. He threw his cloak over himself and moved towards the exit. The man asked him, "And how long is he going to hold a grudge against his grandfather?" The boy did not pay any attention to the old man, but simply walked forward at a brisk pace. He had already grabbed the doorknob to finally go outside and get rid of that annoying old man. However, the man continued. The boy is already far superior to his brother in martial arts. Hakwoo, enraged, he clenched the pen with such force that it cracked in half. However, he asked the old man in a calm voice, "He knows perfectly well what the boy's purpose is, doesn't he?" Without turning to the old man, he threw away the broken pen and continued speaking. "He is the head of an unorthodox alliance, and this is his true face, what he so carefully hides under a mask of lies and hypocrisy. Does he really think this lie will last forever?" Hakwoo was furious. His eyes lit up again, and he would surely bring him out in the open. However, so far he had no proof of anything to expose this old man. The boy opened his hand, and a broken pen fell out of it, which immediately fell to the floor. The old man didn't even turn around to look at him. You could start to hear the contempt in his voice. He said the guy talks just like a weakling, and if he wants to get something, he should always be ready to give something in return. And if he's not satisfied with that order of things, then he needs the kind of power that can turn the whole world upside down. The old man finally turned to him and looked at him with his burning eyes. He asked the boy, did he think he could do it? His voice slowly began to turn to a growl. Hakwoo sighed heavily and headed for the exit. The boy was already tiring of this conversation. He already wanted to go about his business, and his grandfather was still preventing him from even leaving the room. With a heavy sigh, the boy opened the door and lastly said, "We'll wait and see." The old man also continued to stand inside the room without turning around, and the boy went outside. At this time, the members of the order rushed towards the policemen who had fallen into the trap. There were countless of them. The advantage was on their side. All ran straight at the kid and intended to crush him like a fly that had gotten caught in a net. Taeyeon tightened his teeth. Are these guys really taking on so much? The boy was furious. Now he would deal with them once and for all. He was starting to get pissed off at this alliance of misfits who thought they were gods. He began the tiered battle. The boy swung his legs, throwing his opponents left and right. He fought as fiercely as if his life depended on it, although in fact it did. The guy jumped up and did a spin, hitting several gang members at once. People were flying around like little toys. The guy was incredibly strong. However, numerical superiority was not on his side. He landed, and raising his head, he saw that several gang members were already flying at him with their weapons ready. He needed to get out of the line of attack immediately if he wanted to stay alive points. The guy bounced off just in time, and several men landed just a few centimeters away from him. They broke the ground and shards of rock flew in different directions. The guy felt that literally a few centimeters from his head flew the very woman on that motorcycle. He had time to dodge, a second more, and his head would have been smashed in half. The guy bounced off and the man landed right next to him. His vehicle nearly crushed the boy's head into mush. Rocks flew in different directions. It was some kind of strange monocycle that all the gang members were riding. A girl flew after him. They held hands and started spinning like Eula. Still, the guy couldn't dodge and the thing hit him right in the arm. He was lucky he had time to block it. Otherwise, he would have been in big trouble. Air attack with a mono wheel? What's wrong with him? What kind of techniques are these? The guy gritted his teeth and tried to hold back the attack with all his might. Still, the guy couldn't stay on his feet and fell on his back. He groaned with pain and surprise. He rolled a few meters across the floor and tried to get up. At the last moment, he noticed that several people were already flying at him, ready to hit him. If he didn't do something, he would be smashed on the floor. Well, God knows he didn't mean it. The guy's eyes lit up and he began to concentrate his internal energy to fend off this attack. They had forced him, and now would feel the full force of his power. He jumped up and twirled as if in some crazy dance. The guy was dodging all the attacks with some sort of energy vortex. He moved incredibly fast, gradually increasing his speed. He started spinning harder and harder. A vortex of magical energy formed around him and started throwing people in different directions. Everyone was terrified. People could hardly stay on their feet from such a force. The gang members watched in fear as this policeman scattered their gang like toys. They did not expect such resistance, as they thought that they could definitely handle one policeman. A few seconds later, and there was no one in his place. The boys stood in bewilderment and tried to find the policeman, who had literally disappeared without a trace on the spot. People raised up dumbfounded in faces, and through their helmets began to look at the light above, as if a second sun had risen in the sky. Every man had goosebumps running down his back at what he saw. The boy concentrated all his inner potential in one blow. In his hand lit up an incomprehensible sphere of blue color, which began to absorb energy from space. This was his crowning blow now. For one mock, he will deal with all these distrusts. Above, swung his arm to deliver the final blow. The men froze in place, waiting for what was about to happen. None of them had any idea that this simple policeman seemed so strong. The guy swung his hand and used his powerful spiritual strike. Energy was released and flew straight at the criminals. The guy was furious and was ready to vaporize them on the spot. Yuji-ho. Hearing a monstrous explosion, she definitely realized that it was her partner who had messed up again. The girl snapped out of her seat and ran in the direction of the explosion. It had to be prevented from becoming that. She ran to the crime scene, but suddenly it was like something knocked her down. She stayed on her feet, but the ground shook. An explosion! What's going on out there? The girl ran for her life. She found a couple of footprints that helped her find where her partner had run to so recently. She jumped over buildings one by one and hurried to get there in time to help him. However, what she saw at the scene shocked her. What the hell happened here? She looked dumbfounded in front of her. It looked like her employee didn't need any help. What the girl saw made her hold her breath. All the gang members were unconscious. There's no telling what knocked them out. People lay scattered about like toys. In the middle of all this chaos, Kang stood there breathing heavily. Smoke was billowing everywhere. People were lying around like toys, and their vehicles were lying next to him. The boy stood in the center of it all and tried to come to his senses. The boy, breathing heavily, noticed the girl and turned to her. He was still trying to regain consciousness as the force was slowly leaving him. He had overdone it with that punch after all. Now we have to try and explain it all somehow. The girl turned her head in different directions and still couldn't understand how he had done it. The boy noticed her confusion and began to feel proud of himself. He said he was just showing them that they shouldn't go against the police. Isn't that the right thing to do? He was incredibly pleased with his prank. Yuji-ho thought for a second, fear running across her face. The Ancient Moon Group is a serious problem for the police, and this guy handled them all by himself. It's funny. How to explain it all? The girl agonized in guesses. However, none of them reached her. Finally, she remembered the conversation that had taken place between her and the chief of police. He had ordered her to keep an eye on the boy. He just wanted to know more about him. That's all. All this time, the girl didn't say a word. She looked thoughtfully in front of her and wondered what else the boss was hiding. The boy at the same time rejoiced at his achievement. He hoped that he still managed to impress the girl, and now she knows exactly I love him. Yujiho looked at him with a stern look, and the window guy stopped for a second. What was she up to? Didn't I like the begging sign? He tried so hard, but at least she appreciated it somehow. What a woman. Kang caught that look and blushed even more. She's looking at him like that again. Now he was sure that the girl had fallen in love with him. The guy trembled. His heart began to beat even harder. She looked at him with genuine interest, trying to find out what this guy was hiding. And he was thinking about his own thoughts, as usual. Their gazes crossed. Taeyong froze in place, waiting for the next turn of events. What's wrong? What did he do wrong? He'd single-handedly taken down that whole gang. He began to daydream. His mind went back to his own thoughts, and for a second, the space around him ceased to exist. He blushed again, and it was clear from his face that he wasn't thinking about the mission at all. If you looked closely, she looked so pretty. Oh, he's got his lip on. Good for him, the cop on first call thinks about love. He got out of his stupor after all, the girl screamed at him. Is he deaf? She asked him who he learned martial arts from. She was just furious. So on top of that, her partner was just an idiot. The guy looked at her in horror and started stuttering. What was the point of that question? She looked at him with a shrewd look and began to speak. A kid from a rural dojo beat out all the students of the prestigious ones and became the first in the 34th generation. She seemed to doubt his ability. Apparently he was trained by a truly talented master. Who was he? The girl stared at him and he didn't know where to put himself. How do I explain all this to her? Well, new problem. He waved his hands in front of him and tried to justify himself. But as luck would have it, no suitable excuse would pass him by. He realized he had a lot of explaining to do now, but he had no idea how to do it. The girl looked at him with irritation. Her eyes glistened. It turned out that she was ready to kill him now. She really wanted to find out more about him. Suddenly, the guy made a distraction. He jabbed his finger upwards and shouted that there was someone else up there. The girl looked up, and that was her mistake. He seized the moment to jump up and theatrically began to pursue the invisible criminal. The girl looked at him in wonder. What was he up to again? What an idiot, always having trouble with him. She didn't pursue him, but it all looked very suspicious. She looked after him. She hadn't been able to find out more about this kid. He had run away again. Why is he acting so strange? Begging sign. At that moment, the girl realized that he definitely has something to hide. Kung hid in the nearest building around the corner. He was breathing heavily and leaned back against the wall. What's the matter? Why was this girl taking such an interest in him? He really didn't want to talk about his past. His heart was pounding. His thoughts were confused, but he could still remember his mother's words. The same old conversation that had happened between them a long time ago. He remembered his mother looking at him with a very stern look. She had said that there were 3 things he should keep secret while studying at the institute. Let him promise not to break them. Let him abide by these rules. She looked at him with a look that made the boy go cold inside. First, let him try not to use the martial arts his grandfather passed down to him. No one must know about his martial arts. 2, let him never take off the demonic spirit jade ring. And especially, God forbid, he lose it. The woman stared at him with a suspicious look and asked, He understands why this is all happening, right? The boy scratched the back of his head and nodded understandingly. Yes, he understood everything perfectly. His mother looked at him with an even sterner look and said the last, third, and most important rule. He must be wary of pretty girls. They are, after all, the most cunning and the most dangerous of people. The boy scratched the back of his head and asked, But why such a conspiracy? Indeed, it all seemed rather strange. The mother shouted that because it was necessary. Why do you have to explain everything? Now the guy was leaning against the wall, remembering everything that had happened. Yes, that girl was pretty, so she was the one to watch out for the most. And why is she staring at him so intently? What does she want to know? He put his finger to his lips in the sign of silence. That's right, the 3rd rule. Always beware pretty girls. A second later, something slammed into the wall near him with great speed. He bounced off at the last moment to avoid being nailed by a rock. The guy didn't realize that a yo-yo had hit the wall next to him. What the hell kind of guy fights with a toy? The guy looked away and looked at the murder weapon. That's really weird, what the hell? The toy stabbed right next to his ear, its explosion causing cracks. Suddenly, the fishing line had pulled and the strange object flew backwards. The boy only had time to jump back to avoid being hit. Who the hell is this guy? The most offensive thing was that he didn't see anyone. Let him show himself immediately. The boy was ready to fight. Some obscure prick almost nailed his usual game. In front of him stood several people dressed in strange clothing. Among them was a man with a long axe, wearing a blue cloak and a small hat. There was also a woman with a hoop with sharp edges, and a man who actually had a yo-yo. The man with the axe was named Chan Pal. The woman's name was Hannah, and the guy in the jacket was Eugene. Did Pal look at the boy looking at him? It was a strange question, yet the man continued to drill him with his gaze and smile. The boy cocked an eyebrow. What the hell is he asking now? He looked at his attackers with a surprised look. One problem solved, another one appeared at once. Oh shit. The man with the axe swung his weapon and pointed it straight at the boys. Nothing good could be expected from them, it was immediately clear. He swung. His hand lit up with the same blue color. He concentrated a lot of energy in it and prepared to strike. Where did they even come from? The man lightly touched the floor and such waves came from him that the boy could hardly stand on his feet. Who were these people? Where did they come from? It seemed to be an energy weapon. The boy looked to the side in surprise. The column that stood next to him had been cut into several pieces. What a nasty thing. He should run away immediately or he would definitely be finished. A few seconds later, the energy wave reached him, and it cost him a huge effort to escape the line of attack without being cut in half. The boy bounced off in time, but the sound wave still reached him. He touched his cheek. There was a small cut on it. The man still managed to get it out. Sound art? What the hell? Why is he so fast? Before the guy could fully recover, a yo-yo flew into him. He covered himself with his arm, but the impact was strong enough to make his bones bang. The boy threw his toy at him and immediately it flew backward. The boy would have been a couple seconds and he would have fallen out the window. The impact was really hard. What a devil. He'd hoped he'd finally dealt with everyone. The woman jumped up and swung her hoop. The boy didn't know what to do. He was completely confused. There were too many of them and they were too strong. At the last moment he managed to escape, and the woman plunged her hoop straight into the ground. It seemed like this whole building was about to collapse from such blows. These three people were much stronger than the entire group he had fought before. He managed to get back up, but the woman did a somersault and kicked him right in the stomach. The boy bent from this blow and flew into the nearest wall. He fell back a few meters, trying to regain consciousness. What the hell is going on? Who were those people? There was no one to help him, so he would have to fight these freaks one-on-one. The woman did not hesitate long and swung her weapon and threw it straight at the boy. The hoop flew through the air. One more second, and that thing would just cut him open. The hoop stuck a few centimeters from his head. Just a couple more moments and his head would fly off his shoulders. The boy looked there in horror. The woman jumped up again and aimed the impact of her feet right at the boy, who was still lying motionless, the hoop resting on him. One more second and he would die. His reaction didn't fail him, though. The guy jumped up and moved out of the line of attack. The woman landed right on the spot where he'd been lying so recently. Another second, and he would have been crushed. That annoying kid with the toy tried on again and prepared to hit him with renewed vigor. The toy started spinning around him like a whirlwind. It made a nasty whistling noise as if bullets were flying around him. The speed was so great that the boy didn't have time to react, and the thin but strong fishing line entangled his body in a second. He just didn't have the reaction to see it all coming. Still, he couldn't stay on his feet and fell to the ground. He collapsed and felt that he was about to be finished if he did anything to me. His partner was very far away and would not have been able to help him. The woman's sharp hoop was already flying towards the boy. Just a couple more seconds and he would be cut in half. The boy had already resigned himself to his fate, and he couldn't move any part of his body as he was bound by this stupid toy. He watched in horror as the hoop rapidly approached him. His whole short life flashed before his eyes. What a bastard. However, a figure with pink hair appeared behind him. Yuji-ho just in time. She repelled the weapon with one powerful sword strike. The girl didn't even look back at her partner and was completely focused on the fight. Kang looked at her with incredible gratitude. A blush formed on his face. This girl had come to save him. He couldn't believe his happiness. The guy was ready to faint right now, however, he couldn't. The girl looked at him with an angry look and called him a jerk. He's gone without her again. Doesn't he know that she's responsible for the safety of his stupid head? The girl had no time to speak, however, for she was interrupted. The voice of the woman with the hoop was heard. She said that the girl had changed a lot. Yujiho hesitated for a second. How did this girl know her name? The hoop fell back into its owner's hands. The girl deftly grasped it and prepared to strike again. Hana looked at her and asked, since when did she worry about anyone but herself? The girl was looking at her so contemptuously, and that look was beginning to annoy her. Yujiho was shocked. It was as if she recognized the woman. Fear and hatred flashed in her eyes. Girl, I didn't know what to think right now. Hana continued to twirl her hoop. The girl nonchalantly continued talking. Because of one man, she had such a promising future. But this man had left the alliance and joined the police force. She said it as if she was surprised. She looked at her longtime friend and wondered if she had grown above herself since Madame had passed away. The girl grasped her hoop and rose to her seat. Yujiho. As if she recognized the girl, she looked at her with a surprised look. There was a look of incomprehension in her gaze. Where did she come from? Hana, however, had no plans for a long conversation. She jumped up from her seat and, waving the hoop like some kind of liquid, rushed straight at the girl. She shouted, let her see if she had lost her grip. Yujiho blocked the blow with her sword. A scraping of metal was heard. It cost the girl a huge effort to somehow resist her friend. Suddenly, after all these years, they had met after all these years. Now as enemies. The girl groaned. The blow was really strong, and to contain it would take a very good effort. Her eyes lit up, and she realized at that moment that she wasn't going to get out of here so easily. These three wouldn't let them out. They bounced off each other, and there was a deafening clap of energy. The room began to shake. The girls parted in different directions and again prepared for another throw. Hana smiled and said that the girls seemed to stay on the same level as before. The hothouse conditions had not spoiled her in any way. She smiled and asked what her boyfriend's name was. At this time, he felt the thread that bound his body tighten tighter and tighter. One more second and it would just cut him. What is it made of? It's so annoying. Suddenly, the guy was squeezed with even more force. He screamed in pain and his body kicked back out. The thread continued to constrict, gradually cutting through his clothes and cutting into his skin. The guy who was running the thing was determined that he would finish his victim here and now. He pulled his thread and he filled it with energy. He was controlling this thing from afar, which gave him a big advantage. Yujiho swung around and screamed that it wasn't her boyfriend. The girl was even more furious when she heard those words, and her longtime friend jumped up, and her agility was at a very high level. She said, as if laughing, that her temper hadn't changed either, just as fiery and sharp. She swung her hoop and did a somersault again, swinging her weapon straight at her friend. The hoop spun again with incredible speed, and slicing through the air with a deafening whoosh flew straight forward. Yujiho repelled the attack and the weapon flew backwards. They were not inferior to each other in strength. The girl swung her sword and read every move of her opponent. She was incredibly angry at her partner being so goofy. Hatred lit up in her eyes. She really didn't want to remember the events of days gone by. Yet here her friend had reappeared and was now getting on her nerves. Swinging around, she tried to hit her, but Hana was fast. She bounced back with a quick movement, moving out of the line of attack. The girl was like a circus acrobat, and her movements were incredibly smooth and easy. All this time, she did not stop smiling cheerfully. Her eyes were burning with the excitement of battle. She enjoyed it immensely. She asked her friend if she knew her main flaw. Squinting her eyes, Hana said her friend was very impulsive. It constantly prevents her from having a normal life. Doing a few more somersaults, the girl picked up her weapon with her foot and launched it back at her friend.
Yujiho thrust her sword forward, the hoop flying with the same tremendous speed, cutting through the air. But the girl was prepared for the fact that she would have to fight now.
However, something unimaginable happened. The hoop flew past her with a whoosh and went the other way. It changed its trajectory literally on the fly. The girl looked away in surprise as she continued to clutch her sword. Did he just change trajectory? The girl grinned and realized that now she would have to defend this thingless as well. Kang. At this moment, he realized that he was definitely going to be finished. The hoop was flying at him at a tremendous speed, only a few centimeters away from his face being cut in half. Fuck. That's all he could think. The boy had already resigned himself to the fact that he was going to die. However, his partner was very experienced. The girl made a cultist and stuck the sword, which immediately hooped the hoop. Metal jangled. The boy was saved. However, he almost shit his pants. Incredibly sharp. The shiny blade stopped a few centimeters from his face. The boy had already resigned himself to the fact that he was about to die. But now, his life was teetering on the brink of death. A legion of goosebumps ran down his back. He really didn't want to die. Yuji-Ho got there just in time. She pressed down on the hoop with her foot, keeping it from moving. The boy looked at her with frightened eyes, but the girl didn't seem to pay any attention to him. She was simply furious at seeing her longtime friend, which she wanted to give up. Hannah, however, did not give up trying to hurt her. As expected, she hadn't changed a bit. Hannah disappointedly said she was left completely disarmed. She could have easily finished her off, but she decided to save this kid. To think she missed her chance. And for what? Her voice changed and became more rough. Her eyes glittered with hatred. She said that with such a gentle nature, girls can't survive in this world. An incredible burst of strength began to emanate from her. The guy with the yo-yo called out to her and told her not to get distracted. He turned his weapon around again, and the line was stretched to the limit. Everything started whistling, the air filled with strings. The weapon flew straight at the police officers, who just watched as death approached them at an incredible speed. The girl lifted her head up and realized that now she had to defend herself again. She swung her sword and prepared herself for the many blows she would need to fend off. She was starting to get really annoyed by all of this. Plus, her partner was completely useless in this situation. She didn't have time to deal with him. She began to repel all attacks, moving at an incredible speed. The sound of metal was heard everywhere. The girl was easily repelling all the attacks of her opponent. The boy looked at all this with a dumbfounded look. It was the first time he had seen her so strong. The man who had the sonic weapon pulled the strings, and the melody came again. He bounced back, preparing to deliver another of his crushing blows. Of the three, he was the most dangerous, as he didn't even need to be in close proximity to his opponent, but simply had enough and surrendered the sound. As he landed, the man yanked the strings of his weapon as hard as he could, and there was such a deafening roar that Paul began to shake. Energy waves erupted everywhere and began to cut through space like knives. Kang shouted that he possessed a sound technique. The girl ordered him not to move and swung her sword again. Naturally, she understood all of this perfectly well. The girl began to accumulate magical energy. Her eyes lit up. The sword began to be filled with power, and its blade turned into a large beam of light. For her, the entire space was now focused on the three opponents. She swung her sword and a jet of energy erupted from it, which immediately shattered the sound flying towards them. But for some time they were safe. After such a blow, waves flew in different directions. Kang, who was lying behind, was simply shocked. It was the first time he had seen such power. He was thrown backwards by the impact. The man in the hat smiled. He was incredibly happy, bravo. At least someone had managed to block his tune for the first time in a long time, and he was impressed, and back at the same time. Yuji-Ho was almost exhausted. Fighting three opponents was very difficult. Yes, and on top of that, and constantly having to protect her no-good partner. The girl was breathing hard, her eyes expressing incredible anger. Once again, she had to face her old acquaintances. The kid tried his best to get out of these shackles, but this thread was incomprehensibly made of what? How tightly it fit around his body. The boy realized that the partner couldn't do it without him alone. If only he could get rid of those threads. Suddenly, a brilliant thought popped into his head. He could use his energy. Well, that's what he would do. Hannah looked at her friend and smiled. Had she really called for backup? They stood opposite each other. The girl smiled and looked at her longtime acquaintance. The man standing next to her said that everyone was already swarming like flies on jam. What a nuisance. Hannah said with a smile. She should be done by now. Enough fun, she was starting to get tired of it. The woman gripped her weapon tighter. The man in the hat smiled and said it was time to play that tune. A grin flashed across my face. more like the grin of a madman. His face was now completely hidden by the hat. Yujiho, watching all of this with horror. She seemed to be starting to guess something. The guy lying behind her was trying unsuccessfully to get out of the string, but he was doing very poorly. Hannah tossed her hoop high up with one deft movement of her foot. It whistled and went straight to the ceiling. Her partner swung the yo-yo, and it whistled and flew straight forward, unwinding its fishing line. It spun with such force that it seemed to have several thousand revolutions. The man with the musical instrument jumped up to the resulting fusion of the two weapons. He swung his musical instrument and prepared to strike with all his might. Kang told the girl to get out of here. Nothing would happen to him, and she needed to save her own skin. He was still trying unsuccessfully to get out of the fishing line that entangled his whole body, but the girl didn't listen to him. She stuck her sword right into the concrete to keep herself on her feet. There was a scraping sound of metal, and the boy watched her every move with horror. The girl changed. She began to build up energy, and said in an irritated voice that she had told him more than once that she was responsible for his stupid head. She thrust her sword with such force that the earth began to crack beneath her. She got ready. Her face changed and became more serious. She said that since she couldn't get away from the blow, she would have to block it. The girl was prepared for the fact that she would have to stand after such a powerful attack from 3 guns. The musician cried out that he liked the girl's determination very much, but he doubted very much whether that determination would help her to survive their ensemble. He landed and pulled the fishing line like strings. They made a sort of musical instrument, the fishing line entangling the hoop, forming strings. The musician pulled them with such force that they began to crack, but he did not stop and moved farther and farther away. The man had withdrawn a sufficient distance, and in a moment was ready to let go his instrument. Act 1, final chord. The man stretched out in a smile and prepared to play his best tune that would incinerate all living things around him. After a second, he released the strings in a shot so powerful that everyone's ears popped. The energy concentrated in all 3 of these weapons now burst out and rushed straight towards his partners. It was some inhuman stream of energy. It was so powerful that it was almost impossible to block it. Yujiho stood in place, gripping her sword. She realized that she would not be able to withstand such an attack, but she had one goal: to save this idiot who was completely useless. The girl squinted. The light was so bright that she was afraid of going blind. There was a huge explosion approaching her. If she came in contact with it, her body might just vaporize. She needed to withstand such an attack. A split second later, there was a terrible rumble. The upper floors of the new building exploded so violently that all the windows blew out. Plaster mixed with concrete fell on them. People looked up and held their breath in unbelievable horror. The girl was running forward, her bloody legs knocking her feet together, the sounds of her thudding footsteps echoing throughout the corridor. She was in incredible pain, running without remembering herself. She was breathing hard. Her heart was jumping out of her chest. She couldn't stop, and her heavy breathing echoed right through her temples. No, no! It was the only phrase in her head. She ran to some room, swung the door open, and so crashed against the wall. The girl stood in the doorway, and the light was coming through it. The room was obviously dark. It was something akin to an operating room or an intensive care unit. There were several doctors standing there and one girl. On a gurney lay a body covered with a white sheet. Apparently, the patient was hooked up to a ventilator or life support machine. There were sounds that began to fade away gradually. The pulse machine gradually stopped beeping. The man under the blanket was lying there, obviously no longer breathing. The life support machine beeped, indicating that the pulse had stopped. Tears came to the girl's eyes. She could no longer fight her throat. The girl breathed heavily and looked at the hospital room where the dearest person was lying. It was as if her life had been turned upside down at that moment. Still, she couldn't fight her emotions and burst into tears on the spot. Her mom died. The girl was left all alone. She couldn't see anything because of the tears coming to her eyes. She cried right there. No one could comfort her at that moment. Her crying was so desperate that the doctors felt cold inside. A girl dressed in a black uniform curled up in a ball and wrapped her arms around her legs, sobbing softly. She was crying, and there was nothing she could do. Her mother had left the world too soon, leaving the girl an orphan. Suddenly, through her crying, she heard someone's soft voices. Someone was walking towards her. The girl looked up and saw a man approaching her. She looked up and saw 2 men approaching her. The man was carrying a woman who wore the same black dress and a blue hat with a flower. Yujiho's breath caught. She looked at it all with a steady gaze, and anger boiled up inside her. The girl breathed heavily and tried to say something, but the emotions overwhelming her did not allow her to do so. Ina stood and looked at the girl with a completely blank stare. Her green eyes expressed no emotion whatsoever. This was a henchwoman of one of the 4 great guardians of the Black Alliance. Yuji choked on her tears and started screaming. How could she have the conscience to come here? The girl couldn't handle her emotions anymore. 2 people stood in front of her and didn't say anything but just looked at her. She held her mother's portrait in her hands, clutching it tightly to her chest, and screamed. How does she have the conscience to come here? Her mother's dead because of her. Lousy bitch. The man walked up to her and slapped the girl across the face. Blood flew from her mouth, the girl backed up, and the poster flew out of her hands. A small painting of a mother's portrait fell to the ground, and the glass shattered into many pieces with a crack. There, the smiling face of the mother, who looked very much like her daughter, looked at the people. One would have thought they were twins. The man looked at her with a blank stare and told the girl to watch her tongue. There was such a sinister aura emanating from him that the little girl got chills inside. This was her father, who had never given her the attention she deserved. Yujiho screamed at him not to even dare say her name. What a filthy pig. The girl bent in half from such a blow. Her face was covered by her disheveled hair, tears rolling from her eyes. She wept bitter tears and sobbing said that the father she knew had died today. After that, she had to leave the man she would never call father again in her life. She had to wander, as she no longer had any family in her life. The girl was completely orphaned. She did not want to maintain any ties with her father, through whose fault her mother died. She swung her wooden sword and took aim for another quick strike. Fury glittered in her eyes. The girl was ready to sizzle anyone who got in her way, and from that moment on, something inside her broke. Something very important that was responsible for her humanity. On that day, her dearest person had died, and now she didn't need to remain human for anyone's sake. She was in the training room, and swinging a wooden sword mock-up one by one, she took down her opponents. No one could match her in strength. She fought assassins that experienced fighters could not match, but the girl dealt with them like toys. One man swung his sword, but had no time to do anything as the girl quickly dodged. She bounced off his leg and spun in the air. The man didn't even have time to realize anything as he fell to the ground, and swinging her foot, she kicked another assassin in the face with all her might. He flew far back. The woman's eyes went dark. She immediately passed out. It was the first entrance exam of the police academy. The girl stood in front of the judges and clutched her sword layout tightly in her hands. There were several people in front of her, the most important thing in the academy. Several men sat around the table and scrutinized the girl. It was unknown what school she had attended. However, she definitely had potential. Why does she want to go to a police university? The man folded his hands near his face and scrutinized the girl. Yujiho standing in front of them with her arms folded at the seams and hadn't spoken a word yet. She let her head down so that her face was practically invisible. The girl took her pendant, which she had never removed from her chest, and clutched it tightly in her hands. This little object constantly reminded her of her mother, the dearest person to her. The girl clutched this pendant harder and harder. Only one phrase escaped her lips. Revenge. She would come here for revenge and... The girl looked at the judges with eyes as if she was ready to tear them apart. One of the men jumped up on the spot and angrily asked, "Does she even realize why this university exists? To train my body and soul by honing my martial arts, and to keep order in society by eliminating lawlessness in the city. That's what this university is for." The man looked at the girl with the eyes that one would normally look at a misbehaving student. If she is driven together, then don't even let her try to enter this university. There is no room for emotions. Yujiho lowered her head and disappointedly said that she didn't even realize that this university was such a boring place. The girl was completely disappointed. She turned around and without saying a word goodbye went back to the exit. As soon as the judges heard this disrespectful attitude, they jumped up from their seats. What is this girl doing? That's just insolent. However, she didn't pay any attention to them. But the academy's most important founder looked at her with a serious look. He saw something in this girl, something that the others didn't see. Now, He was determined to find out about it. The man continued to glare at the girl until she left the hall. Yujiho walked down the hall and held her wooden sword in her hands. She walked with a quick stride and had no desire to stay in this boring place. She was rejected. Well, now it was time to go back to her home. Suddenly, after a second, she felt someone looking at her from above. Someone so big, intimidating and heavy that she literally physically felt the stare with her back. She turned back and with a frightened look looked back, but there was nothing there. The girl tried to find something with her eyes, but it was all in vain. She looked around the corridor. It was empty. No one was following her. She was completely alone, though the girl was sure that she definitely felt the murderous aura. This whole thing was incredibly strange. Suddenly, she felt some sort of silhouette standing in front of her. It was a man. Someone's soft voice asked, "Her name is Yujiho, right?" The girl stopped for a second and prepared herself. Without trying, she swung her wooden sword and struck where the man was supposed to be. But all she managed to do was just nick the shirt. It was the founder of the university. He stood in front of her and moved at a striking speed. The man said that the ability to react to such a small amount of energy. It is very rare to meet such a person with such a gift in their knot. The girl said, "Not a word to me," and turned away. The man continued to speak. He looked at her with a condescending look. Had she gained this ability through hard training, or had it been inherited from her father? Suddenly the man's face changed, his eyes lighting up again, and he knew that the girl's father was the keeper of the Black Unorthodox Yujiho Alliance. His eyes lit up again. His gaze was so murderous that it could sizzle anyone. Or was she not his daughter? The girl looked at him blankly. She asked, "What did he want? Stop beating around the bush." The man approached her and softened a little. This university doesn't pay attention to the background of its students. It only evaluates skills. However, what matters is what direction she is going to take them in, like killing people. The headmaster walked past her and the girl felt the same murderous aura that had followed her on the way out. She even got a little cold with fear. The man turned around and said that he could help her get revenge. However, in return, she must become his weapon. The girl shook her head. "No thanks for the offer, but this is some bullshit." She doesn't want to follow in her father's footsteps. The girl sighed heavily. She already knew in advance that she would not agree to such terms. They stood opposite each other and there was a small pause between them. The girl was about to go. She was tired of this pointless dabbling. She thought she could realize her goals in this place, but it was just boring. The man sighed. "So that's how it is." He lowered his eyes and realized it was useless to talk to her. However, he had one more plan. Anyway, the man did not turn to her and said that he could not pass by such a young talent. The girl had passed the test, and now she could study here. She turned back to him and looked at the man's footsteps with surprised eyes. He turned to her and with a smile said that however now she was indebted to him. His smile was very sly, and there was a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Now she would not get rid of him so easily. That's how she got into this university. The girl looked at him and didn't understand. Yes, she had gotten in, but at what cost? Who knows what that old man would want from her? That was the day her training began. She had been getting slanted glances from her co-workers since someone had told her that she was involved with an unorthodox alliance. She didn't really care, though, because she had planned to act without anyone's help from the start. From that moment on, she strived to be the best of the best. She tried her best in living alone. This was the best option. Living like this has helped her a lot. Until now. What's wrong with this guy, though? He's all kind of weird point acting like an idiot, but still he has good fighting skills, also some strange strength. Because of this fool, she's totally messed up. She has to clean up her mess and he's completely useless. He's acting like a little kid. She remembered his stupid face when he was always imagining things. Now the guy was standing in front of her and smiling. He had managed to get free after all, and now he was covering her with his body. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. She certainly hadn't expected this newcomer to stand up for her. So why did she interfere? The girl looked at him with a look as if the Lord God was standing in front of her. The boy stood and put his small knife forward. It was with this small device that he was able to block such a powerful sound wave. This is very strange. The girl stood behind him and opened her mouth in surprise. He looked at her over his shoulder and sighed heavily. He had finally made it in time. Now she would definitely notice him. The guy really wanted to show off in front of her, and was now at his best. But soon the force left his body. Naturally, to endure such a strong blow was a great strain on the body. He fell backwards and began to fall on his back. What a bastard. Even screwed up here. He finally collapsed to the ground and immediately lost consciousness. The girl rushed to him. It's deadly. If he dies here, it'll be on her conscience. Luckily, it was all right. They got to the hospital in time, and now the boy was safe. He was in a private hospital in the city. The doctor was standing in front of the patient, looking at something in his papers. It was a miracle. His eyes were filled with genuine amazement. It was simply impossible. Kijok looked at him with a surprised look. He was the miracle. The guy didn't expect such a turn of events. Yuji-ho shoved him aside, and the guy barely stayed on his feet. Let him get the hell out of here. Taeyeon was lying on the bed and appeared to be sound asleep. There was no mutilation left on his partner. He was completely healthy, and most importantly, alive. He slept peacefully, his snoring echoing throughout the room. He didn't pass out because of the mutilation, but because he'd used up all his internal energy. He just needs to get some sleep now. Yuji-ho leaned over and began to examine. Not a single scratch after being hit like that. There was definitely something wrong with this kid. And now she had decided to keep an eye on him out of her own enthusiasm as well. She was very curious as to how one could possess such strength. The doctor came up to her and started telling her something. Have you ever noticed anything out of the ordinary about this gentleman? The doctor looked at her in surprise. He corrected his wide spectacles and asked, perhaps this is some elementary good fortune, or perhaps it is not. Yuji-ho sat in his room and waited until the guy finally woke up. However, he slept like a dead man, his snoring echoing throughout almost the entire hospital. The girl was thinking about something of her own. After meeting her old friend, she needed to think things over. She had definitely heard how Hannah had been expelled from her father's organization. Why is she a member of the Ancient Moon faction, then? Suddenly, she was distracted by a guy's voice. He was saying her name. Apparently, he was dreaming something strange. The girl looked at him with a calm gaze. She was tired herself. Then why did the dummy do that? She remembered the moment when that kid risked his own life and covered her with his body. He didn't even think at that moment that he might die once and for all. He just did it. Of course, he flaunted it in front of her. However, it took incredible strength to stop such a blow. She thought back to all those recent events that had made her reconsider her outlook on life. This kid wasn't as easy as she thought. To block that kind of shockwave with a single knife, that takes a lot of skill. However, he's only a beginner. The musician laughed. This is just an incredible kid. He was incredibly pleased with this outcome. The girl looked at her partner and didn't understand anything. What the hell just happened? Did he just block this man's punch? People couldn't understand how an ordinary rookie could be so strong. To think he blocked their technique with some knife. The musician seemed to be happy. However, they needed to leave. They heard someone coming up the stairs. It was obviously the police. They needed to leave if they wanted to go unnoticed. The musician pulled his hat on and said he would remember this kid. The smile never left his face. For some reason, these people were smiling. They were enjoying this fight a lot. Hannah smiled and said that this is the end of their acquaintance. They have to bow out. Yuji-ho wasn't going to just let them go. The girl rushed towards them to keep him from leaving. They're not going anywhere. However, she didn't have enough speed. Hannah waved her hand and covered herself with a smokescreen. What's the rush? This wasn't the first time they'd met and parted. They'd see each other again, after all. A satisfied smile stretched across her face. Yuji-ho thought about it. Her mind was still reeling from the last fight. There were too many questions she didn't know the answers to. She had to find out as soon as possible, or there would be trouble. The girl slipped her coat on and ran towards the hospital exit. She almost knocked Kijok off his feet. He asked, was she leaving already? The girl threw in a parting remark that if the guy woke up, let him go back to the university. She had some business to take care of. The Black Alliance underground was in full swing. There were people wearing chemical protection. They all had masks on. It looked like some kind of testing lab. This was the actual production of the drug. There was a device that made the pills. It spat them out, and the pills came down in a continuous stream. On the table were the ingredients used to make the drug. They were some seeds, roots, and leaves. The scientists examined them and made appropriate notes in their journals. The man who was the originator of the whole process stood watching through the glass. Suddenly his cell phone rang. The man took his cell phone out of his pocket and looked at the screen. What he saw there made his heart skip a beat. It was his daughter calling. They hadn't spoken in years, and then she dialed herself. The man brought the phone to his ear, and smiling said that he was very surprised that the girl herself first my call. However, she was not in the mood for pleasantries. She was walking through town and listened to her father's tirade. He asked, and why now she needed to ask for a sign to stop so long with him, did not communicate with him, cut off all ties, and now. Yujiho. In a serious tone, she told her father to answer her directly. He's the one behind the creation of the ancient moon grouping, isn't he? Who else would it be? The girl wasn't in the mood for a long conversation. She wanted to find out the essentials as soon as possible, and finally finished talking to this creep. The man fell silent as if gathering his thoughts. He hadn't expected such a direct question from his daughter. What is she talking about? The man pretended as if he didn't understand anything. However, the girl wasn't going to back down so easily. She asked, then why is Hannah, who was once his subordinate, a member of this group? Does it seem strange to me or to him? The man frowned and took a serious tone. He was ceasing to like this conversation. Hannah? The man fell silent. It sounded strange, and he was trying to avoid this conversation, but he wasn't very good at it. Now he was pretending he never remembered this girl. The man snapped his fingers. So she's talking about this Hannah. He banished her. She herself realizes perfectly well she even remembers that moment. However, the girl was not going to take his word for it. She asked, is he sure of his words? How can she trust him after all he's done? As far as she was concerned, that sly bastard had always quietly manipulated him. The man made things more serious and said he could swear to her on this. He had personally banished Hannah. She was no longer any of them. The man did not even understand what was the point of this question, however. The girl's voice indicated that the subject was serious. The workers continued to dash back and forth, carrying large packages of the drug loaded on small carts. There was a rumbling noise everywhere, and the work process was boiling. The girl sighed and realized that the conversation was going nowhere. At parting, she said curtly that she hoped for his sincerity. She immediately hung up the phone and continued pacing somewhere on her business. Though no one heard her anymore, the girl said to herself that her father should remember that she herself would put him behind bars if only he did something illegal. The father pulled the phone away from his ear and was silent for a while. This news he had just heard had shocked him and made him think of many things. The man thought, Hannah is a member of the ancient moon. Something was definitely not clean here. The man thought he should have a good look into everything before drawing any conclusions. The man waved his chains and threw cars around like cardboard toys. This was the headquarters of the Steel Stud Export Company. The cars were flying around like toys, breaking over themselves. It seemed to be the same berserk that had been bred in the lab. This creature no longer looked like a human. Its skin had changed. Its body was covered with a lot of muscles. There was some kind of obscure mask on its face. The creature possessed incredible strength. Secret weapon of the assassin clan, test object number 13. A man who was unlucky enough to be behind the wheel of one of the cars was shocked. What the hell is this freak doing? Can't they kill one freak? Where the hell did this monster come from? Sebastian was lying on the hood of his car, watching this monster scattering the mercenaries like toys. The man was incredibly pleased with the result. Sebastian realized that this specimen was definitely his favorite. With this killing machine, he would be able to eliminate his enemies with great ease. Suddenly his phone rang. The man turned around and looked away from the mesmerizing sight. He didn't really feel like talking to anyone right now. He picked up the phone and a familiar voice sounded on the other end. Sebastian asked irritably what he wanted. He had interrupted his spectacle, hadn't he? His master smilingly said that they had a little problem here. The man tried to keep his composure, but he was having a hard time doing so. Sebastian was surprised. What kind of problem? Let him be more specific. In the background of his voice came the noise of cars breaking down. The teacher said the police have started to move. That will be a problem if she finds out anything. Besides, as a result, the lion's share of the ancient moon group is now behind bars. They were all caught by just one man. Indeed, most of the gang members were loaded onto a police bus. They were bound hand and foot. The mutant swung his huge axe, intending to chop another vehicle in half. Sebastian was surprised. Just one man. He certainly knew he didn't work with amateurs, but to do so, to single-handedly catch all these varmints. At this point, the test subject just went crazy. He was so energetic it made everyone's knees shake. He was swinging his chains, destroying everything in his path. Like getting high on pills, though, they had no other skills. Sebastian sighed. The mutant swung his arm and aimed at another car. His helmet was on fire and he was breathing heavily, his breath sounding like a growl. Teacher. According to the teacher, nodded. Of course, they don't have any knowledge of martial arts. They're just a gang of street kids. As the mutant continued to smash everything around them, Sebastian enjoyed watching such a beautiful sight. However, due to the lack of manpower, their activities may begin to be disrupted. Suddenly, one of the pieces of the car flew straight at Sebastian Shi, but the man deftly blocked the impact with his foot. So what's the problem? Why not hire new ones? Caught and caught, what's the big deal? One of the men who fiercely fought the mutant shouted that he didn't expect the Steel Stallion mercenaries to give up so easily. The man shouted a battle cry. His eyes reflected fury. His comrades used a four-pronged attack. They were going to attack the mutant from all sides to somehow defeat it. The cars began to circle around the monster. The monster looked at them as if they were prey. He swiveled his head and tried to keep track of at least one of them. Tires squealed and cars roared. Soon the cars collided with each other and crushed the mutant so that he could no longer move. On the other side of the wire, the teacher said that of course there was no problem. New workers could be hired, however. After this news, there was unrest within the group. Their morale deteriorated. Sebastian laughed after this news. Those damn little kids. They don't know how to do anything. They get depressed after just one failure. That's the bastard. He figured he had no choice but to teach that police asshole a lesson. At this time, the mutant was attacked by several gang members. The monster prepared to repel the attack. He was like an enraged animal ready to tear apart anyone in his path. The Steel Stallion gang members pounced on him and screamed with rage. Sebastian got up from his seat after all. All right, he would take care of this matter. He was getting specifically sick of all the petty problems that come from inept workers. The man was angry. He made the only right decision, to wipe that police bastard out. Such an energy aura began to swirl around him that the very space around him became liquid. On the other side, the teacher smiled and thanked the young master for his foresight. The old man rejoiced, for he had such a talented student. The fog cleared, and the silhouettes of the mercenaries who were trying to deal with that thing showed up there. However, it was simply incredibly strong. Even so many blows couldn't break this thing. The mercenary trembled in fear. He stopped just a few centimeters away from the monster. Yes, what the hell? How to kill this thing? The man realized that the skin of this monster would not even take a sword. The monster rose up and threw off several men who fell around it with a clatter. The monster was already thinking of finishing off these men, as suddenly he was distracted by someone's clapping. He turned his head in the direction of the sound. Sebastian was completely satisfied. He was thrilled with the skills of his new specimen. Impeccable defense coupled with incredible physical performance. No but, is that fair? He's the best creation of their wonderful scientists. The man was incredibly pleased with the result of his efforts. Now he looked at his creation and ordered it to fall down in front of his master. The monster hesitated a moment longer, and a silence arose before them. The monster looked at his master with a look full of madness. After a second, there was a rumbling sound. The monster fell to his knees before his creator. He was completely at his mercy. Sebastian stepped on him with his foot and praised him for a job well done. The man was incredibly pleased. There was no limit to his joy, because now he had a real biological weapon, with the help of which he would crush his enemies one by one. Smiling his crazy smile, he bit his lip and said that he had a new job for 13. Now, for the first time, he would try out his creation on living people, Kijok and Taeyong. They were playing sports. They were running cross-country in a large sports field. Kang ran ahead and was breathing heavily. His friend could hardly keep up with him and said he didn't think the boy who had just been released from the hospital could give in. However, the boy shook his head no. His motto, no sport. Kijok even frowned at such hypocrisy. How pompous, what on earth had happened to him yesterday? He looked at his friend with surprise. This was the first time he had seen this man being so persistent in his endeavors. What had happened yesterday? The boy thought for a moment. He began to recall the events of the previous night. when he had almost said goodbye to his life. Then he realized that his strength was not enough to withstand such opponents. Those bandits who attacked him yesterday were incredibly strong. Their abilities were on some other level. Boy believes that if you were a policeman, this encounter with such martial arts masters is a common occurrence. He can't stay as weak as he is now. How can he protect people then? And how can he become stronger? The guy thought about it. He pondered. There must be some way to improve his physical performance so that he doesn't fall into the mud. Suddenly a thought crossed his mind. What if we used his powers? Why? That's not a bad idea. They're very strong. He could easily take down those freaks. But no. He immediately began to drive those thoughts out of his head, let him not even think. His mom told him not to. He couldn't let anyone see his abilities in action. Then he had no choice but to do it. No. He can't use the Immortal Lord's techniques. Kijok suddenly shifted his eyes and called out to his friend, saying that Yujiho was nearby. The boy instantly blushed red with embarrassment and began to swivel his head around looking for the girl. Indeed, she was somewhere nearby and was also jogging. She was dressed in an athletic uniform that fit her perfectly. The guys couldn't even take their eyes off her. Right now, the girl was incredibly beautiful. However, she seemed not to pay attention to them and was completely immersed in training. The girl was running at a steady, trying to keep up. As soon as Taeyeon saw her, it immediately slowed down the tempo. He couldn't take his eyes off her, and immediately blushed with embarrassment. He didn't even notice his comrade staring at him. The guy laughed. What's wrong with him? He's blushing like a tomato. Or does he think she's falling for him just because they were on a mission together? Kang was furious. He wanted to punch him as hard as he could to get him to stop talking nonsense. However, he wanted him and that girl to get closer. They started fighting each other, jokingly, of course. The boy shouted, "What's this nonsense? Just let him shut up." However, his comrade kept laughing. It can't be helped. Kijok suddenly started calling the girl's name to his friend. The boy standing behind him covered his ears so as not to hear this embarrassment. He was ready to finish him off at this point. What is this fool doing? The girl turned to them and looked at them with a tired look. What do they want from her? Kijok ran up to her and said his friend wanted to talk to her. The girl turned around looking for the guy, however, she didn't see anything. And indeed, their friend was gone. There was no one there. The girl looked but saw nothing. Kijok was shocked. How did this guy get away so fast? At this time, the poor guy was running away from the sports field. What a tactless bastard. He cursed his friend for almost embarrassing him in front of his girlfriend. What does he think he's doing? The boy was furious. He gave him an obscene gesture. He'll be a cancer on the mountain before he finds a girl. With that attitude, how does he even talk to people? The guy was barely out of breath and ran over to the soda machine. He was thirsty, and a refreshing drink was the best option. He calls himself a friend, really embarrassing him in front of his girlfriend. Damn it! The guy suddenly noticed he's 101 short of buying a soda. What a bastard. What kind of day is this? I can't even get a proper refreshment. The boy began to examine the machine from all sides, as people often lose change around vending machines. He hoped that there would be at least something here. Suddenly, his search was successful. He saw a small coin lying just a few meters away from him. The boy's eyes lit up with happiness. Now it's all good. He literally jumped with happiness and already bent down and then to take the cherished coin. That's lucky. There's justice in the world after all. He had already stretched out his hand to it. But suddenly someone hit him very hard with a stick right on his hand. It was so hard, he thought his arm was going to break. Who the hell was that? The boy screamed in pain. What the hell? Who'd just hit him? He grabbed his arm and cringed, ready to take another blow. However, he was fine. But there was definitely someone standing in front of him. The boy could smell it because of the strong odor of alcohol. Standing in front of him was some man with glasses on his nose. He was holding a bottle of liquor, apparently. The man said in a slurred voice that it was his coin. The boy looked at him and for some reason he was afraid. What a bastard. Now I'll have to talk to that drunkard. The boy looked up at him with a doomed look. The man looked at him through his thick glasses. He repeated his phrase, "My dime." Obviously, he wasn't going to share with him his hard-won goods from the streets. The boy rose to his feet and waved his hand. All right, if he wants it, he can have it. He'll make do. The boy, scratching the back of his head, walked back to the sports field. Inside, though, he was furious. Fucking drunk. Great fucking start to the day. The janitor kept staring at him, and the boy was squirming with anger. But he tried not to show it. He didn't want to get into any more trouble. He'd had enough this time. The janitor took another drink from his bottle and looked silently at the boy, who was walking away from him. Suddenly, a phrase came out of his mouth that made the boy stop and stand still like a stumbling block. The janitor asked, had he found his father yet? The boy stopped and understood nothing. He turned to the janitor and apologized to him. What was he trying to say? How did he know about his father? This question made him stop and begin to think. Before the kid could do anything, however, a broomstick flew into his face and painfully hit him right completely. The kid just yelped. Well, why the hell did he throw the broom in his face? Holy shit. The guy was starting to get pissed off. Not only did that old man steal his money, he's throwing brooms. Goddamn sorcerer. However, the old man was moving away in the opposite direction. The boy shouted, "Where is he going?" He wanted to find out as much as he could about how the old man knew about his father. The boy caught up with the old man and started asking him how he knew about his father. However, the old man said nothing. No matter how the boy tried, the old man was silent and went on about his business. No matter how hard the boy tried to shout to him, the old man continued to drink alcohol and walk briskly forward. The boy yanked him by the shoulder and asked him to stop, but the man paid no attention to him. The boy ran after the old man, trying to catch up with him as hard as he could. However, he failed. He ran as hard as he could, but the old man did not get closer, even though he was walking at a regular pace. The boy was already out of breath and his breathing was hitching. He finally realized that something was wrong. The old man is walking at a normal walking pace, but the boy can't catch up with him. How is he just walking, but still faster than him? Finally, he found himself where the old man had just been. The boy was coming faster and faster towards the entrance to somehow catch up with the man who had already opened the door to the university. Why the hell would he just leave after piquing his curiosity? He still managed to get to the right place. He opened the door and shouted for the old man to stop, however. What he saw there made him stop and dazedly turn his head in different directions. He found himself in a strange place. There was nothing here, just a void, as if he were in outer space. He felt a strange feeling, a strange lightness, and a kind of fear. He began to look around for the old man, but he seemed to have vanished. What the hell? He went into the gym, didn't he? What's the fog all over the place? Something distracted him, though. He saw a bright light that came from somewhere behind him. The boy turned his head and looked in surprise at the source of the light. Some strange man was approaching him. He swung his sword and a sound wave flew off of him. The man said in a frustrated voice that it was sad that you, immortal lord, had such a talentless offspring. It was a hell of a thing. What the boy saw shocked him deeply. He didn't expect to see such a thing here. He thought he was in a normal gym. In front of him stood an exact replica of himself. The replica said that he would now be at the helm. Before the boy could get his bearings, the replica kicked him in the face. The boy reacted in time and bounced back. Just then, the replica started swinging his sword. It moved so fast that Khan didn't have time to react. The copy swung and hit his opponent right in the back. The demonic copy laughed, his eyes lighting up. "You'd better tone it down, it doesn't suit him." Taeyun turned to him and said, "I'm a mooch." But the boy only had a broomstick, which was his only weapon. What the hell is this? But before he could react, his copy vanished. The boy was left all alone in this strange space. He began to turn his head, trying to find this unknown ghost, but it seemed to have vanished. Where the hell did it go? However, after a second, he didn't have to look. It turned out that the ghost had become invisible and began to strike with his wooden sword one after another. The kid tried to cover himself, but he was very bad at it. His whole body was writhing in pain. What a devil! Where is he striking from? The copy formed right behind his back and smilingly swung again. The boy was finally able to react and dodge the attacks. However, it didn't help much. It was as if the kid was reading his every move, knowing what he was doing. The next blow hit him right on the head. Sparks flew out of his eyes from the force. He didn't have time to dodge, and now he was dizzy. Now it felt like the length of this man's staff was constantly changing. What the hell is that? And if he managed to dodge, his blow would just change trajectory. Doesn't he have a chance of winning? How did he even get here? Damn it. The guy's already regretting following that janitor. At that time, his copy didn't waste a minute and started attacking. How long can he for the sake of decency? At least let him try to defend himself, at least with his broom. Taeyeon grasped his makeshift weapon and shielded himself from the next attack. There was nothing to be done. He would have to defend himself with this simple broom. At least this way he'd have a chance to get out of here alive. The copy lunged at him, thrusting his wooden sword forward. Fury glittered in his eyes. And what does he want from him? There was a sharp sound of impact. Their weapons made contact and the copy hit the target. The boy barely had time to put up a block. The ghost grinned and the echidna asked, "Is that all he can do?" However, it wasn't that simple. His wooden sword stuck into the broomstick and stopped in place. He couldn't move it any further.
A second later, the boy dodged and with a mighty burst of strength kicked his copy right in the face. The ghost hadn't expected this, and his jaw crunched.
He spun around in midair and thanked his opponent for the advice. Now he would have his chance. He swung his broom again and threw himself furiously like this. Determination glittered in his eyes. He would not give up so easily. He jumped high up and prepared to deliver his next crushing blow. He was starting to get a little pissed off. He had to get rid of this weirdo once and for all. How do we even get out of this place? The ghost was able to dodge, and now the broomstick hit the ground with great force. The broom handle crunched and snapped in half. Now the boy was left without a weapon. His copy looked at him with a furious look and realized that now he had nowhere to go. He began to move with astonishing speed. His movements now impossible to follow. The copy hesitated and immediately a powerful blow fell on the boy's head. Behind him stood the very janitor who now held his weapon in his hands. Where had he even come from? The man had grown much taller, and his eyes continued to burn with the same red fire. He looked like a ghost, too. He looked at the boy through his thick glasses, and his eyes reflected irritation. But what's behind it? A putrid child. From what he saw, the boy almost fainted. He didn't even realize what was going on. What the hell is going on here? Indeed, he lost consciousness and woke up a second later in his usual gym. He was sitting on the floor and twirling his head in different directions. Beside him lay a broken broom. There was no longer that strange space, no copy of it, no strange old man. Everything was back to normal. The boy rubbed his bruised head and he couldn't understand anything at all. What the hell was that? Was it just a dream? He tried his best to figure out what he'd just seen. However, not one good idea came to his mind. He turned his head back and saw a broken broom lying a few centimeters away from him. It wasn't a dream after all. The boy looked at the tool in surprise. He picked up the broken broom and began to scrutinize it. The events of the past few minutes were replaying in his mind. No, it wasn't a dream after all. He didn't have time to think or to think about anything else. When a bottle came down on his head, the guy almost passed out. He just woke up and he's getting bludgeoned again. He didn't even realize where the blow came from. The janitor was standing behind him. He was looking at him with a smile through his thick glasses, and in his hands was the very bottle he had just hit the boy with. He looked at the man and gritted his teeth. What's he doing here? The boy got to his feet and started questioning the old man. What's wrong with him? He was already talking without any respect. Is this illusion his handiwork? However, the kid didn't have time to finish his monologue, as the old man gagged him with a bottle. He almost choked and flew backwards, told him to shut up and follow him. Soon the two went to the backyard of the university. There was a general dump, a pile of garbage lying everywhere. It was obvious that no one had cleaned the place for a long time. Kang looked at the strange man and now he asked without any anger, "Does he know his father? Just let him speak honestly." The boy was beginning to suspect something. This man seemed more and more strange to him. The janitor walked forward as if it was business as usual for him. He nodded back to the boy. Yes, he knew his father well. Taeyeon started begging the man to tell him about his father. The janitor stopped and stood for a moment completely in silence. He didn't know if he should tell the boy about it, but as things stood, he didn't have much choice. The boy looked at his hands and said doomfully that he knew almost nothing about his father. He had been painted by him, and that was why he had come to this university, to find out something about his ancestors. His voice was somehow desperate. The boy clenched his fist and said that he hoped that at least through this university he could learn some things about his father. At last he let go of his rage, and now without any anger asked the old man to tell him about his father. Where is he? The boy looked at him with eyes as if he were about to cry. The old man turned around and looked at him over his shoulder. His gaze was sly and snide. It was obvious that the old man wouldn't crack so easily. He had a small beard and a neat mustache under his nose. The boy looked at him, waiting for the old man to say something to him. But for a second there was silence between them. There was such a pleading expression in the boy's eyes that even the most unfeeling could have cried. But the old man bent down and said that his back hurt terribly. Naturally, he wasn't planning on telling anything. The boy looked at him with surprise and some irritation. Had he come all this way for nothing? The old man looked at the junkyard and said doomfully, "How is he going to clean up this yard for today?" The boy looked around. There was a lot of work to do. He already mentally understood what the old man was about to talk about. The boy asked irritably, "Did he not hear him at all? He wants to know about his father." However, the old man interrupted him again and began to lament that his back was very sore. If someone would help him get out of here, he would definitely thank him. The old man looked at him askance and asked if he would help the poor old man, wouldn't he? Wouldn't he? In his gaze, he read such cunning that it was better not to be trusted. However, the boy had no choice if he still wanted to know anything about his father. The kid scratched the back of his head. Damn it. Okay, he was taken, he'd help him clean up the damn yard, just clean up the trash and that's it. But in return, he has to tell him about his father, that's the deal. All in all, there wasn't much here. One could clean up. However, the old man didn't answer his questions and waved his hand. He said he would go to sleep for now and wished the boy good luck. He stayed with the broom in his hands, the bastard. There's no guarantee that the old man won't cheat him. He went to work. The boy swept the yard diligently. Who made such a mess? He cursed everything and regretted having agreed. Why would he make him do something like that? Why couldn't he just say so? The boy was swinging a broom and picking up trash in small piles. He didn't like this job very much, but he had no choice. The boy waved the broom from side to side, trying to pick up every piece of trash so that the old man would tell him something. However, he soon saw something that made him quite surprised. What the hell? The guy was surprised to notice that the trash was starting to move on its own, and was literally running away from the broom, and it didn't look like it was alive. So what the hell is going on here? The guy guessed that maybe the mean old man was behind this. He knew it was some kind of trick. The boy was furious. And now, he had another problem. Well, classic cleaning is useless here. We'll have to try something else. The guy's thinking. With what happened at the gym and now this old man is obviously trying to screw him over. He's definitely not a simpleton. The boy wondered, what if he used his internal energy? His eyes lit up. Great idea. Well, difficult problems requires decisive action. The boy made a final decision and his body lit up from the overabundance of energy. Now he'll be out of here in no time. To the broom and began to energize it. Now this was going to be very easy. The boy held on to it like a sword and now the job would go much easier. He concentrated so much energy in himself and transferred it to the methlu. The work started immediately as if the garbage was attracted to the broom and began to pile up. Now the boy began the cleanup with great ease. He swept the piles of trash in different directions. It was so easy, just using his energy. It was as if the garbage began to obey on its own. Kang was thrilled with his idea. It worked. Did it really work? If you use your energy, the garbage magnetizes itself to the broom. That's just genius. That old man clearly underestimated him. The boy started swinging the broom and one by one the garbage piles ended up in the trash can. And another one. It was so simple that the boy saw it as a game. However, something was wrong again. The boy looked with a surprised look at the garbage bag. Why is there only one pile of trash? There should be two. There, he messed up again. Where did the one pile of garbage go? There's something definitely wrong with this dustpan. Did the matrix malfunction? What the hell, why is it so weird? Maybe he should clean up faster. The guy did. He started working hard with the broom and raking the trash in different directions. However, it was useless. In the end, he was finally tired and was breathing heavily on his knees. To his great surprise, the trash only got bigger and the dustpan remained empty. Shit. What the hell is this? No matter how hard he tried, there was no effect. It even seemed to him that there was more trash. The same old man appeared from somewhere. He clenched his teeth and said that the boy was pretty stupid. He's got to clean this place up all at once. The boy looked at him in shock. How so? All at once? The boy thought. Maybe it's right. All this garbage can be cleaned up at once, so he has to get all the garbage in one lump? That's not bad, we should try that. The boy began to concentrate even more energy into his body. It had to work. It had to attract to the place where the internal energy was concentrated, and that was the only way he would be able to clean up normal. He picked up the broom, which had already concentrated enough internal energy in it. Now he could handle everything. The boy hit the broom on the floor. It screeched, making some strange sound. The debris started to move. It began to be attracted to the broom from different directions. Did it really work? The guy stood in the center. A vortex of internal energy swirled around him, attracting the pile of garbage to him. Did it really work? Soon, a huge pile of trash concentrated near the broom. It really worked. The boy was already struggling to hold the broom. He didn't have much energy. Cleaning was much harder than he thought. He held on tightly to his broom. Just a little more and he would make it. His entire body was overflowing with powerful energy, however. It still wasn't enough. He was already at the limit of his abilities. This was even harder than fighting criminals. It's just cleaning, for crying out loud. Soon a figure formed behind him. A horrible creature stood behind his back. A demonic aura emanated from it, exterminating all living things in its path. The demon's eyes burned with fire. Its mouth was full of sharp fangs. The man stood on the arm of this demon and continued to accumulate power. The princess looked at her lover. Her eyes blazing with rage. She would stop at nothing now. She would destroy everything in her path. The man himself realized that this seemed to be the end for both of them. He regretted his actions, but nothing could be changed. All that was left was to end the battle here and now. They rushed towards each other. The demonic creatures roared behind their backs. Something was about to happen that would change this world once and for all. They were moving at each other with incredible speed. Just seconds more and everything would be decided in an instant. An incredible explosion shook the surroundings. It appeared that the universe itself was about to split in two. An incredible amount of energy was released outward, and the air started to become viscous and heavy. The woman looked back and stared fearfully at the horror going on behind her. On her shoulders lay her exhausted son, whom she was obliged to protect at all costs. The man's eyes glowed red as he watched with interest as the explosion unfolded outside the window. He couldn't take his eyes off such a beautiful sight. It was the first time he had ever seen such a large amount of energy. He sat in his office and lightning flashed behind him. The energy was spreading throughout the city. Even the walls of a large building began to shake. The man looked at her with pity. He was very wistful at this thought, that never again would he be able to return everything as it was. He repeated, he loved her, and was willing to do anything to gain the respect of her family, including becoming a murderer. The woman gritted her teeth. What was he saying? Her anger began to overwhelm her again. She could no longer deal with the resentment that had plagued her soul for years. The woman gathered her strength and pushed the old man away. He flew far back. Don't let him make her laugh. It's all an insolent lie. Fury gave her strength. She was ready to fight again. She jumped to her feet and a fiery energy began to emanate from her body. She was like a demon who came from the deepest depths of hell to take bloody revenge. The man stopped nearby and realized that he had no other choice. Talking would not solve all this, so he had to kill her. The woman screamed again. If he loved her, why did he run away? She couldn't bear to be abandoned to her fate. She couldn't forgive it, but her body was on fire, and rage filled her soul. The silhouette of a demon formed behind her back, and it stretched its huge arm forward, aiming to crush all living things in its path. The demon had broken free, and was now destined to create chaos and destruction all around it. The man got into a stance and began to fight back, building up all his energy and power. He screamed this was the only way to save his son. He unleashed his demon. Only he would be able to resist such power. He jumped at him with great speed, but the masked man easily blocked his blow with one hand, and the guy hung in the air. A few seconds later, he twisted his arm at such an angle that the lad folded in half and cried out in pain. He turned several times in the air and was ready to fall to the ground. Still, he crumbled, and his friends watched in horror as his comrade was beaten with one hand, without even making much effort. Goosebumps ran down the boys' backs. However, they were not going to retreat. Preparing their fists, they rushed at the stranger who dared to invade their possession. What a freak! Is he on drugs? One of the guys was about to strike and even put out his hand, but the stranger put forward 2 fingers, which immediately stabbed him in the eyes. The lad cried out in pain and covered his face with his hands, while the stranger took up his third companion, his swift fist already approaching him with incredible force. The blow was so violent that the kid slammed into the wall, leaving several deep cracks in it. It seems that this masked man was not so simple. After a few seconds, there was nothing left of the company of guys at all. They were all lying on the ground and trying to cope with the unbearable pain. Some were holding onto their faces and trying to bring themselves to their senses. A man bent down and took the pills from the hands of one of the guys. However, he was stopped by Kana's voice. He ordered him to stop. The man froze for a second and turned his eyes in his direction. A boy was sitting nearby and holding bags of groceries in his hands. He couldn't believe adults like him were robbing thugs. He jumped to the ground in one swift movement, still holding the huge bags of groceries. Finally, he straightened up and looked full length at the stranger who had impressed him so much. The boy stood before him and gazed with inexpressible interest. At last, he came to his senses and began to smile. The boy said with surprise and delight that having seen him before, he thought he was versed in martial arts, but that this stranger was clearly different from ordinary thugs. He quickly, and with steps, he began to approach the man, still struggling with fits of excitement. However, somehow it turns out to be awkward. Is that why he wears a mask? The boy beckoned him with his hand. Let him approach. He would need to punish him a bit. The man waved his hand and made some incomprehensible gesture. The hand moved incredibly fast that it was almost impossible to keep track of it. He looked at the boy with burning eyes and stretched his hand forward. At that moment, it was as if something had changed in the air. The boy felt some strange sensation. It was as if his body was pierced by something very small and invisible. A sharp breeze that plunged his body into silence, and it seemed to him that the wind had pierced through him. The boy felt it with his whole body, but it was the first time he had ever encountered such a feeling. The first time in a long time he felt a little scared for his life. The man looked at him with a sizzling gaze. An energy flowed around his body that the boy was seeing for the first time. The masked man reached out to him, and the energy became even stronger. It was getting dangerous. The kid realized he had to get out of here as soon as possible, or he would be in big trouble. However, something was wrong. It was as if his energy wasn't obeying him. It was flowing of its own accord. He didn't understand why he was so eager to fight this stranger. His eyes lit up with rage. Now he would definitely not leave here empty-handed. The boy looked at the stranger with burning eyes and immediately rushed towards him. He jumped at the masked man and prepared his foot for the blow. He swung with such speed that his foot cut the air like a knife. However, the stranger was much faster and reacted quickly to block the blow. He put his foot out, and there was the sound of a scathing kick. The boy could hardly stay on his feet. He got back into a fighting stance and began to dodge the quick attacks. Their eyes crossed, and the guy literally physically felt the tension that came from this stranger. He jumped aside and prepared to attack again. However, the stranger seized the initiative and ran straight at the boy. He swung his leg again to deliver another swift high kick, but the boy dodged in time and prepared to strike back. It was as if they were having some kind of crazy dance, not swinging their arms and legs with incredible speed, but each of them dodged his opponent's blows in time. The movements were smooth and easy, honed to perfection. The stranger jumped away from the boy, doing a somersault in the air. He got back into a fighting stance and prepared to strike. Kang prepared and jumped at the man, swinging his huge fist while trying to grab his head with his other hand. The movements were incredibly fast. The precision was almost surgical. The boy was already flying at him, putting his huge fist forward. However, he was able to stop himself in time. The boy remembered how the stranger had deftly knocked out one of the boys with a punch to the eye, and to prevent such an outcome, he had to reorganize his technique. He felt the energy flow with his whole body. If it was the same as what he had seen before, he had to be extremely careful. It happened after all. His fingers were almost a few centimeters away from the boy's face, and he literally felt this pressure with his own eyes. A few seconds more, and he would have lost his eyes. The fingers passed just a few centimeters from his face and grazed his skin, leaving 2 small cuts. The boy flipped over himself and did a backflip trying to kick the stranger's leg, but the stranger bounced back just in time. Now they stood opposite each other and looked at each other with appraising glances. A second more and they'd be fighting again. Kang was even a little scared for his life. That asshole had gotten him. and now the boy was already really scared. If this attack went through, he would have already lost his eyes once and for all. The boy looked at the whole thing with a trembling gaze. He looked at his opponent and saw no gaps in his technique. His speed, far beyond his expectations. Wouldn't he be able to handle it? The boy rubbed his forehead and wondered, does this mean that there are so many strong players in Seoul? Geez, was he scared? The boy felt ashamed of himself. Okay. He took a fighting stance and put his arms out to the sides. He had to come to his senses and finally pull himself together to stand up to this killing machine. The boy lowered his head and prepared for another attack. He looked at the man with blue eyes. Let's see how good of a fighter he is. The boy now put all doubts aside and continued his attack.